You want a career that creates experiences that are impossible to forget. By studying sports and events at IUPUI, you'll get hands-on experience in and out of the classroom. And with Indy as your classroom, there are high-profile events, sports franchises, hotels, museums, and large organizations across the city to engage, educate, and enlighten your student journey before you graduate. There isn't a better city than Indianapolis to get the experience you need to prepare you to handle any event, big or small. It all starts here.
At Morales Group Staffing, we are all about building better futures. And during these times, we are working hard to put people to work. We are now hiring for hundreds of jobs with pay up to $17 an hour. Visit our website at moralesgroup.net or text JOBS, JOBS, to 317-472-7600 to apply now and get hired today.
You're good at keeping the car clean. We're good at your insurance.
Start with Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, online, over the phone, or in person, and stop knocking on wood.
High school sports fans, welcome back to Game Time. To pure spirits, to pure sport. Welcome back to high school sports.
Fans, I'm IHSA Commissioner Paul Knighty, and I just want to say, welcome back.
This is Game Time. This is Indiana high school sports. This is your IHSAA.
You want a career that will transform your life while you change the lives of others by helping them live well. With a health or exercise sciences degree from IUPUI School of Health and Human Sciences, you will gain an in-depth understanding of the healthcare industry while preparing you for a variety of graduate and professional programs in health. And with Indy as your classroom, you will have clinical options within leading hospitals right in our backyard, as well as a degree from Indiana University, reputable leaders in the healthcare industry. It all starts here.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
You're good at basement basketball.
We're good at your insurance.
Start with Indiana Farm Bureau Insurance, online, over the phone, or in person, and stop knocking on wood.
Mortgage Group. I've been teaching here at Guerin Catholic for 13 years. I've been assistant coach also for 13 years. And I think it's important in today's world that we have young people growing up with the morals and values of faith-based education.
Hello, I'm Dwayne Thompson with Integrity Mortgage Group, and I support Guerin Catholic High School because I'm good friends and business partners with assistant coach Tommy Mascari, and any chance I have to support a Christ-centered education for today's youth, I take advantage of that opportunity and support in any way I can with my time, effort, volunteering, funds, and commercials like these.
Together we soar.
Guerin Catholic Sports on IndianaSRN.
Where you're always in the game.
Inside the George, as it's called here on the Defiance College campus here in Ohio, it's time to cap off the indoor track and field season here in the Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference. We're live with wall-to-wall coverage of the HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships, powered by IndianaSRN. Today's coverage is brought to you by the Morales Group, building better futures one story at a time. By Bertner Electric, your licensed and experienced electrician serving Central Indiana. By IU Sports Management, a lifetime of sports with a winning degree. Piper Logistics, 3 services, 1 logistical solution, and by Reynolds Farm Equipment, your hometown equipment dealer. Nothing runs like a deer. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kurt Darling. Thank you so much for tuning in from wherever you may be, as student athletes from all over the HCAC and every member school look to turn in good performances in pursuit of an indoor conference championship here this afternoon. On the women's side of things, each school has performers who will make some noise, but based on how things have looked in meets leading up to this one, it will be a dead heat for the conference title between Rose-Hulman and Manchester. The Spartans have top performances so far this indoor season in 5 different events, but the Fighting Engineers have strength in quality as well. They have several different players and different events, different performances as well, and events as well, that they will likely have more than 3 competitors scoring points. Hanover may also be in the mix late as the defending conference champions. On the men's side, Rose-Hulman has been the program to beat the last decade. Head coach Larry Cole, voted Coach of the Year 8 times in a row between 2011 and 2019, has led the Fighting Engineers to 11 straight indoor titles, and certainly has the team to be able to do it here again today. However, other teams have been hungry to dethrone Rose-Hulman for years now. Based on performances in the meets so far this season, Manchester appears to be the team best suited to get the job done. The beauty of track and field, though, is that it is as much an individual sport as it is a team sport. And we get set with our first event here today, the men's 5,000 meters, getting set to go here in just a little bit. One of the big performers that you'll definitely want to see here today is Enrique Salazar of Manchester. He has a personal best of 14 minutes 34 seconds. That's also his season best so far, 14 minutes and 31 seconds. Meanwhile, his best in 2021 was just 15:10, so that'll certainly be a guy to watch as well. Thomas Richardson, his teammate, and Drew Meter as well have turned in the top 3 performances this season in the men's 5,000 meters. You'll also be seeing some Alexander Roberts from Earlham and Ian Gorley as well in this men's 5,000 meters. The teams have taken the respective line here as we take a look at the lineup here in the men's 5,000 meters. As we mentioned before, Enrique Salazar of Manchester definitely going to be the person to beat. The conference meet record was set by Kirk Sanders of Anderson back in 2011, 15 minutes and 13 seconds. And as you see here, it'll be a 200-meter track here inside the George here at Defiance College. You will be seeing the competitors make 25 revolutions around this track here to meet the 5,000-meter benchmark. We are getting set to go here for the first event. We also have throwing and field events as well coming up in just a little bit. We will get with our sideline reporters in just a little bit, but first, here's the start, and it's a clean start for the men's 5,000 meters. And you'll see just a lot of bunch running here in just the early going to set the pace. You can see anywhere from 30 to 40-second laps here in the early going here just to kind of set the pace.
Can you push in more on that, Justin? On the backstretch, push in more.
And so far, a good start here from the Rose-Hulman runner. Looks like that's John Slays out in front, and he sets the early pace. So the opening leg there for the first lap of many here is going to be a 60-second flat split there in the early going. And so John Slays is the early leader here for Rose-Hulman. But you have all 3 Manchester runners right there slotting in behind him. One of them, Enrique Salazar, Thomas Richardson, also in there as well. His personal best and season best, 15 minutes and 18 seconds this season. He doesn't have a personal best from last season. In fact, but a year ago, he was in the 3,000 steeplechase, was Richardson. Slays once again bringing it around in another 1 minute flat split. As we keep things moving along here in the men's 5,000 meters. Well, we're going to be covering other events here today, and we'll be checking in with the field events as well. Let's go ahead and send it over to Keith Myers, who will have coverage of the high jump and pole vault. Keith?
Wait, Keith. Wait, Keith. Go.
We have both of the event contestants already made our 1.26, so we'll have 10 compete to the next level. Meredith Johnson from Transylvania made it on her second attempt, and Josie Lyon on her first attempt. So we'll have all 10 compete for the next level, and I'll throw it back to you, Kurt.
Thank you very much, Keith. He'll be keeping us posted on the high jump and pole vault as well. We'll now send it to our other member of our broadcast crew today. We'll now send it to Cam, who is doing the throws and also the long jump. Cam?
Thanks, Kurt. Yeah, I'm going to be covering the men's shot put today, and we're going to take a look to see what's going on with that right now as Manchester's Benjamin Villafuerte, is the seed to beat in this one as he has a 14.84 meter throw at the top spot there. And also Manchester having the top 2 spots in that event as Tim Maycomber will also be the top 2 to beat with a 14.02 meter. That's the first section of the men's shot put. We'll have updates throughout the day for you. So happy to be with you here at Defiance College. And we will go ahead and throw it back to you, Kurt.
Thank you to Cam de Blasio. Certainly glad to be working with both Keith Myers and Cam here throughout the day. Certainly some fun events to keep track of. Meanwhile, back on the track, we are moving right along here as we have now gotten through 3 minutes of this first men's 5,000 meters. And still out in front is John Slies of Rose-Hulman, followed by all 3 of the Manchester runners in Salazar, Richardson, and Connor Havens. Of course, talking about Connor Havens, the sophomore, with a personal best this season of 15 minutes, 21 seconds. That's certainly impressive for him. He was the runner-up a year ago in the 3,000 meters at this event. And he also finished second in the 5,000 last year as well. Coming through the next one. And John Sly still holding the lead. Of course, the men's 5,000 meters and the women's 5,000 meters is just as much about stamina as it is strategy. Clearly you have the Manchester runners just kind of feeding in behind Slies here at the moment and letting him be content to set the pace. John Slies running confidently right now. His stride is good, as is all 3 Manchester runners. And you have the Rose-Hulman players, runners as well, in Connor Lindfelt. Connor Lindfelt is a freshman for Rose-Hulman this season. Freshman from Carmel High School. He's a mechanical engineering major. He's only run the mile in the 3,000 this season, so throwing him right in to the 5,000 here. So coming home through the first mile, and John Slies still leading it through the first mile of this 5,000. There is 3.13 miles in 5,000 meters, so certainly running a fair distance around this 200-meter track. Let's now get a check-in with Keith Myers, who has an update on the pole vault competition. Keith?
Got the pole vault, Kurt. We're at 2.212, and we're waiting for Meredith Johnson from Transylvania. She's the only one that has not cleared that height. She's on attempt 3. She's taken about a 15-second break. I'll let you know the results in just a couple minutes. Back up to you.
Thank you very much, Keith. 2.12 meters, just shy of 7 feet is where the pole vault competition is at the moment. Of course, in college track and field, they use the international system, which means international measurements. So you will be seeing meters instead of feet in measuring the field events. John Slies still comfortably out in front right now in the men's 5,000 on the track. Once again, there's Salazar, as well as Looks like his teammate Connor Havens up there as well. All three Manchester runners. And that's Thomas Richardson alongside of Salazar. Of course, the scoring for today's meet. Top 8 positions score points. First place is awarded 10 points. Second place followed by 8. Third place will only be scoring 6. And then you go down in increments of 1 until 8th place. And so it is certainly imperative, based on where you finish in every race, to score as many points as you can. We're over 2,000 meters done here in this 5,000 meter race. John Sly's still out in front, although starting to slow down the pace just a little bit here is he. Again, Manchester runners just content to stay behind and wait to make their move. There's definitely teamwork in the 5,000 as well as individual effort. All three Manchester runners just pacing off of each other. Right there in the mix is Transylvania's Drew Meter. Coming across in 5th position here at the moment. Drew Meter was 10th in the 3,000 a year ago for the HCAC indoor meet. Enrique Salazar taking command here for the Manchester runners. Staying glued right to his hip. John Slay's still out in front for it, Rose Holman. As we get through near the halfway point of this 5,000 meter race. Picking it up on the back straight here. And the top 4 starting to separate themselves a little bit from Drew Meter. Lapping the field as well. And now you can see a little bit more command being taken by Slies. He's picking up the pace a little bit as Salazar sticking right behind him. Salazar also has the only NCAA qualifying time here in this heat. Of course, every athlete has to hit a certain standard to qualify for the NCAA meet, which will be contested here a little bit later this indoor season. And knowing that as well, Salazar doesn't have to push for a time here. He can just push for position. Coming back around. We're now 3,000 meters done in this 5,000 meter race. Salazar is sticking right with John Slies as we are over halfway done. We are now pushing 9 minutes and 31 seconds here is the pace right now through 3,000 meters. And now you see John Slies really kind of surging a little bit. Salazar checking to make sure his teammates are there with him. John Slies really trying to push the pace here. This is certainly an interesting strategy, trying to tire out the Manchester runners. It is Rose Holman and then Manchester 3, 4, and 5 right behind him. All the runners looking good so far up front in the top 4. You've got Slies, Salazar, and then Lundfeldt and Richardson of Manchester. Slies moving through the lap of the field here. It's been John Slies from the very beginning with 10 minutes and 43 seconds done now. Remember, Enrique Salazar's best time this season, 14 minutes and 31 seconds. But still, Salazar content to just stick right behind Salazar. Or rather, Salazar content to stick right behind Slies. Now the top 3 starting to break away a little bit here from Richardson. So Connor Havens now backing off a little bit here as the top three starting to separate. Top three, Thomas Richardson is in third place, followed by Salazar in second, John Slies in first. And now Enrique Salazar starting to put the pressure going into the next turn. He is sticking right behind Slies, letting him know that he's there. A little bit of mental play as well, as you just can play right behind the opening player. And now Salazar checking behind himself. Along with Richardson, they are sticking right to Slies. As we now have 11 minutes down. Only a few more minutes left as we push through 4,000 meters. Richardson, Salazar, and Slies all in the top three. Now Connor Havens starting to reconnect a little bit with the leaders. John Slies keeping his form as he has all race long. Enrique Salazar just looking very comfortable right now. He's communicating, indicating when he'll plan to make his move with his teammates. Again, some team play here between Richardson and Salazar. And now Connor Havens is really surging to get back up into the mix. You have three big runners here, three Manchester runners in the top four. And Connor Havens still quite unable to reconnect with the leaders. Coming back around. John Sloys still up in front with Salazar and Richardson. Sticking close, Salazar waiting to make his move. You can expect it presently here from Enrique Salazar. And now here we go. Salazar making his move around Slies. He takes the lead. Salazar looking behind him to check on his teammates. Now Manchester's 1 and 2 up front, coming into just a few laps to go. Enrique Salazar now putting a gap on he, along with Richardson, between John Slies. Slies now falling behind. Richardson still checking behind himself. That's not something you usually see in a distance race, but he is certainly making sure that he has enough of a gap. Coming around now to 1 lap to go. 2 laps to go, excuse me. A quarter mile left. So Salazar is not going to best his time in the 5,000 here this season, instead playing the position game to score the points. And he has a comfortable lead on his teammate Richardson. Manchester looking to score some big points here in the opening event. 18 points up for grabs right now between the two. John Slies still holding in the third spot, which would score 6 points. And now Slies is backing off and Havens moves into the top 3. So you have Manchester occupying the top 3 spots going into the bell lap. Enrique Salazar is not putting the pressure on at all. In fact, just towing his teammate Richardson with him. Havens is in third as well. John Slies has fallen off in 4th place now for Rose Holman. Connor Havens still holding third spot, and it will be Enrique Salazar in the first of 3 distance races he'll be running today. He will come home in first for Manchester, followed by Richardson, and then Connor Havens of Manchester. Manchester going 1, 2, 3. John Slies will be in 4th position. So as the competitors finish up in the 5,000 meters, let's send it over to Cam de Blasio, who has an update. Cam?
Kurt, thanks so much. I'm here at the men's triple jump. They're going through their second rounds right now. And the top jumper on the list for Mount St. Joe, Justin Drayling, has apparently walked away from the competition. We're not entirely sure why that's the case at the moment. Meanwhile, a couple of the other triple jumpers, Sebastian Hughes from Rose Holman got a 12.96 on his second jump. He's currently in the top spot at the moment. We'll keep you updated on this event as well as an update on trailing as soon as we have it, Kurt.
Thank you very much, Cam. Of course, a reason why some athletes may walk away from competitions is because they may have other events that they're doing and have to warm up for, and so sometimes they may check out and go to other events. Of course, this is Division III college. This is Division III college track and field, so you have a lot of multi-sport runners and competitors. As you see, still some competitive finishes here to try and get some best performances as well. Coming over the line right there was Zach Bach of Bluffton, making it happen for them. And so now we have a little bit of a break in the action as the women will get ready to go here in the 5,000-meter run, knocking off two big distance races here at the very beginning as we check in over again with a look at the women's shot put competition.
I have Defiance's track coach.
And of course, as we go along with that, let's send it over to Keith Myers, who is with the head coach of Defiance.
Defiance track coach with us. Good job today of hosting this event.
Thank you. It's been a lot of work. Our administration's really stepped up, and the DC family and community has done a really good job. And excited, and everything's looking great right now.
We got here early yesterday morning. You met us there, and it's just a great event, and hope a lot of people enjoying it tonight.
Oh yeah, we've got a lot of compliments and a lot of work, and it's just been awesome. So got a few more hours, actually more than that, of competition ahead, and it's going to be a good day.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it. Back to you, Kurt.
Thank you very much to Keith Myers. He'll be keeping us up to date with a bunch of other interviews as well. Still more competitors coming home here in the men's 5,000 meters. Let's take a look at the women's pole vault competition. The bar right now at around 2 meters 4, which is just north of 7 feet. Each competitor getting 3 attempts at each height.
We have only lost one competitor.
And one competitor out of the competition already here from Transylvania as the women's pole vault continues to move on. Not a deep field in the pole vault competition either on the men's or the women's side this year. Mary Johnson was one of them, and now on the runway, competitor from Manchester, I believe that is Nina Jedzewski. So the bar at 2:42 right now. She'll have another attempt here in the coming moments. So the track is empty at the moment as we get set for the women's 5,000 meters. And we'll have the results from the men's 5,000 meters up in just a little bit.
All right, track fans, we're down here with the award winners in the men's 5,000-meter run. It was a Spartan streak from Manchester. Connor Havens in third, 15:44.
They don't have it up yet. Oh, there they are.
Thomas Richardson of Manchester was the
and so now we
15:42.4.
The women's 5,000 meters coming up in just a little bit. Still have a look at this really good facility inside here on Defiance College of Ohio. A little bit south of Toledo, a little northeast of Fort Wayne. First time for Defiance hosting this competition. It was at Rose Holman a year ago. As the women's pole vault continues to move on. So Manchester was able to score 24 points in that men's 5,000 meter run, which is a huge start for Manchester. Rose Holman now with 7 points after the finishing results there. Again, Rose Holman, they have won 11 straight conference championships here in the HCAC. So Manchester really looking to try and end the streak today here in the indoor meet. And so taking a look now at the final results here at the men's 5,000 meter run, resulting in those 24 points for Manchester, a 1-2-3 sweep For them, John Slies of Rose-Hulman coming in fourth position. That's well off of the normal pace that you normally see from Enrique Salazar. Again, playing just the position game today to score the points.
Conference HCAC indoor record is 18 minutes, 12.25 seconds, set by Mariah Jordan in 2016.
So still awaiting the start of the women's 5,000 meters. That's going to be getting going in about 10 minutes or so. Again, we take a look at the men's shot put competition going on right now. We'll send it over again to Keith Myers, who has an update on the women's pole vault.
Got Allie McGuire up from Hanover. We're set at 2.42. 2.42. This is her second attempt. Good approach. And it fell. So she has one left. Back up to you, Kurt.
So one more attempt for her. Plant may have been a little bit deep there for her, so she'll have to adjust her run just a little bit, maybe move it back just a little bit as we continue with the field events. The next event on the track will be the women's 5,000 meters, again coming up in about 10 minutes or so. Progressing along with the women's pole vault. And so Jayla Faulkner just barely, almost there, couldn't quite get it over again. The plant just a little bit deep for her. And so as we progress through the pole vault, they'll be going up in increments of 15 centimeters per bar, which is roughly about 3 to 5 inches, depending on how you differentiate between them. Again, let's send it down to Cam de Blasio, who has the top 3 from the men's 5,000.
All right, Kurt, thank you so much. I'm here with the top 3, all from Manchester: Enrique Salazar, Thomas Richardson, and Connor Havens. And guys, impressive there on the 5,000 run. All 3 of you taking the top 3 spots. We could just go around. What was the key to getting victory today?
So definitely a key part of that was making sure that we didn't have any kind of level of competition between the 3 of us going into that, because all 3 of us, we got a lot on our plate today. We want to try and bring out these points with using as little energy as possible. So we don't want to be competing against each other, just everyone who's not in our uniform.
That's a great point. It's so impressive when you see teammates who are able to have that mentality. What's it like to know that you're all up here at the top of the board today?
I think it's pretty amazing because we're trying to do something that no Manchester team has done before, and it takes a team to do that. And so in the moment in the race is making sure that you're aware of where your teammates are, making sure that you're not making any huge moves, and just making sure that they're right there, ready to make the move that they're ready to make. And it's all about getting it done together, not separate.
Excellent. It's a quick turn. Obviously, you got more events coming in the day. How do you turn around this positivity and turn it into positivity in the next events?
I mean, when you get like 2 other guys that can run with you and stuff, and you can work together in races, it's just comfortable to know that we have each other there, and we just mark them off the checklist, and we just focus on one event at a time, and that's down, and 2-3 more to go, or 4 more to go for some of us. So yeah, it's pretty exciting, but it'll also be tiring and tough, and we're doing it for the team. So yeah.
Well, an impressive start today for all 3 of you. Thank you so much for your time. The top 3 runners in the men's 5,000, all from Manchester. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam. Some good stuff. Obviously, as we talked about during the race, playing the strategy game today to try and bring home the points. Again, bringing home a team conference championship is the priority for many of these teams, and Manchester is certainly looking poised to be able to do that and knock off Rose-Hulman, who has been able to win this meet 11 times in a row over the last decade. So certainly some good stuff there from all 3 of those competitors. A look again over at the shot put area, where we keep moving through the shot put competition. Some big competitors today. In the first flight at the moment, the leader in the performance list coming into this one was Matt Obart of Mount St. Joe, who has a best throw this season of 10 meters 15. Of course, 10 meters is just a little over 33 feet. And now back to Keith Myers again, who has an update on the high jump.
It looks like the high jump, we have already lost 5 competitors, 4 competitors left. Jada Hunter Hayes from Rose Holman is attempting 141. And she has eliminated herself from the competition. Pretty interesting height here at 141. A lot of people struggling with this. Back to you, Kurt.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. The high jump competition here for the women, not very deep this year, only just a handful of competitors, 10 competitors to be exact, as there's another almost near clearance there by Transylvania's Mary Johnson. Johnson doubling both in the pole vault and the high jump right now, moonlighting in both events. Again, as I talked about, you have many competitors going over each one. As we take a look at the heat sheet here for the women's high jump, coming into this one, the top competitor, Delaney Moore of Anderson, with a best clearance so far this season of 1 meter 5'7".
Kurt, we're going to go to 144.
And we're now moving to 1 meter 4'4", which is just south of 5 feet. Delaney Moore's best this season was 1 meter 5'7", which is just north of 5 feet even. Now we take a look at the field for the women's 5,000 meter run. The conference record here for the indoor, 18 minutes and 12 seconds. That was set back in 2016 by Mariah Johnson of Manchester. So we'll certainly have a couple of competitors that may not be able to approach that this season, but then again, only 2 competitors in this field have actually recorded a time in the 5,000 this season, both of them from Manchester, Hannah Brubaker and Fiona Frost, the junior-senior tandem right there. Of course, we saw a big showing for Manchester in the men's 5,000. They were able to go 1, 2, 3 in that event. The women looking to do the exact same thing. So Hannah Brubaker, again, the leading time coming into this competition, only one of 2 that I said. Brubaker with a best time this season of 19 minutes and 4 seconds. Meanwhile, Fiona Frost, also of Manchester, going 20 minutes 46. Working a little bit ahead of schedule here as we have time to kill between events.
Next.
So getting up with the women's 5,000 meters. 1 minute until we get the gun. Before we get to the 5,000 real quick, a quick update from Keith Myers on the pole vault.
2.72 meter, and this is Manchester's 8 feet 10 inches, and she is asking for her 2-minute rest as she missed the first attempt. So back up to you guys.
Thank you, Keith. 2.72, 8 feet 9 1/4. The official lineup. Again, it is tough to compare between the English and the metric system. You do it as best you can. To the women's 5,000. And we're underway. Again, both Manchester runners in this field. Brubaker and Frost, only ones that have recorded a time in this event this season. The rest, this will be the first time that they have run the event all season long.
No, good, no problem.
So coming around in the lead will be Ella Basher of Franklin. Franklin getting the Grizzlies going here on the women's side. Not pushing the pace much here. Very conservative pace at the early going. She's joined by Elizabeth Lohman, who's running her first 5,000 this season. In fact, her first 5,000 in a long time. You also have Brianna Metcalf of Hanover in on it as well.
Kurt, I've got Larry Cole with Rose Holman.
So as the women's competition goes on here in the 5,000 meters, let's send it over to Cam de Blasio, who is with Rose Holman head coach Larry Cole.
Thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, I'm here with Coach Cole. And Coach, you know, it's no secret. Your team's been pretty dominant in this event through the years. How do you maintain that level of success? What has been the key?
Well, I'll be honest with you. It's just we've got great student athletes that enjoy competing. They're great student athletes, of course, you know, handling the curriculum at Rose Holman the way they do academically. And then, you know, they've been dedicated to the sport for a long time. I mean, it's been, I think 14 years since any other schools won a indoor-outdoor track and field championship. But we're going to be challenged. This is our biggest challenge in that series with Manchester's men and women both. So it's just who's running best on that particular day. I mean, we really emphasize indoor track and field at Rose Holman. It's a sport that we take very seriously. We train every day. We have great facilities. We run a complete schedule. So, you know, we expect to be good and a great place to win a conference championship every year. But this is going to be a fun day. I mean, Coach Cashdollar and his staff have done a great job recruiting and training those young guys and gals, and it's going to be a match probably right down to the last two events of the day.
You're always so calm and composed on meet day. You talk about, you know, all the coaching goes in before the meets. How do you maintain that level of composure when your team's out there competing?
Well, to be quite honest with you, we've hosted 3 out of the last 4 of these, and I stay busy. I'm a nervous wreck right now. I might not show it, but and I was a football coach for about 20 years, and we always had the philosophy that you coach them in practice, you leave them alone in the games, and you know, let them perform, and that's kind of our philosophy with track and field too. All right, we've got one of the best coaching staffs in the Midwest in Division III. They do a great job with all this event groups, and we let them do their thing on meet day. Liz Evans, you know, probably the greatest field event athlete in the history of the HCAC when she was an athlete for us. She handles our jumps. And Christy Sherman's been with me now for 17 years. She was a professional thrower in her days, was NCAA runner-up a couple times at Indiana State in the throws, and then just brought on Derek Lawrence, former coach at Earlham College, one of the best young distance coaches in the Midwest. He's going to do a tremendous job for us, not only coaching, but he's a great recruiter. So, you know, we turn the engine over to those guys, and they coach them up on meet day, and I just kind of stay out of the way and walk around and act like I know what I'm doing.
Well, it seems to be working pretty well for you, Coach. A great staff and a great leader. Thanks so much for your time today.
Glad you're here. Appreciate all your help.
Glad to be here. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam. As we move through the women's 5,000 meter, we'll take a 1-minute timeout and come back for the second half of the race and, of course, a few more interviews. You're watching the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships powered by IndianaSRN. Progressing through the women's 5,000 here at the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships, Noelle Lawler is in the lead along with Manchester's Elizabeth Lohman. Let's now send it over to Keith Myers with a special guest.
Jay Jones, the commissioner of the Heartland Conference. Thank you very much for allowing IndianaSRN to do what we do.
Don't thank me. Thanks to you all. I really love it. It's awesome to have some experts at track and field announcing. We're going to show a lot of events today. Hope we can show the field events as well, and hope everybody at home is enjoying the broadcast. Thank you so much for doing it for us.
You say experts. It's just me, Kurt, and Cam, and Jerry. I don't know if we're experts.
Well, look, Kurt seems to know what he's doing, and even if he didn't, what the fans might not have seen at home is he belted out a national anthem earlier and did a beautiful job on that. So
yeah, he threw the short end of the stick. It was going to be me, but I gave it to Kurt. That's how I roll.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. You got this event, and then you got basketball coming this week as well. It's winding down that season. Spring's coming.
Yeah, so the winter is winding down quickly in terms of what we call our winter sports. I wish the weather would wind down with it. But we will finish this. We had swimming and diving last weekend, had an excellent meet over there, and then we go straight into our basketball quarterfinals start tomorrow. And then they'll conclude next weekend with our semis and finals, and we'll be straight into the spring. Some of our spring sports are already up and running, and we're playing some non-conference stuff, so we're rocking and rolling.
And if people like the IndianaSRN coverage, we will have those basketball, men and women basketball, for the first time. We're excited about that.
Yeah, and I'm excited as well. I think it's going to bring some great exposure to our league in a little different way than we've done in the past. But I also expect us to have some really competitive games in the semis and finals. It's amazing to see the amount of parity. There's a top team on both the men's side and the women's side, and then 2 through 9 in our league this year, we're just right on top of each other in both cases. So it's going to be a fascinating tournament to watch unfold.
Long day today. You got to go home, and you got to regroup. We're ready for you as well.
Yeah, this is the fun part of my job. Once the championships start and you start being able to honor these students for the work they've done all semester, and throughout their careers and years, that's a lot of fun. So, yes, there's a lot of nerves. I'm pretty tired. But ultimately, to be able to reward students for their great work and recognize their accomplishments is why we do this.
We also want to thank Defiance for hosting today. They have done a great job. We're here early yesterday morning letting us in and setting up everything else. It's been a great day for them as well.
Yeah, and maybe I can speak to that for those at home who don't understand. In Division III or any small college athletics, we depend on our institutional host to be able to conduct our championships. We have 22 championships that we crown, 22 champions, and ultimately we depend on great work from our schools. Defiance has done an amazing job. The center looks beautiful, but they've got all of their coaches and all their other sports are here putting their hands on deck, trying to make sure this is successful for the conference. And that's just a really good compliment to our other schools, but also just the league as a whole that I can't say thanks enough for any Defiance folks who are watching. Just thank you.
Okay, Jay's going to buy me some popcorn. I'm going to go back up to you, Kurt.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. Again, a big thanks to Jay Jones and everybody at the HCAC on helping us get through everything here at the Indoor Conference Championships. Great facility for that as well as we continue through the women's 5,000 meters. We've had the lead change several times between these 4 runners at the moment. And right now, Brianna Metcalf of Hanover has the lead at the moment. It's just between these 4 women. You have Elizabeth Lohman, who's pulling a lot of double duty today for Manchester. She has the top times in both the mile and the 3,000 this season as well. Brianna Metcalf still holding the lead as we are now halfway done with this women's 5,000 meter event. So as Brianna Metcalf continues to lead along with Elizabeth Lohman in the women's 5,000, let's send it back to Keith Myers again with an update at the high jump.
Got the high jump for you. Delaney Moore, Dara Smith, and Kendall Geringer from Manchester are the only 3 left. We're at 150, and everyone's scored out pretty easy, guys. Back up to you.
Thank you very much, Keith. 1.5 meters 4 feet 9 inches and some change where the bar is at the moment. Still have Brianna Metcalf out front, leading this group of women along with Noelle Lawler. Noelle Lawler, a senior at Anderson. She last ran the 5,000 meters at the HCAC indoor meet in 2020, so 2 years ago now. And there's another miss at the high jump pit. Again, that stands right at 1 meter 5. So back to the top 4 here in the women's 5,000. Also running in this group is Hannah Brubaker. Again, she had the top time of the 2 that have recorded a time this season in the 5,000. Back to the high jump again we go. And with that attempt, Dara Smith not quite able to get over 1 meter 5. She has a best performance this season of 1:47. So with several laps to go here in the women's 5,000. Still holding firm right now. Elizabeth Lohman, as we talked about. Lohman also transferred from Trine this season. Of course, she's finishing a pharmacy degree at Manchester. Hannah Brubaker also among them as well, as we mentioned. And there at the high jump pit, we have a shot of Delaney Moore. Again, a best this season of 1 meter 5.7, 1.5 meters and 7 centimeters to go along with it as she prepares for her next jump. And so they get things all squared away at the high jump pit. So we're about at 13 minutes and some change here in the women's 5,000. 1 mile to go here in the 5K.
Gosh.
And now you see Noelle Lawler moving into the lead in the 5,000.
Got Anderson.
And now let's go back to Keith Myers, who is with Anderson's head coach.
Well, it looked like you got a champion in the high jump.
Yeah, pretty excited about it. Freshman year, it's going really well so far. She did what she needed to do. She wants to keep jumping, but I've got to I got to cut her off and make sure her legs are fresh the rest of the day.
I like that. No, you got to get fresh because there's more than just today.
Yeah, lots more.
Congratulations. Job well done.
All right. Thank you, sir.
We'll try to get Miss Moore after this.
So Delaney Moore, the unofficial winner in the high jump as they get the results finalized. Again, that's one thing that college coaches do have to try and maintain is the fact that you have multi-sport performers here, keep them fresh for the remaining events. We're about through 14 minutes here in the women's 5,000. Noelle Lawler had the lead for just a little bit, trying to push the pace. She's now settling back into 3rd place. Along with Elizabeth Lohman and Brianna Metcalf are the top 3. And Brubaker kind of falling off of the group a little bit, but still staying somewhat connected. We have less than a mile to go. Again, 1 mile around this track is 8 laps. And so they will be doing just north of 20 laps to complete 5,000 meters. This group of 4 women still keeping the pace roughly consistent here, although you can certainly see it trying to pick up just a little bit. Distance athletes will run close to anywhere between 60 to 90 miles a week in training for these events. Some long runs, some short sprints and fartlek training, as well as surges and any other kind of running based on how you schedule it out through the week. Brianna Metcalf has been the leader for the majority of this race. Metcalf trying to score some points here for Hanover. Hanover, one of the sleeper teams here today that could contest for the conference championship, but based on how things have been going on so far this season, Manchester and Rose-Hulman are definitely the two favorites, but Hanover, if executing well, can certainly make some things happen. Coming down to 4 laps left to go here in the women's 5,000. 800 meters left. Now 750 meters as they go into the backstretch. Let's send it down now to Keith Myers in just a little bit, who will have the winners of the high jump as we progress through here with just 3 laps left to go.
Right. Got them all 3 in, Jerry?
Let's send it to Keith Myers.
Well, here's our champion, Miss Moore. Good job.
Thank you so much.
You're a freshman. How did it go competitive today? Juices. What did you eat for breakfast? That's what you wanted, right?
Funny story, I woke up late, so I did not eat breakfast at all.
All right, there's tacos in the concession stand. You might as well just chow on that.
I have like 5 more events, so.
You got a lot of competition today, right?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations on the championship.
Thank you so much.
Let's go to 2nd place and 3rd place, and you guys did a nice job as well. Rose-Hulman's represented Manchester. So did you guys have breakfast this morning?
Yeah, just a little bit.
I had a little bit as well.
All right, you should have had breakfast. You would have won. What year is this for you?
I'm a senior.
So last match of the year for you for indoor. What do you do during the spring?
I'm going to do outdoor track too, so I'll see everyone here again.
And Rose-Hulman has a reputation being good, so you'll be back.
Yeah.
And you, in Manchester, what year?
I'm a junior.
Congratulations. Job well done, lady. Thank you so much. Good luck on your medal count. All right, back up to you, Kurt.
Thank you so much, Keith Myers. We'll have the official results listed in just a little bit. Meanwhile, back to the track. We are less than 2 laps to go here in the women's 5,000. You see Brianna Metcalf really kicking it in now as we push the pace. In the first race for the men, you saw a lot of strategy from the Manchester men, but you don't have as much teamwork this time because of everybody being spread out. And so now the women are fighting for themselves going through the final lap. Metcalf up front, now being challenged by Elizabeth Lohman, who moves into the lead. Bell lap to go. 18 minutes, 42 seconds reading on the clock. Elizabeth Lohman getting thrown in this one. Now Brianna Metcalf is answering right back, and she is really surging ahead through the final 100 meters. Brianna Metcalf, a personal best time of 19 minutes, 20 seconds. Can she top it? She is at 19 minutes and 6 seconds now, coming to the final stretch. It's going to be a personal best, and she can't believe it. 19 minutes, 13 seconds. Second place is Elizabeth Lohman, and Brubaker will come home in 3rd for Manchester. What a performance by Brianna Metcalf to take the win for Hanover. A new personal best for her. She crushes her PR by 7 seconds. She had a personal best last season of 19 minutes, 38 seconds. And a big win for Brianna Metcalf. She was 4th in the 5,000 a year ago at this event. She was also the winner of the Manchester Outdoor Invite in the 5,000 back in April of 2021, where she ran 19 minutes, 3 seconds. Of course, that's an outdoor PR. And she was the winner of the 3,000 earlier this season in the FNS Series. Earlier this indoor season, a big win for Hanover in the women's 5,000 meter run. Well, as the rest of the competitors finish here in the women's 5,000, we will go ahead and take another quick timeout. We'll be back in just a minute here in the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships, powered by IndianaSRN. Progressing through the meet here at the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships, powered by IndianaSRN. I'm Kurt Darling. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll send it down now to Keith Myers, who has an update on the women's pole vault competition.
Nina Jajoski from Hanover just hit 10 feet 4 inches. She's got a competitor with her. Claire Perkins from Rose Hallman will be her first attempt. I tell you what, she cleared out by about a foot, Kurt. Very impressive.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. She has a personal best this season of 3:35. Of course, the bar right now at about 10 feet 4 inches, as Keith mentioned. Her PR 10 feet 9 and some change, so she can certainly keep the competition rolling right now. And so now let's take a look at the awards. As Coach Keith Myers talked to these ladies earlier, let's go to the Women's High Jump Awards.
In second place, Kendall Geringer, also carrying 1.47 meters and getting second on attempts. Anchor champion today is Delaney Moore from Anderson, 1.5 meters to take the win. Those are your podium in the women's high jump.
Nicely done there for Delaney Moore to get some valuable points for Anderson. So now the next event on the docket, we pick up the speed a little bit here. This will be the men's distance medley relay. So what you will have here is 4 different links run by each different leg. You start off with a 1,200 meter leg, followed by the 400, then an 800 meter leg, and then it will be closed off with a 1,600 meter leg. So it'll be a little bit of everything coming up here in the men's distance medley.
Getting set on the track now, we have our next event, the men's distance medley relay. For those of you not familiar, we will kick off the PMR with a 1,200 meter leg, followed by a 400.
So the final results here in the women's 5,000 meters, again confirmed from timing and scoring. Brianna Metcalf, a big 10 points for Hanover. Manchester, though, coming in clutch with some points as well. They now have the lead in the women's competition with 16 points. Elizabeth Lohman and Hannah Brubaker coming in third. Nicely done by those ladies. So now we move back to the track once again to the men's distance medley relay. So you will have a normal distance start on an angle here, and you see the arrows on the track as well. So again, all teams competing today have a distance medley relay time and ready to go. So far, the only 2 schools that have run a time this season are Hanover and Bluffton. So the officials telling the competitors to stand up. Again, they will make sure that they are all set to go here. They cannot cross the line. And it's a clean start. And teams jostling for position. So getting out ahead is going to be Robert Hoagman of Hanover, who will give them the early lead. Claire Perkins missing her second attempt at the women's pole vault. Keith Myers keeping us updated on that as we progress through the distance medley relay. Hanover still out in front with Robert Hoagman. Anderson right there in the mix, as well as Rose Holman. So far, 4 times recorded by schools this season. The best time turned in is Transylvania, who ran this event earlier this year at 11 minutes, 16 seconds. So the top 3 teams at the moment are Hanover, Defiance, and then Rose Holman. Evan Brill with it right now as we go to the 5,000 meter medal ceremony. Nicely done there by Brianna Metcalf. All smiles as she.
5,000 meters.
Definitely a sense of community among runners here. Meanwhile, the community on the track is going to be led by Evan Brill of Rose-Hulman, who now moves into the front spot in this distance medley relay. Coming back around, Transylvania now in second place with Isaiah Winter. Evan Brill now starting to really open it up here for Rose-Hulman. So as we progress through the 1,200 meter leg, let's go over to Cam de Blasio, who's with the winners of the women's 5,000.
All right, thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, we're here with the top three in the women's 5,000. And again, we'll just go down the line here. Obviously, an impressive race for all three of you. Not an easy race to run. It takes a lot of endurance. What are the keys for this race to end up on the podium?
Just staying patient and trusting our training.
Yeah, just trusting the process, that you're going to be able to believe in yourself, and when you get tired that you know you put in the work to go get it done.
Matching the moves was definitely a big thing for this race, and obviously Bree made a great one at the end, and that's where it was decided.
You three were competitive all the way down the stretch. I know it's always tough, but what's the difference? How do you break away when the time comes?
Just when you feel it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I just kind of said, heck it, I'm going to go. If it hurts, it'll be over in a lap, so might as well go. A lot of it comes down to confidence. You have to be really decisive with your moves and believe that it's going to be enough and just put everything out there.
Well, congratulations to all three of you, and well done on the race. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam. You see the exchange now. We are into the 400-meter leg here of the men's distance medley relay. Still holding out in front right now is Rose-Hulman, who is with it now Jonathan Rogers. Rogers now being contested here by Hanover's Aaron Rogers. So Rogers versus Rogers up front, no relation as they keep going through this second leg of the distance medley relay. Now still out in front here on the 400 leg is Jonathan Rogers. A heck of a 400-meter runner. We will see him a little bit later in the individual event. Now we hand it off to an 800-meter leg. Rose-Hulman still out in front. And some runners tumbling as Alejandro Mancido is out in front now for Rose-Hulman. Moving through the 800-meter leg now, let's send it to Keith Myers.
Vault here, we have a winner from Hanover. Nina Jackson from Hanover has won. She will attempt 3:32, and that is her personal best. So we'll see what she'll do today. But she has her first attempt, but she is the winner of the pole vault. Back up to you, Kurt.
So congratulations to her. The women's pole vault moving pretty quickly here today, as is the distance medley relay. Rose-Hulman still holding the lead, trying to make up for losing out on the top three spots in the 5,000 meters. Alejandro Marcenido still holding out in front, turning in a really good time here so far for Rose-Hulman. Alejandro Marcenido, a junior this year for Rose-Hulman, has a personal best of 2:05 in the individual 800. He also does the steeplechase in the outdoor season, where he has a best time of 11 minutes, 26 seconds. Certainly a nice time for the Division III level. Only one more lap to go here, it seems, as we get set for exchanges. And the final exchange will be going to a 1,600-meter leg. Manzanito will hand it off to Trevor Maynard of Rose-Hulman. Trevor Maynard has a best time in the mile of 4 minutes 47 this season, the individual event, but he's fading fast as Franklin will move into the lead going into the next exchange. 1 mile to go here in this event. And now Jack Sells holding the lead for Franklin.
That's all I was getting before that.
Jack Sells moving really well as the pace kind of slows down a little bit. Sells is a sophomore this year. And he has a best time of 4:39 rather, in the individual mile race. So Franklin in the perfect position off of that last leg into the 800 by Eli Cochran. So Eli Cochran putting together an excellent run right down the stretch to take over the lead going into the final exchange. Running all by himself now is Jack Sells. But there you can see the other competitors behind him. And now Transylvania is making an effort to move into second place. Transylvania's anchor leg, Michael Kirsting. And he will move along past into second place. No, Rose Holman is going to hold it at the moment with Trevor Maynard.
100% will.
Maynard is trying to hold on to second place, but Kirsting will go ahead and take it over.
I got the Transylvania coach, but he doesn't want to.
Transylvania holding on to second, and now they are starting to reel in Franklin just a little bit. Michael Kirsting, a junior for Transylvania, he's starting to move in on Franklin now. Kirsting has a best mile time of 5:01. So Jack Sells has a whole 20 seconds better in a personal best in the men's mile, and Sells is still holding it a little out in front as Kirsting tries to reel him in. Meanwhile, Maynard is sticking right on Kirsting. So it's Franklin, Transylvania, and Rose Holman occupying the top three spots. Rose Holman certainly needs to get some points here after that big sweep in the 5,000 for the men. Manchester right now with 24 points, and Rose Holman certainly could use the 10, with Manchester not a factor here in this event right now. Jack Sells extending it out to about 10 meters away from second and third. Only a couple more laps to go. Kirsting is starting to look like he's tightening up just a little bit for Transylvania as you see them go by your picture. Trevor Maynard sticking right with Kirsting in second and third, but right now it is all Jack Sells of Franklin holding it out in front for the Grizzlies. Sells starting to kick it in a little bit. He's now out 30 meters ahead. The conference record in this event set by Manchester back in 2012 at 10 minutes 30 seconds. Doesn't quite look like we're going to hit that pace today, as we still have a whole other lap left to go, and we are approaching 10 minutes 15 seconds. Last lap to go here in the distance medley relay. Jack Sells is in first, and now Trevor Maynard has moved Rose Holman back into second place. Kirsting tightening up for Transylvania. Jack Sells really being thorough in his stride, really exaggerating it now. The legs are likely burning. That's when you start pumping your arms as hard as you can. Jack Sells opening his lead, and it will be Franklin getting the win in the men's distance medley relay. 10 points for the Grizzlies, but Rose Holman really getting some valuable points in second place. with Trevor Maynard, and Kirsting comes home in third for Transylvania. And now we have a close finish here. This is all for points, and we'll see. That's going to be a photo finish as Hanover and Manchester duking it out. Again, it is by the chest at the line, not by who reaches across the line, but whose chest gets across the line first. That was certainly an interesting turn of events right there, as you had Carson Kitchens duking it out with Thomas Richardson, trying to battle for fourth place. Again, every point counts in a track and field meet. Let's send it over to Keith Myers.
Well, your young man finished third, but boy, he was at second. I can't talk to you yet, Coach. Talk a little bit about the race.
Yeah, so really proud of those guys. A couple of them coming back from injury. Mike, our anchor leg there, took it out in about 58, so took a big chance. Paid off, kind of getting us from fourth all the way into third, putting us into a position to get some good points and make the podium.
I was telling you off the air, this thing is quick. We got some great class runners in this event.
Yeah, it's really fun to see the conference as a whole kind of stepping up in not only the sprints and jumps, but also the distance events, and I think that kind of solidifies the conference as a whole, so really exciting.
Talk a little bit about our coverage, SRN. It's the first time I think someone's doing it as well. I think we're doing a pretty good job, but it's kind of cool for the kids too.
No, I mean, it's amazing. I know my mom is watching, so shout out to Mama McNulty up in New Jersey, but it's great for the kids, for coaches, for fans, spectators to be able to have a little bit more coverage. You guys do a great job getting all the camera angles, everything else, so world-class stuff.
I love it that we call you the Pioneers and you wear a bat.
You gotta. We a couple mascots, but we represent them all, and excited to get Transy on the top of the conference.
And we'll see you in the girls basketball down there next weekend.
Yeah, Coach Folks has done a great job, number 2 in the country, so fly Pios.
There you go. I don't know what that meant, but I think he gave us a compliment. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. As you take a look at the official results here from the men's distance medley relay, a big 10 points for Franklin as they now move into third place in the team event. Manchester holding a 29-15 advantage over second place Rose-Hulman. Now on to the women's distance medley relay. Again, same format, 1,200, 400, 800, and then a 1,600 to close. And now let's take a look at the podium for an awards. And the men's triple jump. We'll have those official results for you in just a little bit. Now let's send it to Keith Myers with a quick update on pole vault.
Well, Nina has cleared the 3.22. She's now going to make the attempt at 3.47. 3.47. This will be her personal best. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keith. At a 3.47, that'll be 11 feet 3 inches and some change, so just a little over a basketball goal height. We get set for the women's distance medley relay here. As you take a look at the height, now we go back to the track for the start of the women's distance medley relay.
That done was for the women's distance medley relay. Much like the men, they're going to lead things off with 1,200 meters. Hands in the second leg for 400. The third leg will run 800. And the
Let's now send it over to Cam de Blasio.
Thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, I'm here with the top 3 from the men's triple jump. Guys, congratulations. What's it like to be on the podium? How'd you get there today? We'll just go right down the line.
It feels great. It's just really about confidence and having a lot of fun with it. There's not really much else to it.
Yeah, I'll just say putting in consistent effort in practice and then just showing up on game day and really giving it your all.
Like they both said, just giving it your all day in, day out. Just peaking at championship time, just doing your best, man.
You guys have all other events today? None of you seem like you're out of breath. How do you keep that energy going?
It's just kind of conference week energy, I think. Just all the adrenaline pumping. Not really doing, any of that kind of stuff. So.
No, I totally agree. It's like when you're really in the zone, you only really feel tired when you start to get defeated. But when you're really doing well, keeping up that momentum, I think things carry through, and it helps build that energy.
Championship time, man. Everybody's excited. Everybody's loving it. This is where coaches really need us, so just being able to step up for your team.
Great. Well, it's a big week, and these are big points for your teams. Congratulations, all three of you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam. As Angela Gregory of Franklin has the Grizzlies way out in front along with Rose Holman. The leadoff leg for the Engineers is Madison Linfeld. Angela Gregory really pushing the pace along with Linfeld. Gregory has a best overall time in the women's mile at 5:46. Now this is only a 1,200 meter leg, so you're going a full 400 meters short. As you take a look at the competitors here, each team represented once again the conference record 12:54 set back in 2012. That was Bluffton University. The facility record was set by Alma College back in 2017 at 12 minutes 49 seconds. Meanwhile, Gregory is starting to open it up a little bit here in the distance medley, leading Madison Linfeld at the moment. And you can see, based off of that camera angle, it's a huge gap back to third place as Anderson and Manchester move it back out to third and fourth. It's almost a full half lap from second to third. Take a look at the podium once again here as the winners of the distance medley relay will be honored. Again, Franklin with Jack Sells on that anchor leg. Big explosive leg for him to give it to Franklin.
In second place today from Rose Holman. Time to 11:09:01. That is Evan Brill, Jonathan Rogers, Alejandro Mercenito, and Trevor Maynard. And your conference champions today from Franklin. Stopping the clock at 11 minutes, 4.69 seconds. That team is composed of Elliot Gaw, Eli Cochran, Michael Hennig, and Jack Sells. Congratulations to the podium of the men's distance medley relay.
Now we exchange back into the distance medley relay for the women into the 400-meter leg, and it was an excellent final couple of laps by Linfeld of Rose Holman. She hands it off now to Liv Asfalm. Liv Asfalm going all the way around here quickly on the 400-meter leg. She's going to might be running through a couple of exchanges here. This is the beauty of the distance medley relay. You are all running through traffic. Rose Holman's Liv Asfalm really holding it out now in the 400-meter leg. Franklin still holding on in second here with Lex Desenberg. Liv Asfalm really pouring it on now in the 400-meter leg. Liv Asfalm now handing it off to the 1,600-meter leg here for Rose Holman as she gives it off now to Haley Breaker, who will bring it home for the Fighting Engineers. Meanwhile, Franklin will have to give it off to Mallory Watson. And a quick correction there, Rose Holman will be giving it off to Lisa Sebastian into the 800-meter leg. Let's now go to Cam de Blasio, who is with the winners of the distance medley relay for the men.
Thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, I'm here with the team from Franklin. Guys, congratulations. That was a tight race. It was intense all the way down to the end. How did you guys get it done?
I think it was just our training and stuff, and then all of us, I think on the bus ride and right before, everyone was like, guys, we got to get this win. We won last year, and it was just something I think all of us look forward to having this moment again on the podium.
You guys, in a relay like this, the handoffs are key, that communication's key. How do you make sure that always goes right every time?
I think that it honestly just comes down to knowing your teammates, being comfortable with giving handoffs, having done other relays with them, stuff like that. It typically just helps when you're all on the same page, same goal, understanding what's on the line. and just trying to get good time, good race, and we got the win.
It's a conference championship. That means a little bit more. How does it feel to take the top spot here at the conference?
I mean, it feels great. Eli and Mikey were part of the winning team last year, so I think it's great for Ellie and I to get to be a part of that and just
Rose
win
Holman, red hair.
for a second time in a row.
It's always fascinating when you guys have more events that you got to do throughout the day. That's a quick turnaround. How do you do it?
Like Mikey said, it's our training. We got trust in each other, and we got the good training. We're here.
Congratulations, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Cam. As we continue through the 800 meters. Right now, Rose Holman still holding the lead. But now Franklin is moving back into the lead. Franklin's Mallory Watson putting together an excellent 800-meter leg for the Grizzlies. Mallory Watson really looking comfortable right now. So now Franklin still holding it out in front now with Mallory Watson. She will hand it off to Taylor Wooten, who is one of the best 1,600-meter runners in the conference this year. She will bring it home for Franklin. Meanwhile, Rose Holman will hand it off now finally to Haley Breaker. And so 1 and 2 right now are really separated out by a lot. And you see the big deficit here between 2 and 3 as Anderson will now get the third exchange in just a little bit. Let's send it now over to Cam de Blasio.
Thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, we're seeing the top 3 winners in shot put here. I'll have all
the
3 of those for
winner,
us
Jerry.
as soon as they get off the podium. Second and third to Manchester, and first place to Hanover. Congrats to all 3 of them, Kurt.
Let's send it over now to Keith Myers.
Nina is with me. Great job, huh?
Thank you.
Freshman year, and almost got your personal best today.
Yep.
Talk about the approach. I know a couple times you went 55, 60. Tell someone maybe at home not used to that. What does that mean?
Right. So I started on a softer pole, so it's going to be back in the pit. So I start off at my standards were at about 78. I went to a bigger pole, which is going to hold me out a little bit longer. So then I moved it into 55, 50.
See, if I try to do that, I would break the pole. As a freshman, what are you expecting, and what is that your personal best, and you'll keep working on during the spring?
Yeah, so I think that's a little under my personal best just because of the meters to feet difference. But I'm excited to work outdoor and stuff, so yep.
Congratulations. You score some points for your team.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm happy to be here.
Yep. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. There's Taylor Wooten of Franklin on your screen. She holds the lead in the women's distance medley relay. As she has a big lead, she has the best mile this season at 5:46 as her personal best. So certainly somebody you want to be on this last leg. Let's send it down to Cam de Blasio with the winners of the shot put. And some technical difficulties here. We'll get it back to Cam de Blasio in just a little bit. Let's send it over to Keith Myers with Manchester's head coach.
Got the Manchester. You're pretty pleased so far?
Yeah. Track meets are funny. Things go back and forth all the time, some good, some bad. And you just have to keep showing up to every event, and hopefully the athletes are giving it their all, and that's pretty much all that you can ask for. So.
Talk a little bit about the atmosphere. 1 o'clock start. A lot of people aren't used to that, but the atmosphere has been pretty electric from the get-go here.
Yeah, we have a lot of great programs in the HCAC, and they take this meet very seriously, and as they should. And so it's always fun whenever we get here. Everybody's competing at 100%. Nothing is won easily, so it's really exciting to have that energy as we start at 1 o'clock.
One of our competitors said because of it being now broadcast or networked, a lot of extra effort and excitement for the athletes. Is that true?
Yeah, well, it's really awesome. There's a lot of fans, family that can't be here today for a number of reasons, COVID being one of them. And for you guys to be able to broadcast the way that you do really means a lot to the athletes.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keith. As we progress through the closing laps of the women's distance medley relay, Taylor Wooten has really extended her lead. Again, she has a best mile of her career at 5 minutes 46 seconds. So she is certainly stretching out the lead right now over second place Rose Holman. Not even in your screen is Rose Holman. In fact, Rose Holman just now crossing the start-finish line. Now we send it back to you once again here, trying again here with Cam de Blasio. And we still can't hear Cam, unfortunately. We apologize for that. As give a little mic exchange here between Keith Myers and Cam de Blasio. Now, Cam, let's go over with the winners of the shot put.
I stand corrected, Kurt. It's third time's a charm. That's the saying. All right, guys, we're here with our top three from the men's shot put. Again, always fascinated by how that event goes and the effort that it takes, the technique that you use. How do you set yourselves apart in an event like this?
Oh, I mean, I feel like we have to do a lot more work in the weight room. And just technique-wise, it takes a lot of technique, a lot of time, and just a lot of patience, too.
It's got to be pretty cool to have a teammate up here on the podium with you. What is that feeling like?
It's great. It's a great feeling. Have two Manchester athletes on the podium, especially during conference, is a big thing.
And then you're, of course, our winner here. Congratulations to you. What's it feel like to be able to win in an atmosphere like a conference championship?
It's amazing. It's unbelievable. I mean, I came in, seated third, and I knew I could hopefully get it, but I popped one out there, and I came out with the gold.
Well done. Congratulations to all three of you. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you, Cam. Just in time, too. We're in the final 100 meters of the women's distance medley relay, and Taylor Wooten with a commanding victory here for Franklin. A big 10 points on the women's side for the Grizzlies. Coming home in 13 minutes, 43 seconds. Nicely done by Franklin. Their first time running this relay this season. They get the job done. And as you can see here, we are still waiting on Rose Holman coming home in second place. And now Rose Holman trying to hold on to second here, but Anderson making a charge. It'll be Rose Holman followed by Anderson. Lydia Dyer for Anderson coming home with a big kick, but Haley Breaker of Rose Holman is able to come home in second place for the Fighting Engineers. So nicely done there. Big win for Franklin. As we take a look once again at the women's shot put, that competition progressing as it goes. Meanwhile, the next event on the track will be the men's 60-meter hurdle semifinals. Now, these semifinals will be for whoever competes in the final later on this afternoon. And they have to get the track all set up for all of that, but first they have to finish the rest of this. So another big congratulations to Timothy Yount of Rose Holman and Sebastian Hughes of Rose Holman going 1-2 in the men's triple jump. Of course, Cam de Blasio talked to them earlier today. Some big points for Rose Holman as well. That now puts Rose Holman into the lead in the team standings. So Rose Holman has a 41-34 advantage over Manchester, and then Transylvania is in third at the moment with 16 points. Now we take a look at the medal ceremony for the women's pole vault competition. Claire Butler coming in third place there for Manchester.
Your runner-up today was Claire Perkins from Rose Holman.
And your winner today was Nina Jedzewski, who cleared 3:32. Couldn't quite make her personal best today, but her best today of 3:32 was just enough. Nicely done there by the pole vault women. So as they get the hurdles set up, let's go ahead and take another quick 2-minute timeout. We'll be back in just a little bit here as coverage continues, powered by IndianaSRN of the HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. Welcome back to Defiance College, where we continue wall-to-wall coverage of the men's and women's HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. I'm Kurt Darling. Of course, Cam de Blasio and Keith Myers are our roving reporters for the field events. But first, we get set here in just a little bit for the men's 60-meter hurdle semifinals. This is heat number 1 of 2 semifinals that we have going on today, before the final a little bit later on this afternoon. And so in this heat, you have a whole bunch of different competitors as they go through their start motions and little bits of warm-ups. The race will be starting here in just a little bit. The big competitors you'll be seeing here in this heat include Tawan Cannon, who has the best time this season at 8.42 seconds. Of course, Tawan Cannon was 6th in the HCAC Indoors as a freshman last year. He's now a sophomore. Earlier this season, he finished 4th.
I'm ready when you.
He finished 4th in the Division III Ohio State Championships this season. Part of a winning effort also is the 4x200. But also you have Timothy Yount of Rose-Hulman, the best time of 8:75, 8 seconds 75 this season. He was 3rd in the HCAC indoor meet a year ago. But also in the second prelim, you'll have Desmond Gist, who's the defending champion in this event. A nice look at the camera angle.
And your conference champions from Franklin.
Of course, we have some awards going on right now as the women's distance medley relay are getting their awards. Very nicely done for those ladies. A big win for Angelina Gregory, Lex Desenberg, Mallory Watson, and Taylor Wooten. A big 10 points for Franklin. That moves them into 4th place in the women's team standings. Meanwhile, after 2 events scored in the women, Manchester has the overall lead, 21 points over second place Hanover. And Rose-Hulman still has yet to hit their stride a little bit in this meet. They are 3rd place with 12 points. Now back to the 60-meter hurdles. Clean start. Tawan Cannon really hitting his stride early here in lane number 3, right next to him, and it's a close finish with Timothy Yount. Of course, Yount was the winner in the triple jump earlier today. And so it will be Cannon and Yount getting the top 2 qualifying spots. It's the top 2 qualifiers and then the next 2 fastest times that qualify for the final. Nicely done by Tawan Cannon. So now the officials reset the hurdles. And here is where we get to see the second semifinal for the men. Desmond Gist will be among those in this one, along with Quentin Willis. Another good time. In fact, Gist and Willis have the 2 second and third fastest times this season. Willis is also a freshman, coming off of a 5th place finish at the DePaul Indoor Invite last weekend. He was the Class 2A state runner-up in the 110 high hurdles in high school in Georgia. And now Cam de Blasio has the winners of the distance medley relay.
Thanks so much, Kurt. The men win, and now the women win as well. Congratulations, ladies. How did you get it done today?
Next up on the track, we have Heat 2 of the men's 60-meter hurdles. In lane 2, it will be Desmond Gist of Bluffton. Lane 3, Quentin Willis of Manchester. Lane 4, J.C. Nutt of Bluffton.
And sorry, Cam, we're having more microphone difficulties with you again. As we look back at the lanes, getting set for the 60-meter high hurdles for the men, the second semifinal. Season best this season by Tawan Cannon at 8:42. The conference record set by Sutton Coleman of Rose-Hulman at 8 seconds 17 back in 2012. Of course, the qualifying standard to qualify for the conference meet this season was 9 seconds 31, so a pretty wide berth for many of these athletes to try and get into this conference meet. So you have Desmond Gist in lane number 2, followed by Quentin Willis in 3. J.C. Nutt in 4. Will Simpson of Hanover in 5. And Cole Patton of Rose-Hulman in 6.
Yeah.
Rose-Hulman has a chance to try and get 2 men into the finals.
Try that.
Test. Yeah, this one's working.
Awaiting the start here in the men's 60-meter hurdles in the second semifinal.
Two batteries.
Clean start here in the second semifinal, and lane number 3, Quentin Willis is out well, along with Desmond Gist, and it's going to be Willis possibly out, leaning him at the line, and Gist will come home in the second spot. Again, only the top 2 advance automatically, plus the next 3 fastest times. So well done there by Desmond Gist and Quentin Willis. Gist coming across in 8:65. So that'll be a new, rather that'll be just short of his personal best this season. Again, recapping the men's shot put winners. Jay Kehoe, followed by Benjamin Villafuerte of Manchester, and then Tim Maycomer of Manchester coming home in 3rd place. Score after that meet, after that event so far, is Manchester still holding the lead over Rose-Hulman through 4 events scored, 53-43. Hanover has 19 points. So now we clear the track as you take a look at the women's shot put competition going on right now. But now we clear the track to get ready for the men's 60-meter dash, or rather the 60-meter semifinals. Again, we're only doing semifinals for the men right now. And then we have the men's 60-meter dash, and then we'll be followed up by the women in just a little bit. So the top qualifiers here for the men's hurdles. Tawan Cannon came home with the best time at 8:64. Quentin Willis, Timothy Yount, Desmond Gist, Nick Patton, Justin Johnson, and Cole Patton are the top qualifiers. So now on the track, we move to the men's 60-meter dash, the first of two semifinals. And here is where we get to see Jalen Hobbs, who has the best time in the conference this season. He also has qualified for the NCAA national meet with his best time of 6:95. Now, the conference record was set by Cole Green of Transylvania and Darius Spinks of Defiance. They each had a time of 6:90 in this event. So while we wait for the start of the men's 60-meter dash semifinals, let's go ahead and take a 1-minute timeout. Be back in just a little bit here at the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships, powered by IndianaSRN. We're back live here at the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships. Progressing through all of the events so far in the early going. We're now on the men's 60-meter semifinal, it appears, as we clear the track and get set for the first of two semifinals. Right.
Men's high jump is getting ready to see kick off on the infield of the track. We've got 16 competitors.
And right now we are still progressing through things as the men's pole vault gets set here. They are warming up as well as the women's high jump. And the women's shot put competition still progressing right now.
Dave Ferris of Manchester, Desmond Gist of London, Jordan Upton of Transylvania, Joe Powell of Manchester, Zachary
Another live look at the shot put.
Blessed Shumba of Irwin, Tristan Kunkler of Franklin, Logan McLaughlin of Rosehaven, Kyle Brownwell of Roseholman, and James Underwood of Hanover. Those are the 16 men in the high jump.
Moving through the first flight here for the women's shot put. And the competitor to beat overall in this event is Jessica Beckman, who has Jessica Beckman along with Evelyn Utley of Roseholman. They each have throws over 12 meters this season. Of course, 12 meters is roughly 40 feet. In fact, the best right now by Evelyn Utley of Roseholman, 12 meters 37, that is 40 and a half feet. Let's now send it to Keith Myers.
Track is very exhausting down here. Guy taking a nap. I don't know about you, but Manchester's now waking up and they're ready to go. Down in the center of the field right now, and it's just camp everywhere. He's got his popcorn, he's got his pillow, he's ready to go. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. And so you see the competitors still warming up here for the semifinals of the men's 60-meter dash. Of course, another one of the competitors in this will be Desmond Gist, who literally just ran the semifinals for the men's hurdles. You will have three prelims here for the men's 60 meters. The first one will have Desmond Gist in it, and you'll also have Jalen Hobbs in lane number 4. Again, Jalen Hobbs, so far he wins it. This was his first season. First win of the season came at the Friday Night Spike Series for Rose-Hulman. He ran 6:95 that night to lead the conference. He placed third in the 100 meters in the HCAC Outdoor Championships last year. So that'll be certainly somebody to watch in that heat as well. Also, Brett Rottinghouse of Transylvania will be in the third prelim. He is the only other runner in this conference this season to run sub 7 seconds. He ran 6:99 earlier this year. In fact, just last week, back on February 7th, or rather February 12th, excuse me. You take a look at the men's shot put results. Jake Kehoe, big 10 points for Hanover. But then Manchester slotting into second and third, and sometimes that's a lot of what track and field is. It's just a matter of slotting in every point as you can. Another quick update on the women's pole vault results. Again, Nina Jedzewski getting the win in that one with a height of 3:32. A big 10 points for her. As we take a look at him here, Jedzewski gets the win along with Claire Perkins coming in second for Rose-Hulman. So after 3 events scored now for the women's side of things, Manchester, 31.5 points, have only a point lead over Hanover, who has 30.5 points. As we keep progressing through warm-ups for the men's 60-meter dash, let's go ahead and take another 1-minute timeout, and we'll be back with the 60-meter dash for the men in just a little bit at the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships, powered by IndianaSRN. Getting a live look at the shot put area here at the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships. As we keep in the wait right now as we get set for the men's 60-meter dash. Still kind of a hold on the meet here at the moment as they get a few things figured out. And so on the agenda for today, we had the men's prelims in the 60 hurdles, but it looks like we are only going straight to finals for the women's 60-meter hurdles, so there will be no prelims in that event. And so later on in the competition, we will have the women's 60-meter hurdles. Alexis Gerke will be the big one to watch in that one. She has the only sub-10-second time in that event this season at 9:83 coming into the contest. A live look at the men's high jump, which has been slightly delayed here at the moment. And far all across the facility, we have a look at the triple jump competition still going on for the women this time. We'll have the long jump coming up in just a little bit. Of course, the triple jump. When you hear the phrase a hop, skip, and a jump in a way, that is literally referencing the triple jump, where you have a hop, a skip, and a jump before you land into the sand. And there's a perfect example of it right there. Women's triple jump going on at the moment. The best performer so far this season in that one has been Jayla Faulkner of Manchester. Actually, a quick correction. That's actually Jofiat Ademani of Rose-Hulman, who has the best jump of 11.24 among the couple to watch there. So the bar's been set in the men's high jump. And competitors rolling through. And nicely done there. The bar starting at 165, which is around 5 feet 4 inches. So a couple of the competitors to watch in this one will be Kyle Brownwell of Rose-Hulman. You also have a couple of other Rose-Hulman competitors. Chris Yeager with the best jump this season of 175. And also Logan McLaughlin of Rose-Hulman, 174. So Chris Yeager about to make his first attempt here in the men's high jump. And not quite getting his hips up enough there is Yeager. He'll have 2 more attempts. Again, the whole point of high jump is to get your hips as high as you can. Not necessarily to literally jump over the bar, but to lift your hips up as high as they can go. Still progressing through the high jump. Ooh, and just clipping it on his way down there for Mount St. Joe was Will Kissel. Meanwhile, a Friel of Manchester couldn't quite get his hips over it either, another miss. And it's at these opening heights where you really see a lot of different jumpers normally miss out depending on where they start off here just a little bit. So as we progress through the men's high jump, let's go to Cam de Blasio. Never mind, we'll go back to Cam in just a little bit. Now let's head over to Cam de Blasio.
All right, thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, I'm here with Mount St. Joe's coach, Tina Blakely. Coach, just your overall thoughts about this meet so far today for your team.
Well, this has been a great day, not only for our team, but I think for all the teams. You know, it's been a couple of years since we've been able to all be together. Just having everybody together competing again is really great and encouraging.
It always means a little bit more. How do you prepare your team mentally for that step of the season?
That's a great question. So actually, we try to prepare ourselves throughout the entire season. Not only from how we practice and the way we view our competition, but also the time that we take out for ourselves to just do some mindfulness activities, to really learn how to sync ourselves and dial in on what we're going to be asking ourselves to do physically to championship.
All right, Coach. Thank you so much for your time today, and best of luck.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam. We still wait for the men's 60-meter dash semifinals to get going. Those will be getting going in about 5 minutes or so.
Line of sight right through the scissor lift. You were right through the scissor lift. So you gotta watch. They don't cover the
As they keep as they keep progressing.
And that will be the men's 60-meter dash. 2 heats today. The winner of each heat plus the next 5 times will advance to the final later today.
And so now we have Logan McLaughlin of Rose-Hulman with his first attempt. And not quite there for Logan McLaughlin. So once again, recapping the women's high jump results. Delaney Moore getting the victory with a clearance of 150 meters, still just a little bit shy. That's about 4 feet 11 inches. She gets a big 10 points. So after 4 events scored here for the women, Manchester has the lead with 39.5 points over Hanover, who is in second with 36 points. Rose-Hulman still holding on in third right now for the time being, but still plenty of events left to be contested.
Representing Rose-Hulman in lane 5.
Meanwhile, another clearance here by Justin Drayling of Mount St. Joe.
Running from lane number 7, Duriel Moss Jr. of Manchester. And on the outside in lane
So we're getting ever closer here to the start of the men's 60-meter dash, and there's a very, very good clearance from Manchester. That was Joe Powell getting the big clearance there. Nicely done there by Manchester. Back to the women's shot put. Still progressing through that, and another clearance. This time by Zachary Friel. Another approach and another clearance at the high jump, and that is Jordan Upton of Transylvania getting a good clearance. He has a PR actually no, that's of Earlham. That's Blessed Shumba. He has a best this season of 173. And trying to do the scissor kick over the high jump. That is certainly a way to do it there. That was Tawan Cannon. Of course, Tawan Cannon, one of the best hurdlers this season. Back to Chris Yeager. He missed his opening attempt here at this height. The bar sitting at 165, 5'4". And this time Yeager is able to get his hips up enough that time. A good clearance by Yeager. Still progressing through the women's shot put. In the men's high jump, the indoor conference record of 2.7 meters was set back in 2015 by Trey Everett of Bluffton University. And so now we have a look at the front straight here in the George on the Defiance College campus. We get set for the first semifinal of the men's 60-meter dash. There you have a look at the first heat. Of course, the one to watch will be Jalen Hobbs. Desmond Gist will also be in this. Keep in mind, Gist just ran a 60-meter hurdle semifinal, and so they allow for 15 minutes for him to kind of gather himself and regroup, and we get set to go. Again, the conference record, 690, set by both Darius Spinks and Cole Green. Spinks of Defiance and Green of Transylvania, 2015 and 2017 respectively. And so here we go. First of 3 prelims to advance to the final. And it's a clean start. And as expected, Jalen Hobbs right in the middle for Rose-Hulman. He easily comes away with the win in this prelim. Desmond Gist along with Roberts right there with him. We'll see. Remember, it's the top 2 qualifiers. As you see, a comfortable win there for Hobbs. And Desmond Gist right there in lane 4, likely getting the second spot. We'll get the official results in a matter of moments. So now the second semifinal will be Sheldon Lindsay along with Jacob Jagger in lanes 1 and 2. And this semifinal will be pretty much open to see who can come with a best result. Now, the runners with the 2 best times in this heat coming into this one will be Lindsay in lane 1 and Jaquay Janvier of Defiance in lane number 8. Every other runner in between them has run a slower time earlier this season. And so they will get to run through their starts before we get to run this second semifinal. Again, Jaquay Janvier in this heat. He's a sophomore for Defiance. He was second in the 60 meters a year ago at the HCAC Indoor Championships. Then he ran his season best earlier this year as we take a look at that first heat. Good camera work by our own Justin Griffiths up in the scissor lift tonight. And so Jalen Hobbs with the clear victory in that one, but it also looked like that Manchester's Duriel Moss may have gotten him in the second spot, along with Gist. That's certainly close. Moss Jr. in lane number 7. The official giving the last-minute instruction. It's always take your mark, set, and then the gun is what he tells them. And a reminder, a false start is charged to the field. Meaning if there's a false start, the next one, you are gone. So lane number 4 will be open, it appears. Peyton Switzer was scheduled to be in that heat, in that lane, but it does not look like he will be lining up. Semifinal number 2. Another clean start on the outside lanes. And outside lane number 8 looks like Jaquay Janvier was the one who came across the line first. And in lane 1, Sheldon Lindsay of Earlham was right there. And a couple of runners in the middle may have been Nate Reynolds of Hanover, may have made a challenge for it as well.
Next up on the track is the final heat of the men's 60 dash.
Taking a look at it again.
Lane 1, Jair Adams of Anderson. In 2, it's Eric Perkins of Hanover. Elijah Fleming of Defiance.
And back on the other side. So Jaquay Janvier was likely the winner there in that one for Defiance. Earlham's Sheldon Lindsay appeared to be coming home in second. Before we get to the third prelim, let's send it to Keith Myers.
Well, we always need officials, and the officials here has done a great job. How many total officials are here in this event today?
Thinking about 25 to 30.
Up to do. It's been a very interesting day, and it's been pretty upgoing and pretty much on time today.
Yes, we've been running very well, very well.
You have the pole vault. How long have you been doing that event?
About 10 years.
You guys, we need good officials, and these guys have stepped up, and I tell you what, they've done a nice job to keep this match going. Back up to you.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. Keith Myers and Cam de Blasio certainly doing an excellent job today, helping me out here, keeping the meet interesting. So now we get ready for the third and final prelim here in the men's 60-meter dash. And the flag is up here from the timing stand. And this time you get to see Brett Rottinghaus of Transylvania. He is the second fastest in the conference this season. 6:99 is his personal best this season. He also has his teammate Will Stanfield alongside him. But definitely look out as well for Gabriel Melvin of Manchester. Melvin is a transfer from Defiance to Manchester in the offseason, and he is the defending indoor conference champion in the 60 meters. He will be running from lane number 8. And J.R. Adams of Anderson will also be a threat in this heat as well. Adams qualified for the 60-meter finals as a sophomore, placing 6th in this event in the finals last year. So prelim number 3 here in the men's 60-meter dash. Another clean start. Brett Rottinghaus out well for Transylvania, but he gets nipped at the line on the outside by Gabriel Melvin. Melvin appeared to be the front runner out of lane number 8, and Rottinghaus was second for Transylvania, it appeared. Again, the top 2 finishers from each event are the ones who advance to the final. And so we'll have a look at those official results here in just a little bit. A nice look at that one from the end. And so now we move on to the women's prelims of the 60-meter dash. 2 prelims tonight. And a good shot of all the athletes from every event and every school, all camped out in the infield. Certainly a little crowded here inside of the George. And so here are the qualifiers.
Kyra Hicks of Rose Holman was your runner-up with a top mark 10.86
for the men's 60-meter dash.
And your conference champion today, Rokia Adeyemi from Rose Holman.
As you take a look at the winners in the women's long jump.
Top 3 finishers in the women's triple jump.
So now we'll show the qualifiers here for the men's 60-meter dash. Jalen Hobbs was the quickest, followed by Jaquay Javier of Defiance coming in second. So they were the first top 3 qualifiers. And the next 5 fastest times, Sheldon Moss Rottinghaus just was able to squeak in, as well as J.R. Adams. Nicely done there. So that will be your final heat, and that'll be the finals later on today in the men's 60-meter dash. So now we get ready for the women's side of things. We'll be going off at about 3:10 or so. As you take a look at the first heat, Tracy Cross, a competitive freshman, will be going off in lane number 2 in that event. Let's go to Keith Myers.
Well, we talked to Jay earlier. We talked to the brains of the organization. Stacy's with us. Stacy, a great event so far.
Yes, everything's going great. It's a great day.
And it takes the whole entire teams and all the coordinating. Talk a little bit about how long it gets you guys to get all this coordinated just for the track, but in all the sports.
Yeah, well, luckily we have currently 3. Next year we're going to have 4 institutions that can host indoor track and field, and preparation starts a long time ago. We're talking about this in the summer. And a huge thank you to Defiance College. Everybody at this college has stepped up to host a really great event. From the top down, we've got professors here. We've got every coach, I think, in the athletic department here. And it's really an all-hands-on-deck operation, but it shows because everything is just going as smooth as we could hope.
And now with the marriage with IndianaSRN, it's pretty neat to have us on board as well, because this is our 3rd championship. It's pretty good. It's pretty a lot of fun for us.
and first across state lines. Is that so?
We did football.
Okay. Well, we're happy to have you guys here. You guys have really helped us step up our output at the HCAC. Everything looks phenomenal, and our student athletes are benefiting, and all the people that can't be here in Defiance, Ohio are still able to watch and cheer on their student athletes, and it's been a wonderful partnership. We're so grateful for you guys.
Not one athlete said, "Hi, Mom," yet, so that's a good thing, I think. But maybe Cam's got an interview, and maybe that will happen. That thing will snap after this interview.
There you go. Well, we're happy to have fans back in the building. We went a year without it, and it makes a difference to have fans here. But for those that can't come to Ohio, we're happy to be able to provide them on the broadcast.
Jesse, Jerry just said he owes you a cheeseburger at Fireburg, so we'll get that done.
Sounds like a deal.
Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keith. From one interview to another, let's send it over to Cam de Blasio.
We're about 4 minutes from our next event on the track.
Go, Cam.
All right, thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, I'm here with the top two from the women's triple jump, both on the same team from Rose-Hulman. Ladies, congratulations. How'd you get it done today?
I guess I was kind of pushing for a few records today. I kind of came up short a little bit, but I was just kind of pushing. I've been pushing for the past few weeks, and I guess that's kind of how I did it, just working really hard towards it.
I was coming off of a couple bad meets, and so just kind of I was about due for a couple of PRs, and so.
Yeah, support is key. Support of your own teammates both being up there together. How cool is it to both be at the top of the podium?
Very cool. I feel like it's always a good thing when you come to a meet and kind of sweep. The first two places. It's really nice to know that you're in competition with your teammates, but you can also be there to support each other and make sure we both do better.
I think a big part of today was just both of us and our other teammate Willa being there to support each other and just push each other to go further and keep reaching higher and higher marks. Yeah.
All right. Excellent. Well, congratulations to both of you. Well done. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam de Blasio. Rafiat Adamadi, along with Kyra Hicks, going 1-2 in the triple jump for the women for Rose-Hulman. Some big points for them in that event. So turning our attention here in just a few minutes back to the track for the first of two heats in the women's 60-meter dash, the prelims for the event. Conference record set back in 2013. That was by Micah Wilson of Defiance. 7:87 was that best overall time. Of course, going through the minds of these athletes, being very sociable here, but also focusing on the task at hand. You see Hillary Ernstis of Manchester and Katrina Augustin of Rose-Hulman kind of talking back and forth. Of course, that's one thing about track and field. It is certainly a sense of community. So as we take a look at the men's scores so far, Manchester well out in front of Rose-Hulman for the time being. So we have about 1 minute before we get to the first semifinal. Watching out for this one, Tracy Cross in lane number 2. She has the second fastest time in the conference this season at 7:97. A freshman from Toledo, Ohio, just up the road. And it's a clean start. And in lane 2, Tracy Cross making easy work of it in this semifinal, followed by Katrina Augustin. Nicely done and good camera work by our cameraman Justin Griffiths. Up top, Tracy Cross with the big win here in the prelims.
The final heat of the 60-dash trials. Running from lane number 2, Lisa Maria Markow of Defiance.
Pure focus by Tracy Cross of Defiance. Lane number 2.
In 4, Adele Stenko of Manchester.
So now we get ready for the second prelim here for the women's side of the 60-meter dash.
6, Zalia Martin of Hanover.
And Zalia Martin is the name to watch in this one. Zalia Martin, the reigning conference champion in this event. Of course, could be challenged by Tracy Cross in the final for the 60- crown, but Zalia Martin, the best time this season at 7:93. She and Cross are the only two competitors to go below 8 seconds in this event this season. Zalia Martin, a junior, the defending HCAC indoor champion. She's also undefeated in the 60 meters this season with wins at the Mount St. Joseph January meet as well as the Friday night Spike Series and DePaul Indoor Invite. So Zalia Martin will be running from lane number 6. And she should make easy work of the rest of the competition in this prelim. The next fastest time coming into it is Delaney Moore of Anderson. Again, Delaney Moore, the winner of the high jump competition earlier today. Zalia Martin in lane number 6 for Hanover. Clean start out well is Martin. She has the lead, but in the lane number 2, coming up with a strong effort is Lisa Marie Marcoux of Defiance. But Zalia Martin able to get the job done in the second prelim for the women's 60-meter dash. Take a look at the replay here in this one. And of course, you do expect competitors to keep a little bit off of the gas before we go to the prelims, but a little extra work had to be done there by Zalia Martin in lane number 6 for Hanover, and she's able to get the job done. Now let's send it over to Keith Myers.
Well, Josh and Justin is doing camera work. I went to the concession stand and got my popcorn, Cameron.
Now, we all know Keith's love of popcorn. He always finds popcorn no matter where he is. He found it today. I'm not sure if we'll see him again at this point. But yeah, I'm happy for you, buddy.
I'm going to clock out for a couple hours, and I told the soccer team we would give them love, but this is probably good popcorn here. So I'm going to get me some popcorn, get me a Diet Pepsi, and sit back and watch the rest of the track meet. Can you handle everything else?
I think I can. Okay. I mean, if that's okay.
Jerry's just telling me to get back to work. Back up to you guys.
Be sure to save some of that popcorn for me, Mr. Keith Myers. We always get a Keith Myers grade of the popcorn wherever we go, depending on which event that we're doing. So we'll have a look at the qualifiers in the women's 60-meter dash in just a little bit as they finish up some final results here to make that all apparent. But of course, it will likely be at Tracy Cross and Zalia Martin who will have the top 2 qualifying times. And so now let's we'll run down the list here for you before we get it on our screen. But Tracy Cross had the top time at 7:88, another sub 8-second time. In fact, that is a new season best and a new personal best for her in that regard, the freshman. Zalia Martin coming in second in the qualifying at 7:90. Of course, she has a little more in the tank. Lisa Maria Marcoux will come in at Defiance in third place, as well as Katrina Augustin, Delaney Moore, Madeline Schieffer, Hannah Keith, and Adele Stenko are your top 8 qualifiers in the women's 60-meter dash. Taking another look back at the men's high jump, which it keeps progressing forward. And a nice clearance from Manchester's Joe Powell. And Tristan Conkler of Franklin now will be taking his next jump. Tristan Conkler, a best of 175 meters this season. Oh, and he almost gets a clear at that personal best, and he has a couple more. So before we go any further, certainly got a lot of other things coming up here on Indiana SRN. In regards to the HCAC conference, a good partnership that we have with them. Certainly glad to be able to bring you wall-to-wall coverage today, but also we will be bringing you coverage of the HCAC basketball championships, which will be happening next Friday and, of course, Saturday right here on Indiana SRN. Every school competing against each other for the conference championship. You can catch that right here on the Indiana SRN family of networks. Just check out IndianaSRN.org. Send it up, and just a little bit of a miss there from Mount St. Joseph's Will Kissel. With that, we'll go ahead and send it to a quick timeout. When we come back, we will talk more about the basketball championships coming up with Keith Myers in just a little bit. But for now, a quick timeout. You're watching the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships on Indiana SRN. Welcome back here to the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships powered by Indiana SRN. As we've been following the men's high jump, let's take a look at a replay here from Tristan Conkler. He had missed before we went to commercial break, but he makes his attempt here at 175, tying his season best. And by a fair amount as well, he can probably go up to the next height and keep competing as well. Again, the conference record, 2 meters 7, set back in 2015 by Trey Everett of Bluffton University. So you have a little bit of a break in the action here as we keep progressing through the field events. The next item on the docket this afternoon will be the men's 4x200 meter relay. That is not set to go off for another 10 minutes or so as we take a look at the women's shot put competition still making its progress. So recapping the scores here for the men's or the women's team scores so far here after 5 events scored. Manchester has the overall lead at the moment, but Rose Holman is certainly closing in a little bit. 53.5 points to Manchester, followed by Rose-Hulman's 48. Hanover is in third. As we expected, those three are contending it out for the conference championship. Keith Myers, what do you got for us?
Well, we talked basketball, Kurt, and the number 1 seed in the women's is Transylvania. They are ranked nationally number 2 in the nation. They're the number 1 seed, so they will play the number 8 seed tomorrow. The quarterfinals are tomorrow. The semifinals on Friday on IndianaSRN, and the finals. Number 1 seed in the men's is Hanover, and last night Bluffton and Defiance played for that last spot, and Defiance will be hosting tomorrow as well. So should be a lot of fun basketball-wise. If people want to follow us on our Twitter at IndianaSRN, they can follow us all week long about the conference tournament. I just want to congratulate you and the production team. You guys have done a nice job today, keeping people busy. And I tell you what, I think we walked or ran about 2 miles already, but we're halfway through this event. It's been fantastic. Great job for all of our crew. Really like the effort that we put out today.
And believe it or not, Keith Myers, you guys have been walking all over this facility so far, and yet it probably still wouldn't be as far as some of these other athletes have been running on the track.
No, I don't think I could do that. I would ask for oxygen earlier. Also, a big thanks to the athletic department of Defiance, man. The athletic department from Monday's meeting all the way to today has been a great thing. And my popcorn free of charge today from the soccer team. Again, another love for the soccer team. Love what the soccer team has done for us as well.
Do we now have a grade for the popcorn?
I give this about a B+ to almost an A-. You know, it's not the best I've had, but it's not the worst I've had. So, I do this everywhere we go, so I kind of like it.
Although shouldn't everywhere be the best popcorn you've ever had?
Well,
should it? Now, not whether it is or not.
Now, there's some popcorn in the state of Indiana, that kind of lean. But this is pretty good.
The best you've had in Ohio.
Only one I've had in Ohio, so yeah, that's right. Good, Kurt. I like that.
Good job there by Keith Myers, who's getting off his feet here a little bit, taking a quick time out to get some popcorn. Meanwhile, we keep watching the results in
we have Hanover coach Rachel Sharp whenever
high
you
jump.
like.
Meanwhile, let's break up the monotony as well as we keep moving right along with the interviews. Cam de Blasio has been a busy man. Cam?
Yeah, thanks so much, Kurt. I'm here with Hanover coach Rachel Sharp. And, Coach, your overall thoughts about your team's performance so far today?
Yeah, so far our team's come out and is competing and doing exactly what they need to do, maybe moving a spot up or staying right where they need to be, and we're excited to see how it finishes today.
Talk to me. I've talked to a lot of the coaches about preparing for conference play, the differences between a regular meet during the season. How do you prep your team for something like that?
Yeah, prepping our team for indoor conference comes from okay, every point matters, and how are we going to compete to our best ability, and how do we do that in practice leading up to the indoor conference meet.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your time, Coach, and best of luck to your team.
Thank you, and thanks for being here today.
Happy to be here. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam de Blasio. As we keep moving through a little bit of a lull, again, the next event set to go off is the men's 4x200 meter relay. That'll be going off at about 3:30 p.m. in just a little bit. Let's go ahead and take another quick timeout, and when we come back, we will get set with the men's 4x200 meter relay. We'll be back in 2 minutes on the IndianaSRN, the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships.
2018 by Anderson.
Welcome back to the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships, and as you see on our screen, Keith Myers, he has an interview. Keith?
And making their way to the track now, we have that first section. Running from lane number 3 will be Mount St. Joe's. In lane 4 will be Franklin. In 5, Transylvania. And in lane 6, Anderson. That is section 1 of 2 in the finals by time of the men's 200-meter relay. Tristan will be up. Tristan, you are up. Okay, Drew, what are you doing, man? Good job. Okay, Justin, I'm off.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. And as you just saw on your screen in the men's high jump as the interview was going on, Tristan Conkler with a new personal best jump right there at 178. Nicely done there by Tristan Conkler of Franklin, 178. Excellent jumping right there from him. New personal best of 5'8". Trying again this time as we keep going through the competition from Manchester, Joe Powell. Couldn't quite get it to go there. So now we have just a couple of minutes as you see the athletes for the men's 4x200 meter relay have gathered on the track. One full lap per leg around each lane. Of course, this first of 2 sections, these will be timed finals, so that means the overall best times from each of these finals will determine who wins the event. So these are not prelims, they are timed finals. Mount St. Joseph in lane number 3, as well as Anderson, they have not run this event at all this season. They have not recorded a time coming into it, but Franklin and Transylvania have, and it is the Grizzlies who have the top time in this first timed final 1:37 earlier this season. Nick Patton, Henry Davidson, Tyven Wiley, and Zachary Roberts will be the 4 legs for the Grizzlies. Again, 1 full lap for each leg. And there you see in the staging area the subsequent legs.
Starting blocks are. See where the starting blocks are. Josh, move left. Josh, move left. Left. There you go. The starting blocks.
Have him zoom all the way up. And so there you see the start here for the men's 4x200 meter relay. They start along the curve. And we're underway in the men's 4x200 meter relay. First of two timed finals. Again, one lap all the way around for each leg, and they are blistering it. And already Franklin and Mount St. Joseph have made up the stagger. And Mount St. Joseph, oh, they missed their exchange. Mount St. Joseph is out of the competition. We're down to 3 left. Mount St. Joseph misses their exchange. So now it's down to Franklin. Now we're down to Franklin, Transylvania, and Anderson as they cut down at the pole. Franklin out in front. Rather, Anderson in front. Franklin in second and Transylvania in third. Coming around now. And there is a big head of steam coming from Transylvania's Patrick Steiner, as well as Henry Davidson of Franklin. Davidson closes in now and takes over the lead for Franklin as he hands it off to Tivion Wiley. Wiley hands it off now to Emmanuel Gehring, who has only one arm. Something he's dealt with all his life, and yet keeping a really good pace for Franklin. And coming to the line. Nice finish by Franklin. Anderson in second place, and Transylvania in third with Lennon Stoltz. Nice finish there as Franklin comes home with the victory. Zachary Roberts on the anchor leg. And so once again, Mount St. Joseph unable to finish the race because they dropped their baton. Now the rule is if you drop your baton and it stays in your lane, you can pick it up and keep moving. But it appears that the baton exited their lane, so they are disqualified. So now the fast heat, as we have Bluffton, Hanover, Rose-Hulman, Defiance, and Manchester going to be duking it out here. All 5 of these teams have recorded times in the 4x2 earlier this season. Rose-Hulman with the quickest time at Jacob Jagger, along with Ian Lemons, Prescott Brackett, and Jalen Hobbs. Will be the main guys in this one. Of course, Jalen Hobbs, the top qualifier in the men's 60-meter dash earlier this evening. So again, they settle into their blocks. And we have to wait for all the teams to get their blocks in position here as they go through all of their practices for starting. Another team to watch in this one will be Defiance. They have the second overall time. As you see the results of the first heat, again, a disqualification for Anderson as well. So Franklin and Transylvania are the only two to qualify a time. Meanwhile, Mount St. Joseph comes across in last place after they dropped their baton. So an interesting turn of events right there. Anderson getting hit with the disqualification. Not sure what the qualification entails, though. We'll probably try to get some word on that in just a little bit. All the athletes seem ready to go here for the second heat of these timed finals for the men's 4x2. Of course, with these exchanges in the 4x2, you see kind of a mix. Now, what you saw with Mount St. Joseph when they drop their baton, they do a blind handoff. So that means they stick their arm directly back, was what you normally see in a 4x1 in the outdoor meets. But you can also do a standing exchange, which you likely see in the 4x400 meter relay, which we will have competed a little bit later on tonight. And you also see in the outdoor meets as well. So you can use both kinds of exchanges just as long as you stay within your exchange zone. but you also have the curve to contend with as well on a shorter 200-meter track, which can make it all that much more difficult. So the second-time final of the men's 4x2. And another clean start. So this one you'll definitely see some fast times from these teams. Rose Holman already making up the stagger with Jake Jagger. And Jagger has the Fighting Engineers in the early lead. But Manchester will be right there with them. Again, a couple of interesting handoffs. All of them are clean, all 5 teams. Now they stagger down into the first lane. All running inside now. Manchester out in front, followed closely by Rose Holman. Third legs now. It is close between Manchester, Rose Holman, and Defiance. Manchester right now has Duriel Moss, a competitive runner in the 60 meters as well. But on the third leg for Rose Holman is Prescott Brackett, and he's keeping right with him, just a couple of meters back. And now a good matchup. Jalen Hobbs going up against Quentin Willis for Manchester. Hobbs, the top qualifier in the 60 meters. He breezes past Willis going into the final 100 meters. Jalen Hobbs crushing the opposition. Looking behind him, has room to breathe, and Jalen Hobbs smiling as he crosses the finish line to bring the Fighting Engineers home first. Manchester in second, and it looks like Defiance came home in third. A well-executed race by the Rose Holman Fighting Engineers, and we will get the results on that in just a little bit. Take a look at the close here by Jalen Hobbs, looking behind him, and then smirking, crossing the finish line, knowing he has room to spare. And it indeed was Defiance coming home in third.
I'm behind you.
Let's go ahead and send it over to Keith Myers.
The guy that said the public address announcing all day long. You got Kurt to sing the national anthem, and your voice is holding up. How you feeling halfway through?
Oh, you know, it's been a good time. We've had a tremendous meet here today. Thankfully, they did not ask me to sing the anthem. I can talk, but I can't carry a tune in a bucket. So I'm glad he stepped up and sang for us, and it's been a great meet.
Athletes are competing very well. It's been a good meet.
Absolutely. I used to coach in this conference about 10 years ago. It's just come such a long way. And the entirety of the event and the level of competition, just a whole new level for the HCAC.
Thanks so much for your time today.
Hey, thank you.
Back up to you, Kurt.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. As you see the competitors in this 4x2 here for the women's. But first, let's take a look here at the results of the men's 4x2. Top 1, 2, 3 finishers in heat number 2. Those will be your scorers. Rose Holman going sub 131, the best time in the conference this season. Nicely done by the Fighting Engineers.
Running from lane number 1, we have Bluffton, and lane 2 is Anderson.
So now to the women.
Lane 3 goes to Manchester. Rose Holman will be in lane 4.
We get one timed final this time. Not every team able to field a 4x2 100-meter team today, so we get one timed final. Lanes 1 through 6 will be filled. Bluffton, Anderson, Manchester, Rose Holman, Hanover, and Defiance. The indoor record for the HCAC set by Transylvania back in 2016, where they ran 146. Now, none of the 6 teams have approached that time this season. Meanwhile, getting set here for the women's 4x2. Fastest time this season from Rose Holman. Emily Peterson will be leading things off for the Fighting Engineers, but Hanover has been right there with them. Just a little bit back, Nina Jazuski. who was the winner in the women's pole vault for Hanover, will be leading things off.
Hand left. Or Josh, hand left. Josh, hand left.
Another clean start. All 6 lanes filled for the track. Manchester looking pretty strong in the early going with Adele Stanko, but so is Hanover. They've already made up the stagger, and a nice first leg by Nina Jazuski. She hands it off to Alexis Gerke, but Manchester really pouring it on now in the second leg with Brooke Bowens. Bowens has the lead. Now coming up to challenge from Rose Holman is going to be Katrina Augustin. She was one of the top qualifiers in the women's 60 meters. But a nice closing leg there from Hanover by Alexis Gerke. Rose Holman, Hanover, and Manchester fighting for second place. Hanover able to shut the door right there was Mackenzie Carroll. Still Manchester holding the lead. Brandy Smith. But now Rose Holman and Hanover starting to reel them back in. Carroll trying to come to the final exchange with the lead. Rose Holman in third now with Lane Lawrence. And there's the final exchange, and Hanover takes over the lead off of the exchange. And now you see Zalia Martin really pouring it on. The second fastest qualifier in the 60 meters. Martin holds on to the lead, but now challenging for Rose Holman is going to be Tina Rogers, but it will be Martin holding it on for Hanover. And Rogers comes home in second, and Zalia Martin with a look of disbelief on her face right now. An excellent run there by Hanover.
Jerry, I'm not hearing anything anymore. I don't know if these batteries, I just changed these batteries. That one? Yeah, I just changed the batteries on this. Yeah.
Excellent race there by the women. Zalia Martin holding things firm for Hanover. And they get the job done. Some big points for the women. So now let's show the results of the women's 4x200 meter relay. Hanover going 1:49, destroying the fastest time of the season so far this year. And some big points there for Manchester as well. They come home in third. And updating the women's team rankings, Manchester has a slim lead over Rose Holman right now, 59.5 points to 56. Hanover has 46. Those two teams kind of distancing themselves from the rest of the field. Anderson is the next one in fourth place, where they have 25. So a little bit of a break in the action here before we get going with the men's mile run. Let's go ahead and look at the... Let's go to Keith Myers, who has an interview.
The young man is waving for you guys. Got a family member running today?
Yes, sir.
Who is it? Sister, friend?
She's my sister.
Are you as quick as she is? Talk a little bit about her, what you guys do. Do you guys work out together? How do you just get her excited about it like this?
When she comes home for the summer, I train with her all through summer, so we're always talking about what we're going to do for indoor track and all that and cross country, so we get each other hyped throughout.
One of the things is Dad said, no, you're going to talk, not him, so Dad's kind of shy.
Yes, he is. Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Big brother's ready for it. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute timeout. When we come back, more action from the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships, powered by IndianaSRN. Back live here at the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships. Let's send it over to Cam de Blasio.
Thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, I'm here with the victorious 4x2 relay team from Rose Holman. Fellas, congratulations. What do you feel after winning that event right now?
You know, it's amazing. We came in with that championship mindset, of getting first place. And Manchester gave us a real tough competition out there. But, we pulled through in the end, and we ran good time, 1:31. So I'm feeling great right now. I'm sure these guys are too.
Will that work?
I know that it's always tough when you get into these situations where you're in a conference environment. It just means a little more. How do you have that drive to finish at the end?
Well, at the end of the day, it's just coming in, knowing you've prepared, you've done all the practice you need to do, and knowing you can get that baton around and get around fast. You just don't overthink it, just do it.
You guys are always competitive. This was a very hard-fought race. How do you move your focus on to the next event now?
Just stay focused. We prepared all week, like they said. Just don't be shaky.
All right, last question for you. You got a team of 4. Who's the best runner on the team?
Jalen by far. Jalen.
Love the brutal honesty. All right, thanks so much, guys. Congratulations. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam de Blasio. Now we get set for the men's mile, which is on the track right now. It'll be 8 full laps around this track and field surface here inside of Defiance College. Once again, a look at the women's 4x200 meter relay results. Hanover getting the win over Rose Holman and Manchester.
11.7 meters was her best toss of the day. Jessica Beckman in Hanover is the conference runner-up. 12.15 meters was her best mark. And Evelyn Utley of Rose Holman is your conference champion.
So just a few more minutes here. Meanwhile, we get the awards here down in the awards area. Awards ceremony going on before we get going with the men's mile. Clean start here in the men's mile run. We have 2 sections, so this is going to be a smaller section. You have Cole Krupka along with Braden Horn, Braden Davenport, Ryan Knoll, Isaiah Ray, and Chase Helms. Bluffton, Franklin, Anderson, and Mount St. Joe represented in this heat. Again, 8 laps equals a full mile around this 200-meter track. And the top time in this individual final coming into it is Chase Helms of Mount St. Joseph. Meanwhile, out well is Ryan Knoll of Anderson, who has the early lead in this one.
Hanover has 46 with third. Anderson is in fourth with 25. Franklin has 11 points, good for fifth place. Defiance sitting in sixth with 8. Bluffton is tied Defiance with 8. Earlham is in eighth with 4. Mount St. Joe's has 4.
Knoll getting overtaken there by Helms of Mount St. Joseph, who now moves into the lead. Mount St. Joe from out of Cincinnati, Ohio, directly south here of Defiance, going from southern Ohio to northern Ohio. Chase Helms is a sophomore. Season best this season of 5:06 in the men's mile. He also does the 1500 in the outdoor championships. He's also run the 500 and the 800 this season. Let's send it over to Cam de Blasio.
Thanks so much, Kurt. I'm here with our top 3 from the women's shot put today. Ladies, congratulations. Always a fascinating event, shot put. There's a lot of technique and effort that goes into it. How do you set yourself apart and get on the podium?
I really don't know. I just let God carry me through it. So.
Love to hear it. Love to hear it. And this competition today, it means a little more going against conference foes. How do you get that out of your head and just do what you do all season?
You know, just like staying within yourself. You know, trust the process is what we like to say at Hanover. Just knowing that going to practice is helping you every single day, and it'll like get you through the conference meet.
Any more events for any of you ladies today?
I'm doing weight.
Okay, you're doing weight. Well, good luck in that, and congratulations to all 3 of you. Well done. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam de Blasio. Evelyn Utley getting the win for Rose Holman. some valuable points in the women's competition. Of course, they need all the points they can get right now. Rose-Hulman trailing by 3.5 points to Manchester in the women's competition. Still working through the men's mile as Chase Helms still holding on to the lead in this first of 2 timed finals in this event. Of course, the mile literally on the borderline of a sprint to running event. Of course, you call it the 800-meter run, not the 800-meter dash, so that's where it kind of cuts off between middle distance and distance events. This is considered a middle distance event by definition, according to most track and field junkies. So you still have Helms out in front, but now one of the 2 runners from Bluffton making a challenge. And that appears to be Braden Horn.
.400 to go in this first section of the men's mile.
So 3 minutes, 57 seconds done here in the men's mile. You usually get about a 5-minute mile as a competitive time in Division III. Meanwhile, Horn taking over the lead here for Bluffton. And now Braden Horn really starting to pick up the pace here. One more lap to go. And Braden Horn still holding the lead. Horn, again, a best time this season of 5:50. And he looks like he's going to best that time by leaps and bounds here today. Braden Horn is a freshman for Bluffton this year. He has a 5:19 best mile. He crushes that time, coming across 5 minutes, 11 seconds, it looks like. We'll get an approximate time from timing and scoring. There you see Horn. Certainly happy with that time right there from the freshman for Bluffton. And now down on the floor. Tells you he gives everything he has right there. As the rest of the competitors continue to move out. So that's the first of 2 sections here of the men's mile.
Next up on the track, we have section 2 of the men's mile.
And here is where we will see some fast times. And we get another look at Enrique Salazar. Again, he won the 5,000 earlier today. It has been a little over almost 2 hours since he ran that event. Actually, more like 3 hours ever since he ran that event. So he'll be circumnavigating this track between the 5,000, the 3,000, and the men's mile. So he will be doing he has done all 3 events before, and he has 2 more to do, running almost close to 5 to 6 miles here in this event alone. Enrique Salazar, 4:17 on the season so far this year. And Salazar has also qualified for the NCAA, almost qualified for the NCAA meet. There's you look at the results for the first section of the men's mile. Braden Horn with an excellent personal best of 5:11.25. He's the overall leader in the event at the moment. So you'll see Enrique Salazar of Manchester as well as Thomas Richardson. They had some excellent teamwork in the men's 5,000 earlier today. And Connor Havens again as well was in on that. Manchester went 1-2-3 in the 5,000. It's a big reason why in the men's competition, Manchester has the overall lead. 61 points to their credit after 5 events scored over Rose-Hulman's 53. This time Rose Holman goes right to the lead in the early going with 3 of their runners, as well as Transylvania actually goes out in front. Transylvania and Rose Holman have the same colored jerseys. Easy to differentiate, but difficult to differentiate between the two sometimes. And so right out of the gate, Isaiah Winter out in front, along with his Transylvania teammate, Garrett Elrod. Elrod is the quicker of the two this season. He has a best time of 4:31. Isaiah Winter, 4:45 earlier this year. So it's Winter, Elrod, and Salazar, the top 3 here in the early going. Isaiah Winter still holding it out in front here for Transylvania. You heard Salazar talk earlier about how it was a lot of strategy in the men's 5,000. It looks like this time around might be a little bit less strategy and just trying to score as many points with how things have played out, because Transylvania really pushing the pace in the early going. Now Elrod moves into the lead, and Winter will pull off. Now, a lot of the times you may see a couple of the slower runners go out hard in the early going to pace the quicker runners. Of course, there are no rabbit runners in the HCAC Conference Championship, so no pace setters. 140 through the first 600 meters here for Elrod. Salazar pulling right along with him.
Lead back is now in a clear breakaway of 9.
Garrett Elrod is a sophomore for Transylvania this year. He finished second in the 800 at the DePaul Indoor Invitational back on February 12th.
Coming up on the 800-meter mark.
He was also second in the mile at the Anderson Indoor Invite. Now coming up to help him is his Transylvania teammate, and that is going to be Drew Meter.
And on the backstretch, we have a new leader.
So Drew Meter taking over the lead from Elrod, and there is Salazar just keeping pace with all of them.
Number 8 from Earlham pulls the field through 1,000 meters, 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
Now up in front is Connor Del Carmen of Earlham in the lead, wearing number 8. So you have Del Carmen, Salazar, and Elrod. Earlham, Manchester, and Transylvania, 1, 2, 3. But now look behind those 3, you see Thomas Richardson of Manchester. He was pivotal in some excellent teamwork, as well as Connor Havens of Manchester. Now Salazar moving to try and push the pace a little bit, a little gamesmanship as we go through. 400 meters left to go. Salazar in front, right next to Del Carmen. And Salazar kicking on the afterburners now to push the pace. Garrett Elrod committed to him. Salazar, Elrod moving away now from Del Carmen. So it is Salazar and Elrod coming to the final 200 meters. Salazar really pushing the pace now, crossing right at the 4-minute mark. And now he will lap the field. And now Elrod coming up to make a challenge. Elrod has some speed in the late going, but Salazar certainly knows how to run a race like this. And Salazar will hold on to the lead for the time being. Elrod will die, and Salazar comes home with the win in 4:29. Unofficially, Elrod in second, and Del Carmen coming home in third. And Connor Havens and Richardson getting some points as well for Manchester. Meanwhile, Rose Holman nowhere near the top 5. Big points for Manchester in the distance events so far this meet, and it has really paid dividends for them. All the athletes taking advantage of the break in the action here. And so taking a look at the women's score after 6 events scored, again, it's still Manchester out in front. Manchester with just a very slim lead over Rose-Hulman through 6 events scored, through 6 events. A couple other events have been scored, but we have yet to get the official tally from timing and scoring. But adding to that will certainly be this next event, the women's mile race. As those competitors do their final run-throughs, the women's mile race will be separated again into 2 timed finals. The slower runners will be in this one. Jamie Linhart of Mount St. Joseph, along with Emily Salmons. So Mount St. Joe with the top 2 runners here in this particular timed final. So there you have it, the HCAC Indoor Conference record, 5 minutes, 6 seconds. Five minutes, 6 seconds, set back in 2011 by Heather Waterman of Franklin. The season best in the conference this season has been Elizabeth Lohman of Manchester. We'll get to see her a little bit later on. And so the official results here for the men's mile. And we'll get a look at those here in just a little bit. Enrique Salazar with a big 10-point effort for Manchester. Gets the win along with Garrett Elrod, Del Carmen, and Havens with some big points here scored by Manchester. As we'll now scroll down here now and take a look at the team score. Manchester with 80 points over Rose-Hulman's 53. And that is who the meet is against at the moment, as you can see. Manchester really jumping out to a big lead over the 53 points for Rose-Hulman. And so now we'll take a look here at the awards for the men's mile.
Your runner-up from Transylvania is Garrett Elrod, timed in 4:26.54. And claiming a second conference championship of the afternoon, Enrique Salazar of Manchester.
And as you hear the PA announcer, Enrique Salazar's second individual conference championship this evening. He was the winner of the 5,000 meters earlier today.
Our next event on the track is the women's 1 mile run.
So now we get ready for the women's mile run. First of 2 finals. And of course, when we say the first of 2 timed finals, again, as we mentioned earlier, the times from both finals will be combined to create the official results. There will not be any final run. These are both finals that will be run. So the official going over the last little bit of instruction with all 5 of these women in the first heat. The second one is where we'll really see some faster times. Meanwhile, Emily Salmons of Mount St. Joseph has the top time in this first timed final. Her best is 6 minutes, 34 seconds earlier this year.
winded Enrique Salazar whenever we're ready. Gotcha.
And so we're good to go here for the first heat of the women's mile. And we're underway. Again, 8 laps around this 200-meter track for the women's mile. So as we watch this, let's send it over to Cam de Blasio, who is with our winner in the men's mile.
Okay, Salazar from Manchester. You've been a busy man today, sir. How you been feeling about these runs so far?
So basically, I've been feeling pretty good. My coach, Cash Dollar, he's literally one of the best out there, if not the best. He knows exactly what we need to do, exactly how to execute, and so it's up to us to listen, and that's what honestly the whole team has been doing today, is executing everything perfectly.
Your coach is a good coach. He's got the coolest name I've ever heard of, too. Now, you got a couple more races left. I'm sure there's not a ton left in the tank. How do you recharge and prepare for those final races?
So basically what I do is always sit down, relax the legs, maybe eat a couple crackers with some peanut butter, drink a lot of water. It's always good to stay hydrated, especially indoors, because you sweat a lot more, the air's a little bit more dry. And it's honestly also up here. So mentally have to be tough because everybody out there is hurting. So it's who's ready to hurt the most and who's ready to endure the most pain.
Well, this young man is well on his way, folks. Congratulations to you. Well done. We'll see you. I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
All right, Kurt, back to you.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Cam de Blasio. Enrique Salazar, an impressive effort so far today. 2 conference championships, one in the 5,000 and one in the mile now. Meanwhile, we progress through the women's mile as Sammy Unger of Bluffton has jumped out to quite a considerable lead as we move here through the final couple of laps in this first timed final. About halfway home here, about a few more laps to go. Sammy Unger. Really setting the tone here today for Bluffton in this one. And Sammy Unger, only a freshman for Bluffton this season. Her best time, 6 minutes 40 seconds in the mile. Also a cross-country runner in the fall for Bluffton. Her best 5K time, 22 minutes 19 seconds. Using a lot of that cross-country prowess, certainly that's something that a lot of other competitors do. And now we take a look at the men's pole vault competition, which has risen the bar all the way up to 4 meters 10, which is just shy of 13 and a half feet. And a nice attempt there. Plant a little deep. Have to get the arms up a little more as well. Only 4 competitors in the men's pole vault here today. 2 from Hanover, as Jalen Simmons had that attempt. Let's send it over to Keith Myers with an update on the competition.
We've got 4 left in the pole vault. Logan McLaughlin from Rose Hallman, Justin Johnson from Hanover, Ty Whitley from Franklin, and Jalen Simmons from Hanover. As you see at 4-1-0, and I tell you what, all of these guys are going to be competing as they are doing very, very well.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. Again, only four competitors in the men's competition this year for the pole vault. And before we go any further with this heat, let's go ahead to Cam de Blasio, who has an update with one of the workers who organized this event.
Yeah, Kurt, that's right. This day wouldn't be possible without the behind-the-scenes work that goes into it. I'm standing here with one of those staff members, Luke, right now. Thanks for joining me. Talk a little bit about what goes into preparing for a day like this.
Obviously with track and field event, there's a lot of different, aspects to each different event that is being held and stuff. So, making sure that each group of people that are working that specific event know what to do and stuff like that. So there's a lot of different aspects, and making sure that everything is being ran smoothly and stuff like that is nice. So.
Now, this isn't a one-man band, right? You got a whole team of folks who are preparing for this, helping set up. How do you guys work together to make it happen?
Pretty much communication. Some of my guys, we were working different events. We were specifically on hurdles, but they needed help cleaning up over at the shot put station and stuff. So we were just kind of working on the fly. Always being willing to lend a helping hand and being able to communicate effectively, so that way, in the case that we have to work another event, we'll be able to effectively be able to run that so it goes smoothly. So.
Have you worked other events here in the past?
Yeah, I've worked hurdles, pole vault, shot put, and even high jump too. So.
Doing a little bit of everything. All right, Luke, thanks so much for your time.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam de Blasio. Final lap here in the first of two timed finals in the women's mile run. And coming around the bend, in the lead is Emily Sammons. As another missed opportunity there by Jalen Simmons. Meanwhile, Emily Sammons crosses the line first for Mount St. Joe. Nice time there, 6:25, a new personal best for her in the event. And her teammate, Jamie Lenart, also coming home second for Mount St. Joe. A good showing here for MSJ in this first heat. And so the second timed final, which will have a lot of the faster runners, will be coming up in just a little bit. Let's go ahead and throw it to a quick 1-minute timeout, and then we'll come back with the women's second time final of the women's mile. You're watching the HCAC Indoor Conference Championship on IndianaSRN.
Section 2 of the women's mile.
Getting set for Section 2 of the women's mile here on IndianaSRN. And this time it will be Haley Breaker in wearing number 1, but also Elizabeth Lohman of Manchester getting the second one. She will be the big name to watch here.
If we could have the top 3 finishers in the men's high jump, please report to the awards podium. Top 3 finishers in the men's high jump.
So Elizabeth Lohman has the lead at the moment. So Elizabeth Lohman still holding up front here with Hannah Whitney of Hanover.
Everybody in the field is still there.
And this is what you typically see in a mile event. just kind of bunching up just a little bit. Meanwhile, looking at the men's pole vault competition still going on, the bar still at 410, which is a little over 13 and a half feet. And there's a nice clearance by Simmons. And he's happy with that one right there. Excellently executed there. And that's a new personal best for Simmons. And he's happy with that one. Taking a look at the replay. Even a little low on the plant, still able to muscle it over. Nicely done. Back to the track we go, as the women's mile still progressing. As we look right now, Elizabeth Lohman, again a transfer from Trine University, finishing her pharmacy degree here at Manchester. Still holding the lead right now, and right there with her is Lydia Dyer of Anderson. Elizabeth Lohman ran her personal best in the 800 meters at the MIAA Indoor Championships last year, where she finished 9th. She also won the 3,000 steeplechase last May while running for Trine.
As they come down the home stretch, they'll hit 800 meters here shortly.
Coming to the halfway point, Lohman still looking pretty comfortable out front. She has two other Manchester teammates with her, and Hannah Brubaker and Haley Breaker. Rather, Haley Breaker of Rose-Hulman back in the field. But you also have Lauren Smith of Manchester right there in the mix. Dyer and Lohman leading it 2 abreast, coming to the final 600 meters. Meanwhile, you have Noelle Lawler right there in the mix.
9 ladies still in contention.
And all of them trying to jostle for position to put themselves in the best possible spot for a final kick, because it seems that's what's brewing up in this one. Now pushing the pace is Lohman. She is solely in command now. Coming on the outside is her teammate, Lauren Smith, trying to push into second place, as well as Hannah Brubaker. Manchester with 3 runners here in the top 6 positions. 400 meters to go. Lohman and Smith starting to push the pace up a little bit. Kicking it up a notch. Smith now being challenged again by Dyer, while Elizabeth Lohman turns on the afterburners now with just over 300 meters to go. Elizabeth Lohman with an excellent effort earlier. And now jostling for position is Dyer, but Lohman sees Dyer and turns on the afterburners even more. Lohman runs away from Dyer, trying to keep contention with her. And now, coming back around is Smith into second place. Coming down to the finish, Elizabeth Lohman. And Manchester trying to go 1, 2, 3 here in the women's mile. It is close for third place. Lohman gets the win. Dyer close with Smith for second place, along with Brubaker. We'll have to check the photo finish there to see the official results, but what a finish, as Manchester gets at least 10 points. and possibly 16 as a team, depending on where they finish. And so now we take a little bit of a breather as we get ready for the men's 60 hurdle finals, which will be coming up at about 4:30 or so. Quick shout out to Cam de Blasio for getting in on the camera work on the scissor lift while Justin Griffiths took a little bit of a breather. Doing an excellent job. Of course, doing an excellent job as well as Keith Myers.
I just want to know why I didn't get to go on the scissors lift. I mean, I could do that. There's not a problem. I would be happy to do that.
We didn't see you run towards it, though.
There's somebody behind you.
Indeed, there is. Thank you very much. Getting the official results here. So as it stands right now, Lydia Dyer was able to outlean Lauren Smith at the finish of the women's mile. Elizabeth Lohman gets the win, Dyer in second, and Lauren Smith coming home in third place. But still, some big points for Manchester as they keep the gap between them and Rose Holman in the team competitions for the women's. 89.5 points for Manchester, 73 for Rose Holman.
Kurt, you've been around doing this for a long time. What's the mindset now going through? You got a few events left. Every point matters. So what do you tell your kids?
Well, you just keep telling your kids to stay focused at this point because you still have many events to go and each team has their strengths and their weaknesses. Obviously, today with Manchester, it has been the distance events that have really been their strong suit, so they have really closed out well in the distance events. But Rose Holman is really good in the sprints as well, and of course in the throwing events as well as Rose Holman. So you just make sure you try and get some better performances from teams that have athletes that may not exactly contend for a win, but you try to pick off as many points as you can to try and keep that cushion.
When you look at our schedule for next week for the conference championship for basketball, the semifinals for both men and women on
Friday at 5 o'clock. Right here on IndianaSRN, 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock for the semifinals. Transylvania is the host of the women's and Hanover for men's. And, you know, the quarterfinals are tomorrow. Everybody plays. They put 8 teams in the tournament this year, so 2 teams didn't do it. So going to be a lot of fun. I think the starts are staggered, so you might want to check out our Twitter account tomorrow morning to look at those times.
Where we had to sort out a very closely contested women's mile. Finishing in third place was Lauren Smith of Manchester.
And so there you see the winners and the awards for the women's mile. As we take a look at those results, you can see how close it was between Dyer and Smith for second place. 2 100ths of a second separated them between them. Just goes to show you why you lean at the finish line. Dyer getting an extra 2 points there for Anderson and taking away 2 points from Manchester, which may or may not be a factor going into the latter part of the meet.
Pat, you happy with the hurdles? Good. You're happy with the hurdles? Okay.
So now let's get a look at the updated women's team standings here at the very bottom of your screen. You see Manchester with the 89.5 point advantage over 73 points for Rose Holman, and Hanover is still keeping connection there with the top 2 with 62 points. So now we get back to the track and field, or track events rather, with the final of the men's 60-meter hurdles.
Lane 2 is Nick Patton of Franklin.
The top qualifiers were both Quentin Willis and Tawan Cannon. They each had prelim times of 8:64.
Manchester in 6, Timothy Yount of Rose Holman. 7 is Justin Johnson of Hanover, and in 8, Will Simpson of Hanover.
Tawan Cannon
That is the mid 60-meter hurdle.
Only a freshman this year. And now we get ready to go for this final one. They go through their practice warm-ups through the first couple of hurdles, as you see. Tawan Cannon, as I mentioned, only a freshman out of Defiance. You'll also see Desmond Gist in this event. Just an excellent runner. He also qualified in the men's 60-meter dash. Just the HCAC indoor 60-meter champion, 60-meter hurdle champion from a year ago as a freshman. He went in 8:62, so right around that time as he right now. Also, in the lanes, you're going to be seeing Cole Patton in lane 1, Nick Patton of Franklin in lane 2, Cole Patton of Rose-Hulman, Gist of Bluffton in lane 3, Cannon in lane 4 from Defiance, Willis in lane 5 of Manchester, Timothy Yount of Rose-Hulman in lane 6, Justin Johnson in lane 7 from Hanover, and Will Simpson in lane 8 also from Hanover. As the officials get everything all squared away. One final run through being taken by the athletes. And of course, going through your mind here, this is a scoring event now. All 8 positions do score points. It's just a matter of the amount. Again, first place getting a solid 10 points. And right now in the men's competition, Rose-Hulman needs all of the points they can get. And they have 2 athletes in this final, in both Patton and Yount.
You're going to pull out, you're going to push all the way in, and then when they pull out, just pull out as you follow. There we go. Good job, buddy.
They get into their starting blocks. Eyes on lanes 4 and 5, Tawan Cannon and Desmond Gist as well in lane 3. Quentin Willis in lane 5. A clean start. Cannon and Gist going at it there at the front, but also Rose-Hulman, and Cannon is nipped at the line by Desmond Gist. And he is a back-to-back HCAC conference champion in the 60-meter hurdles. But an excellent run by Timothy Yount in lane number 6. He may have gotten a law across the line in second. And Tawan Cannon coming home in third. We'll have to take a look at, as you see, Cannon got off of his line a little bit there, and you could see just got a little off balance, and everything certainly counts. Let's check in now with Cam de Blasio.
All right, thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, we got the top 3 finishers from the women's mile race that just finished up shortly ago. Ladies, congratulations. Another big, exciting race for you. This one takes some endurance. You know, it's a mile. It's not one of those quick ones like we just saw with the hurdles. How do you keep that momentum going throughout your entire race?
I mean, you just want to pace yourself and set it up well, especially when you have a really good team. We all kind of go in it together, so it definitely helps when you have your teammates there to push you as well.
And you two are teammates, both from Manchester. How cool is it to have a teammate on the podium?
It's pretty awesome. All 3 of us have doubled, so it was definitely cool to have a teammate, but it was for sure a guts race.
And for you, this is your second win of the day as well? Talk to me about that. How does that feel?
It's very exciting. I didn't expect to get on the podium for this race, but I'm pretty happy with how my teammates and how all the other girls did. They all pushed me, and I bet we pushed each other, so I'm pretty happy with how it went.
That's one of the best things about track is everybody's pushing each other. It's competitive, but you're all trying to help each other get better. It's always cool to see. Ladies, congratulations, and best of luck in your remaining races. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam. We now move to the women's 60-meter hurdles. Of course, as we pointed out earlier, there were no prelims for these women's 60-meter hurdles. All of the it was only enough athletes to just facilitate one final.
That is your field coming up in our finals in the women's 60 hurdles.
And so that'll be coming up in just a little bit. So the final standings here in the men's 60-meter hurdles. Desmond Gist gets a win in 8:49. That is a new personal best for him, along with Timothy Yount of Rose Holman getting in second place. And that's some big points for Rose Holman as he got that one in second place. And just squeaking in was Tawan Cannon coming home in third for Defiance, getting 6 points for his team. So now we get set for the women's 60-meter hurdles in just a little bit. Meanwhile, the men's team standings as they stand at the moment. Manchester with 85 points. Rose Holman with 64 points. So Rose Holman starting to close the gap a little bit right there. And, of course, that second place finish by Timothy Yount of Rose Holman in the men's 60-meter hurdles certainly helps in that regard, with Manchester only getting 5 points with Quentin Willis's fourth-place finish.
Hanover in fourth with 25. Franklin is fifth with 22. Bluffton is sixth with 18. Defiance has 15 points, good for seventh place. Earlham is in eighth with 8. Anderson in ninth with 3.
Final instructions being given to the women's section of the 60-meter hurdles. Here you see Josie Lyons of Franklin in lane 2, her teammate Brantley Wathen in lane 3. Alexis Gerke of Hanover is in lane 4. She has the top overall time in this season. Janae Johnson of Franklin. 3 Franklin runners in this hurdles final. Manchester's Brooke Bowens, as well as Sophie Bear of Rose Holman and Lindsay Hermes of Earlham in lane 8. So while we wait here, once again, a look at the 60-meter hurdle results. Desmond Gist, 2-time HCAC Indoor Conference champion, both as a freshman and a sophomore. And again, you look at the team rankings, Manchester still has a 19-point advantage, rather a 21-point advantage over Rose Holman. And both of those teams have separated themselves from the rest of the field in the team event. So final instructions being given here to the competitors in the 60-meter hurdles.
2 minutes. I got a trainer here.
Before we get moving with this race, let's go over to Keith Myers, who is with one of the personal trainers here today.
And so I need to do more cardio. Is that what you're saying, so I can get better in shape?
Me too.
I tell you what, running back and forth, talk a little bit about your job today. So we have the Hanover trainer. You got to take care of all the aches and pains. Talk a little bit about your week and then how you prepare for an event like this.
So throughout the week, especially leading up, you get a lot of anxious and nervous kids coming in and out of the training room, trying to make sure that at the end of their taper, they're feeling as best as possible. So not only cardiovascular and fitness levels, but also health and, like you said, those aches and bumps. So Throughout the week, it's pretty steady. Just making sure they're feeling good going into the weekend.
Food is a regiment, right? They have to eat healthy, apples, oranges, no popcorn, no hot dogs. So I'm out of shape to do that. But talk a little bit about the balance. Do you guys help with those diets?
You know, it's a little tough, especially when it comes to just our pure numbers of athletic trainers versus student athletes. So we're always trying to talk about healthy eating, hydrating, and stuff like that. But really having a hand in it, because of time restrictions with that, it gets a little difficult. But whenever we're having the conversation with athletes, you know, we talk about it at the beginning of the year, we talk about it through their seasons, especially as they're starting to peak going into the conference meet, make more of an emphasis on it as we get into that point when we have that time with them.
Real quick, we're going to be down there on Friday and Saturday. Get me in shape, okay?
Perfect.
Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. So the competitors for the 60-meter hurdles on the women's side. The conference record set by Jordan Fender of Transylvania back in 2017, 8:92. And it's a clean start. Alexis Gerke, the one to watch for Hanover. She has the lead in lane number 4. She gets it, a commanding win for Alexis Gerke. And then Janae Johnson of Franklin across the line in second. We'll get an official time for her in just a little bit, but commanding win there for Alexis Gerke to again keep Hanover at least connected to both Manchester and Rose-Hulman as far as the team standings are concerned. Take a look at this again. Just looking comfortable all the way over each and every one of the hurdles was Alexis Gerke. So taking a look at the results in the women's 60-meter hurdles. Manchester still holding on to the lead, but some valuable points there for Alexis Gerke. Now closes Hanover to within 3 points of Rose-Hulman for second place. Of course, Manchester getting 4 points in that heat with Brooke Bowens. But Franklin really doubling up right there with second and third place positions with Brantley Wathen as well. Brantley Wathen, a freshman this season for Franklin, coming from North Vernon, Indiana, ran at Jennings County High School last year. So now the men's weight throw has commenced as we move right along with the field events. Continuing with warm-ups are all the men over there. And as we get the barriers off the track, we get set for the men's 60-meter dash finals coming up in just a little bit. But before we go any further, let's go ahead and take a quick 1-minute timeout. When we come back, we continue with the HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships powered by IndianaSRN.
Finishing third today was Brantley Wathen.
Well, before we do that, we get a quick awards ceremony. My apologies, jumping the gun a little bit there.
In second today, Janae Johnson, also of Franklin. Janae clocked 10.16 seconds.
And so
and your conference champion, Alexis Gerke.
There you see Alexis Gerke getting her big conference championship medal for Hanover. Let's send it now over to Keith Myers.
Okay, I got a mom from Hanover. What's your daughter's name?
Zalia Martin.
And how's she doing today?
She's doing excellent. Very proud of her.
So the athletic ability comes from you?
Oh, no. I did not do track at all. No.
Now, I ran after popcorn and hot dogs. How about you?
About the same. Yeah, about the same.
I can do that really well, but other than that, what kind of student is she, and how do you like the college?
Hanover is an excellent college. When we went to visit Hanover, we just knew that that was the school for her, and they have been very good. She's an honor student. She's doing great. So Hanover has been just wonderful for us.
What part of town are you from? What town? Are you from Indiana, or are you from other parts?
We're from Shelbyville, Indiana.
The Bears.
Yes, Golden Bears.
There you go. All right. Well, thanks very much for joining us today. Back up to you. I love moms. Moms are great.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. Now we'll go ahead and take a quick 1-minute timeout. Back in a minute on Indiana SRN. We're back live at the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships powered by IndianaSRN. Once again, I'm Kurt Darling. Thank you so much for joining us today as we approach 5 o'clock p.m. local time. We have been on the air now for 4 hours straight, bringing you wall-to-wall coverage of the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships. Part of that coverage has certainly been Cam de Blasio. He is with us now with an interview.
Thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, we got the top 3 in the women's 60-meter hurdles. Ladies, congratulations. Job well done. We were talking about, the challenges that hurdles provide. It's not an easy race to run. How do you get it done at the end of the day and end up on the podium?
You really just hope for the best. I mean, you just really look towards the next hurdle instead of the one that's in front of you, and you just go with it. Your body knows what to do.
You two are teammates. Yep. Pretty cool to be on the podium together?
Yeah, it was really cool. Yeah, it was awesome.
Do you push each other in practice? I mean,
absolutely. This is my biggest competition, for sure.
Awesome. And then we have our winner here. Congratulations to you. Excellent race there. What does it feel like to be a conference champion?
Honestly, my goal was just to have fun, and competing with them every week is super fun. So honestly, it feels great, and I'm thankful for it.
Any of you 3 still have races to run?
Yep, the 200.
200 for you, 400 for you.
I did the 4x2, so I'm done.
You're done. Okay. Well, a job well done. Congratulations to all 3 of you. Kurt, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Cam. Thank you, Cam de Blasio. Now let's go over to Keith Myers, who is once again with our HCAC commissioner.
I think it's around 5 o'clock, so we're almost there. How are you feeling?
I'm tired, but I'm not as tired as some of these athletes are. So it's good. It's good. Long day.
A lot of people calling you and looking at the coverage. What are they saying?
Oh, it looks great. I had a chance to go in and check it on the computer as well. They said they weren't sure about that Keith Myers character, but otherwise, great coverage.
We could replace him.
Well, I'd hope you don't, actually. I kind of like him. But anyway, no, it looks awesome, and I think what I've really enjoyed seeing a couple of times when I've walked in is just the interviews with the athletes, and so I'm also hopeful that they'll have a chance to go back and watch on demand and check out the interviews with themselves.
Now, I talked to moms and dads as well. That's kind of cool, but I will tell you the last number I saw was like 970, 980. You got to be really pleased with that.
Yeah, I think so, and I'm so pleased that we're giving some love around this facility. I've noticed, a lot of coverage on our field events, a lot of conversations with people during some of the longer distance events, and that just helps to make for a good day of track and field. A lot of fun, and this event's going to be a lot of fun as we get down to the wire here.
No rumor that we're going to run a 100-yard dash at 8:07.
That's absolutely false. I'm not running any dash. I don't. It wouldn't be called a dash anyway. I don't know what I can go 100 yards. That's about it.
Back up to you guys.
Certainly nobody wants to see that. Keith Myers, everybody. Much love to Keith Myers. Certainly excellent coverage that we have been able to have so far here today, both from Keith Myers and Cam de Blasio as well. Of course, our cameramen, Josh Ellman and Justin Griffiths, doing an excellent job making sure we can see everything that we need to see moving forward. An update now on the men's high jump. The final results, Rose Holman getting the win in that one with Kyle Brownwell getting the win, 10 points for him, as well as his Rose-Hulman teammates. Tristan Conkler coming home in second with a new personal best at 1.84 meters. That is just over 6 feet. And then also Desmond Gist of Bluffton coming home in third for the men in the high jump.
Top 3 in the high jump and in the hurdles for men.
And we will have those awards ceremonies coming up in just a little bit. As we take a look now at the team standings after the men's high jump.
Also at this time, if we could have the women's long jump.
Again, Rose-Hulman and Mount St. Joseph still holding it out in front, well ahead of the rest of the field. But still Manchester looking very good so far and poised to knock off Rose-Hulman after the first time in the last 11 years that Rose-Hulman has been able to win this conference championship meet. So the next running event up on the schedule now will be the men's 400-meter dash, which will be starting at about 4:50 or so as the men get in. Now we take a look at the podium as we get the winners of the men's high jump competition. As we just read off those standings, Kyle Brownell getting the win for Rose-Hulman. Conkler and Gist in second and third.
Finishing third today was Desmond Gist of Bluffton, a leap of 1.84 meters. Conference runner-up today is Tristan Conkler from Hanford, also 1.84 meters, finishing second on attempts. And your champion in the high jump, Kyle Conwell from Rose-Hulman, 1.97 meters to take the win.
Of course, Kyle Brownell winning convincingly with a jump of 6 feet 7.5 inches, just over 2 meters. Nicely done by him. And there you see the final results of the men's high jump.
Up next on the track, we have our first of 5 sections of time finals for the men's 400-meter dash. This first section, all participants will be making their 2022 400-meter debut.
And so now we go on to the men's 400-meter dash, the first of 5 timed finals. Again, 5 timed finals, meaning the top times from all of the finals combined will be compounded. And this first timed final will be consisted of runners who are making their 400-meter debut this season.
Move out of the way this way until we get the start of this. No interview right now. Get on the starting block. And they're going to run all fun. We're going to have to put that interview off until after this race because they're going to run all these together. Okay. Josh, you got to hand left, Josh. Josh, hand left. Josh, hand left. Left, get the starting blocks. Left, left. Left. Hopefully you brought the left. Okay, I got you. Sorry.
There you get it there.
Thank you.
And we're underway. So 2 laps around this track and field complex for a 400-meter run. And out well for Transylvania here is Michael Kirsting. You saw him earlier in the 4x2. And so now they move down from the post into the singular lane. Michael Kirsting well out in front. But now you have Justin Major of Manchester moving into second place. And it'll be Kirsting coming home to get the win here in this first-time final for Transylvania. And so we'll move right into the next section. And an interesting thing you see here is you see athletes either using starting blocks or opting to stand in a 400 meter. As you see in your camera right there, that is Tristan Sturm of Earlham. He'll be going from the standing position. And so in this one, you have Lennon Stolz in lane 2, presumably from Transylvania. Then you'll also have Tristan Sturm of Earlham in lane 3, Peyton Rubel of Franklin in lane 4, Logan Runyon of Mount St. Joe in lane 5, and Owen Trotto, as you see right there, in lane 6 for Earlham. And so heat number 2, again, the conference record set back in 2016 in this event by Joe Feldman of Hanover, going sub 50, 49.5 seconds.
All right, track fans, we're here with the final top 3 finishers of the men's long jump. In 3rd place today, Kelvin Incanta from Mount St. Joe's, leap of 6.42 meters. 2nd place went to Malik Waters of Bluffton.
Quick award ceremony here. Again, you see Desmond Gist back at the podium. He's certainly been a busy man today.
And your conference champion, a familiar name on this podium, Desmond Gist of Bluffton.
Bluffton taking home a lot of hardware from Desmond Gist. Very nicely done by him. Now we get back to the track for the 2nd-time final of the men's 400. And another clean start. Section number 2 of the men's 400. And out well is Owen Trotto of Earlham in the far lane. It is certainly difficult to run a 400 meters starting in the outside lane. Meanwhile, you have Peyton Ruble running very well, going through the pole, and he gets it going into the first turn, followed by Trotto. Rubel has a best 400-meter time this season of 56.95. He's looking to best that here this evening. Into the final turn, he's losing Owen Trotto. And so Peyton Rubel will get the win in this section and a new personal best this season, 57 seconds. Coming across the line in that one. Nicely done by Peyton Rubel. So we're moving right along here in the men's 400 meters. As you see, Peyton Rubel, top finisher in that section number 2. Again, timed finals here in the men's 400 meters. The compilation of all the finals. As you take once again another look at the men's high jump results. Kyle Brownell getting the win by 7.5 inches in that competition. So now we'll go into heat number 3 of the men's 400. We get a little bit faster now with the top time in this section by Jaden McConnell. 53.5 seconds, the seed time coming into this one. McConnell has an outdoor personal best of 51.25 seconds. That was at the Ohio Capital Conference Championships last season in high school. He is a freshman this year at Bluffton. So final instructions being given. Meanwhile, you hear the slow clap in the background. That's for the men's pole vault competition. The bar is set at 446 for Jalen Simmons. 14 feet 6 inches, and he hit the bar before he was able to peek over it. He either had the standards too close or he was on too small of a pole. Either way, nicely done by Simmons today. He'll get the win in the pole vault competition. Only 4 competitors today in the pole vault.
I got Josh.
And we're underway. Third time final. Bladen McCoy out well here for Bluffton, along with Jaden McConnell. The two Bluffton teammates, 53 seconds and 54 seconds respectively, are their personal best this season. And McConnell is first to the pole on the second lap. Again, Jaden McConnell, a freshman, one of 2 freshman 400-meter runners specializing for this Bluffton team. We will see Russell Lowe a little bit later on. But Jaden McConnell being challenged now by his teammate, but McConnell kicking it in late, gets the win, and it looks like his teammate McCoy coming in second.
I got the pole order.
Let's now send it over to Keith Myers with the winner of the men's pole vault.
Jalen, you almost went to school record, and everybody was cheering for you. You just missed it. How was your day?
It was a great day. You know, me and my boy Justin, we got 1 and 2. We're making Hanover history. No Hanover athlete ever got first in conference. We went 1-2, so I'm just happy on the day. I think we're going to keep doing it, and I'm looking forward to outdoor.
Outdoor is soon, isn't it?
Man, it's very soon, School record first meet, baby.
He's excited. Can I borrow some of your hair?
Oh, of course, man. I don't need it, you know what I'm saying? I think it slows me down going up on the pole.
It slows him down. I'm going to get his hair. Congratulations. Job well done.
Very much
You
so.
bet. Back up to you guys.
I've actually never seen Keith Myers with hair, so that would certainly be interesting to see. So moving right along here with the men's 400-meter dash, the 4th of 5-time finals. So now we have Russell Law of Bluffton, who has the top overall time in this particular section for Bluffton. Meanwhile, we'll also see some excellent performances possibly as well from Duriel Moss and Isaiah Lilji as we take a look at the results from that 3rd-time final in the men's 400. Jaden McConnell with a nice performance. That's also a new season best for McConnell. His personal best, 52.94 earlier this season. So now Russell Lowe will be the one to watch here, a season best of 52.68. Another freshman for Bluffton. He'll be running from lane number 4, just out of your picture. Russell Lowe has an outdoor personal best of 51.29 that he ran at the Region 7 OHSAA meet in high school here in Ohio. Oh, and we have a second gun. That means there was likely a false start, so that will bring us back. And it looks like it may have been Luke Paddock of Franklin as we take a look at him. And so they'll review the footage, and once again a false start is charged to the field. So that means the next false start, regardless of who it is, will be disqualified from the meet. And so we will regroup and try this again. And so the official once again showing a yellow card to the field, meaning that the false start has been charged to the field. And there you see Isaiah Lilge and Chase Samples of Rose-Hulman and Mount St. Joe. And it is certainly tough to kind of come back from a false start. You're already all amped up. Now you have to do it all over again. Starter holding him a while, but it is a clean start. And running out well already is Duriel Moss of Manchester. He takes the early lead, already making up the stagger on Luke Paddock. But now coming into stride is Russell Lowe of Bluffton. And he comes around to take the early lead, and he looks really comfortable running right now. Russell Lowe, a 52-50 runner this season, has the lead over Duriel Moss Jr. of Manchester. Again, timed finals, so some of these runners could be scoring points in the overall grand scheme of things. Russell Lowe still holding on. Duriel Moss straining, but comfortably across the line is Russell Lowe with an excellent time. Looked like he was just shy of 53 seconds.
Certainly a scoring time. We'll see where it compares.
And so that will likely be two top scoring times there from Moss and Lowe, depending on how the rest of the field shakes out.
HCAC indoor meet record in the 400, 49.52
And now
set back in 2016 by Joe
we will have the final section.
And running out of lane 3 in our final section.
And only 4 competitors in this one. All of them have run sub 53 this season, and Jacob Eve of Rose-Hulman is the one who is most poised to run under 50 seconds in this competition. He has an outdoor personal best of 49.75. He has gone sub 50 before, but that was in an outdoor situation. He was third in the indoor 400 last season, running 51.84. And so there you see the results from the fourth section. Again, Russell Lowe likely with a scoring time, 52.51, just shy of his personal best. And Duriel Moss getting a good look at it as well. And so here we go. You get a good look at Caleb Caro of Anderson getting into his blocks. He's a 52.31 runner this season. Caro was 5th in this event a year ago. And it's a clean start this time. Top 4 in the conference, duking it out here in the final section. Nice first opening leg there, and getting right down to it is Tristan Brana. He has the early lead, but Jacob Eve with his long stride, standing over 6 feet tall as he takes advantage and moves into the prime position going into the final 100 yards. 50 meters to go, and here comes Eve coming to the line. He does not go sub 50, but he is 50 seconds at least, and 10 big points for Rose-Hulman. Nicely done there by Jacob Eve. And it looked like either Transylvania, Ike Bowling of Transylvania either came in second, or maybe it was Caro. We'll have to look at the camera. And Tristan Brunna came careening across the line in fourth place. But those points certainly could help things here for, as we take a look at the final results here for the men's 400 meters. They've already got those in. Nicely done by timing and scoring. And Jacob Eve gets the win. And Caleb Caro in second, followed by Tristan Brana in third. Ike Bowling coming in fourth. But there you see the winners in the pole vault. Hanover going 1-2, and Rose Holman again getting more valuable points. As you see Rose Holman starting to creep back into the conversation here.
25 meters and leading in a jump off was our champion, Jalen Simmons of Hanover. Those are the top three in the men's football.
And now we'll get a check-in on the men's team standings here in just a little bit. As you see Jalen Simmons with an excellent performance in the men's pole vault. So taking a look at the team rankings now. Manchester still holding a lead over Rose Holman by just 15.5 points. And they have separated themselves from the field. And it'll certainly be interesting to see how things shake out as the rest of the events continue to be scored out. So now we move on to the women. Two revolutions around this track. First of 4 timed finals.
First of 4 sections, timed finals for the women's 400. None of these ladies come in with a seed time, but running from lane 3, we have Mackenzie Carroll of Hanover. In 4, it's Hillary Ernstes of Manchester. In 5, Abby Rank of Defiance. And in 6, Kylie Huff of Anderson. This is the women's 400, section 1.
And so in this section, now for the men's or the women's 400 meters now, we have 4 timed finals. The 4 competitors in this first section have not recorded a time at all this season. Mackenzie Carroll in lane 3, Hillary Ernstes of Manchester, lane 4, Abby Rank, lane 5 from Defiance, and Kylie Huff of Anderson, lane 6. Only one competitor opting to use blocks here in this start. And out well is Mackenzie Carroll of Hanover, as well as Abby Rank of Defiance. Rank in your picture there, she has the overall lead. Running away from the rest of the competition. Nicely run curve there by Abby Rank. Into the final 100 meters.
Mackenzie Carroll of Hanover is going to win section 1 of the women's 400 meter dash.
Abby Rank looking well across the line. She is across in 67 seconds. And in second is Hillary Ernstes of Manchester. We'll ramp up the speed a little bit more here in the second section, as we will now have Abby Rowe of Transylvania along with Brandy Smith of Manchester going into the second section. And coming across the finish line now is going to be Mackenzie Carroll of Hanover. Or rather, it's going to be Kylie Huff of Anderson. Nicely done for Abby Rank of Defiance. So Mackenzie Carroll coming home early there for Hanover. Keith Myers, what have you got for us?
The incredible thing, Kurt, is I love the effort. There's no quit in any of these athletes. They just finished strong, and that take a testimony of never giving up. It doesn't matter what place you are. Points matter. Points very, very much matter right now in these last couple heats.
Again, the top 8 score points. And as we saw play out in the men's competition, some of the competitors in the 4th section were able to score some points before the 5th section was run. So now we see Brantley Walton of Franklin, a top time this season of 71 seconds, a minute 11. But we'll likely see Abby Rowe really take control here for Transylvania in the 2nd section. She has a best time this season of a minute 06. Abby Rowe, also a freshman from Lexington Catholic High School in Kentucky. She was 8th in the Anderson Indoor Invite earlier this month. And we're away with another clean start. Abby Rowe out well for Transylvania. She already has made up the stagger on her competitors. Abby Rowe, the first to the cutoff line, and she runs a very nice pull run down into the next turn. Of course, that's what's known as the break line in track and field, where you break down from your assigned lanes and you run the innermost lane of the track, again trying to make the distance as short as possible. Now Abby Rowe starting to tighten up a little bit here as we tick past 55 seconds. And now making a charge late is going to be Brandy Smith of Manchester. Brandy Smith with a new personal best of 1:05. Nicely done by the junior from Manchester. She ran in the prelims in the HCAC outdoor meet last season, but failed to qualify for the final, finishing 7th overall. This is the first time she's ever run an indoor 400-meter race until this season. This is her 2nd race all season long. Getting used to 2 laps instead of 4 around a track. Of course, outdoors you have a 400-meter track, which is 1 lap. Indoors it's 200 meters. Now we'll take a look here at the awards for the men's 400-meter dash. Again, an excellent time turned in by Jacob Eve. 50.78 was his winning time to get 10 points for Rose Holman.
Jacob clocked 50.78 seconds for the win. Congratulations to our top 3 in the men's 400. Thank you.
Can we get these 3? Can we get these 3? No. Oh, okay. Thank you. If you want to get them after the next section, this is the last, second to last. We got one more section, and then if you want to get them, you can.
This is our third of 4 heats of the women's 400, and running from lane 2 of Lex Desenberg.
And so now we have 2 more sections left of the women's 400. We keep dropping the times a little bit still. This one will be a little bit more competitive. You have 2 runners from Earlham and Transylvania, Olivia Kirk and Carson Graves, each running 65 seconds earlier this season. Kirk was just slightly quicker. But you also have Liv Aspelm of Rose Holman right there in the mix as well. Again, you see the difference in starting styles between the competitors. Some choosing a standing start, others choosing the blocks. Carson Graves away well, as is Olivia Kirk of Earlham. And there you see Olivia Kirk already making up the stagger. And she has the lead going to the break line.
Out to a good start and making up some staggers.
Olivia Kirk.
There's Olivia Kirk.
Out well for Earlham. Carson Graves of Transylvania across the first lap in second place. There you see her. And closely followed there by Liv Aspholm. Olivia Kirk did not run an individual 400 meters during the 2021 indoor season at all. And now comes home, likely to win this section. And she's able to hold off for the win. Meanwhile, a nice close by Lex Desenberg of Franklin to come home second place. Desenberg ran her personal best in the HCAC indoors a year ago, placing 10th overall. Certainly going to place higher, qualifying for the second to last section in this event. And now we move on to the final section of the women's 400 meters. Two Rose-Hulman runners running sub 64 this season in Tina Rogers and Emily Peterson. But you should not count out Brooke Bowens either from Manchester, as well as Kalia Kerr of Bluffton.
I have the Kurt's parents.
And now we go to Keith Myers, who is with Olivia Kirk's parents.
Mom, you got to be really happy with the run.
Yes, it was her PR for the year.
And I saw you were running right with her. That's pretty good. You moved those arms.
Yes, I did.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. Ever the roving, intrepid reporter is he. So now the final section of the women's 400 meters. Again, timed finals, so all four of these runners will likely score points, but where they fall on the scoring depends on how they shore up with the runners of the previous finals. And you see all four competitors opting to go from the blocks to start this final section. Conference record set by Creasy Klosser of Rose-Hulman back in 2013. That was a 58.75 lap. Another clean start. Out well is Peterson of Rose-Hulman. She's made up the stagger already on Bowens on her outside. Keeping right on her hip is her teammate Tina Rogers. At the break line, Emily Peterson will get the pole. Rose-Hulman looking good with Rogers and Peterson. Now racing against each other are the teammates. And Tina Rogers will move ahead. She has the slightly faster personal best this season. Tina Rogers going right across in a new personal best, maybe just shy of 62 seconds. Nicely done by Tina Rogers. Emily Peterson coming in second for Rose-Hulman. Now we will send it to Cam de Blasio, who is with their teammate on the men's side, the winner of the 400 meters, Jacob Eve.
Yeah, that's right, Kurt. Thank you so much. Jacob, a great run there. How'd you get it done today?
Hey, just went out hard and ran the best race I could. Went through what we've been practicing and put it all together today.
Now, was that a personal record for you today or close?
Yes, sir. That was a personal record.
Congratulations on that. How does it feel to get that today?
Feels great, especially on conference. Go out, do our best to help the team work towards winning conference today. It's great.
Great job. Congratulations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam de Blasio. Well, we will go ahead and take a 2-minute timeout. When we come back, we will move right along into the men's 60-meter hurdle final. That coming up next, or the 60-meter dash final, rather. That coming up next on the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships, powered by IndianaSRN. Getting set for the next event on the docket now, the 60-meter finals for both the men and the women here on IndianaSRN. I'm Kurt Darling. Thanks so much for joining us here this evening as we get set to go. A good shot down the front straight here at the Richard and Carolyn Small Track and Field Complex.
Next up on the track, we have the finals of the men's 60
And so here you see a big matchup today between Jalen Hobbs as well as Jaquay Janvier of Defiance. Gabriel Melvin also in on this as well. You have any one of these competitors who could win this competition. Jalen Hobbs was the only sub-7 second qualifier.
of Defiance, in 6, Sheldon Lindsay of Irwin, in 7, Brett Robbinghouse of Transylvania, and in 8, Jair Evans of Anderson. That is
And
the
there-
men's 60-meter dash final.
And there you see the awards ceremony for the winners of the 400-meter dash. Nicely done there by Rose Holman to go 1-2. And so now back to the front straight, the 60-meter final. Clean start. Jalen Hobbs trying to get his second, and he gets it. Jalen Hobbs across the line comfortably to take the win in the men's 60-meter time final. Almost an outdoor meet anyway. Still 60 meters. Nicely done by Jalen Hobbs to get the clear win. We will have to check on the timing and scoring to see who scored in the subsequent spots.
Competition, we will be running two heats of the men's 3,000. Fastest 14 times will be in the second section with the
Take a look at the good replay there. Nice camera work by Josh Ellman.
the men's 3,000 meters.
Getting him right across the line. And so now we move to the women's section of the 60-meter dash here in just a little bit, as the competitors get their blocks all settled in.
All right, track fans, here at the awards podium, we've got our top 2 finishers in the women's 400. Third place wins
And once again, another look at the top 2 finishers in the women's 400 meters.
On the podium now, we have Emily Peterson, the runner-up from Rose Holman, 62:44.
Emily Peterson, as well as Tina Rogers, both running personal bests, scoring 18 points. Big 18-point efforts there for the women. But still, it is a tight competition now as that moves Rose-Hulman even closer to Manchester. Manchester in the lead in the overall women's rankings, 101.5 points to Rose-Hulman's 93. And still, you have Hanover sticking around in third place with 76 points. And this next race will certainly certainly pay dividends here going into the next one. Meanwhile, we have a little bit of a delay here as
latest women's team scores show Manchester leading 101.5 points.
as the official timing and scoring has to get everything in order.
76, Anderson fourth with 36, Franklin fifth with 31, Irwin sixth with 18, Bluffton seventh.
Still trying to figure out.
Now St. Joe has 4 for 9th place.
And they're still trying to figure out who took second and third. So Jalen Hobbs is your winner, and Gabriel Melvin will be the second place finisher, and then Janvier will come across in third. Those are your official results for the men's 60 meters. So Gabriel Melvin and Janvier across second and third, getting some big points there as Melvin for Manchester. And now we'll send it over to Keith Miles real quick.
The electric eye that's right by you has been a factor in 4 events today. And I tell you what, you can't call it with your eye. You need that guy, and that's incredible.
And so let's take a look at those results real quick here.
We good with the women's 400? Okay.
So on your screen, that just shows you how close it was. 1/100th of a second between Janvier and Melvin. But Jalen Hobbs scoring some big points there for Rose-Hulman. Now we turn to the women. And here you will see a matchup between Tracy Cross and Zalia Martin. Tracy Cross was the top qualifier, going 7:88 in the prelims, but Zalia Martin has the best overall time this season, coming into the meet anyway. So Tracy Cross running a new conference leading time in the prelims, and so it'll be interesting to see how things shake out. You have Cross in lane 4 and Martin in lane 5. But also playing a factor could be Lisa Maria Marcoux of Defiance. She had an excellent prelim time of 8:07. And don't count out Katrina Augustin either. Timer's ready to go. Certainly one of the most agonizing things to step in to the blocks before a highly contested matchup. And they're away. Tracy Cross and Martin in the center lanes. Augustin right there, and it's going to be Zalia Martin just edging out Cross, the freshman, and Zalia Martin will win her second HCAC Indoor Conference Championship in a row and stays undefeated in finals competition this season. Take a look at the replay. Tracy Cross straining a little bit to try and catch up with Martin. And Martin keeping her feet underneath her and comfortably getting across the line in first place. Now let's send it over to Cam de Blasio with an interview.
All right, thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, we're here with the top two finishers in the women's 400, both from Rose-Hulman. Ladies, congratulations. I know you've been moving around since your race finished. You got to get ready to go for your next race. How does it feel to be teammates at the top of the podium today?
Hopefully good. Yeah, we've been working out together, pushing each other, so it's nice to be here together. It's been 3 years in the making.
So.
Yeah.
And pretty cool to also do this at a conference championship as well.
Yes, definitely. I've been waiting for this for a long time.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to both of you, and best of luck in your additional races still to run tonight.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you so much, Cam de Blasio. Now let's take a look at the men's team standings here, and just a little bit. It's certainly gotten interesting. Manchester and Rose-Hulman now separated by less than 10 points. We knew it would be close, and now it's going to come down to more of the relays and the remaining distance events left to go. And now we have an update, and it looks like Tracy Cross comes home as the winner in the 100 meters. So a quick change. Tracy Cross gets the win in the women's 60-meter dash with a time of 7:88 in the prelims, 7:85 in the finals. Zalia Martin is now defeated for the first time this season from Hanover. And we scroll down to take a look at the women's team standings. They are also just as close. You take a look at that. So you take a look at the awards stand now. Jalen Hobbs going to be getting his accolades.
All right, track fans, we're down here at the awards podium with our top three finishers in a very fast men's 60-meter dash.
And so the next event up
will
be the men's 800. Still some excellent runs here by all three of these competitors in the HCAC.
And running away from the field, the new HCAC conference record from Rose-Hulman, Jalen Hobbs. Jalen Hobbs' new conference record, 6.85 seconds, betters the old record by 0.05 of a second. Congratulations, Jalen, and congratulations to everybody in the top.
And here's an update. Jalen Hobbs set a new conference record, 6.85. Nicely done by Jalen Hobbs. He breaks a 6-year-old record shared between two runners, Darius Spinks and Cole Green. Nicely done by Jalen Hobbs. And so now a slight break in the action here as we get ready for the men's 800 meters. But first, let's send it over to Cam de Blasio, who is with our trio from the men's 60 meters.
All right, thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, we're here with our top three in the men's 60. Guys, it's a quick race. It's always intense. It's always tight. How did you guys separate yourselves today?
I just had to run, get my knees up and run. That's it.
Sounds as simple as that, right?
Sounds simple, but not.
It's not, though, is it? Yeah, it certainly doesn't look simple either. Let me tell you, you broke a conference record today. How does that feel?
Feels the same. Just running.
A humble man right here, a humble man. Let me ask you then, to be on the podium for a conference championship, what does that mean?
I mean, I was there last year, but to be back again, like, it's just, I don't know, it's a wonderful feeling, and making my mom proud. Hi, Mom.
There we go. We got a hi, Mom. Kurt, Back to you. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you very much to Cam de Blasio. Meanwhile, you take a look at the winners. Tracy Cross winning the conference record as a freshman from Defiance. Doing it quite comfortably as well. And Tracy Cross also coming in a new conference record in the 60-meter dash, breaking the record previously set back in 2013 by Micah Wilson from Defiance College, breaking her own former teammate's record, running 7:85 in the finals. And we will have Cam Blankenship catch up with that trio here in just a little bit. Zalia Martin coming in second from Hanover, and Delaney Moore, kind of a surprise there, coming home in third for Anderson. Nicely done by her. And so now we'll go ahead and before we go to Cam de Blasio with the winners of the 60-meter dash in the women, we take a look at the shot put results for the men.
Runner-up honors go to Michael Swigert of Anderson.
And some big performances here today in the shot put.
As a best. And the conference champion today from Franklin, Zach Wiley.
Zach Riley getting the win in the men's shot put for Franklin.
Those are your top three finishers.
Nicely done by him. So now let's go ahead and send it over to Cam de Blasio, who is with the top three finishers in the women's 60 meters.
All right, Kurt, thank you so much. Yeah, ladies, congratulations. We talked to the men earlier.
Jerry, I got
it's
the
a crazy race. It's so quick. It's hard to separate yourselves. How did you do it today?
I just try to stay in my dry phase and keep going. Stay with them, really.
Yeah, that's been the story all day, is the competitors pushing each other. What's it like to be able to be on the podium for a conference championship?
Well, this is amazing. I mean, I've been on it a lot, so this is just a really good feeling again.
Any more races for you?
I have the 200 and the 4x4 next.
How do you regroup and prep for those next races so quickly?
A lot of hard training and prayer.
Always a critical part. Ladies, congratulations. Thank you so much for your time. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you, Cam. And as we were talking to them, we got underway in the men's 800 meters, the first of three timed finals. And 5 competitors in this one. The 2 from Manchester are out in front at the moment, Dylan Leininger and Braden Stam. And they are being stalked by Austin Hernandez of Bluffton. Now moving into second place is Austin Hernandez as we come to 1 lap to go. Back around we go, and now we have Hernandez back into the lead. Austin Hernandez, a best time of 2:13.44 this season. Austin Hernandez will come home in the lead just off of his personal best. At about 2:15 he crosses to take the win in the first section.
We will quickly give a men's team score update with 12 events scored. Manchester leads 116.5. Rose Holman has 108 in second. Bluffton is third with 54. Hanover fourth with 43. Transylvania fifth with 40. Franklin is in sixth with 30.
And as you hear the PA announcer in the background, Manchester only holds a slim lead over Rose-Hulman right now in the men's competition, 116.5 to 108. Meanwhile, Bluffton has moved into third place in the men's rankings with 54 points.
Ty Richardson of Mount St. Joe, Zachary Davenport of Anderson, Blake Story of Rose-Hulman, Ethan Lai of Bluffton.
And so now we'll move on to the second time finals here in the men's 800. Here we'll pick up the pace a little bit more. The top time in this section coming into the event is going to be Blake Storo of Rose-Hulman, 2:04.53, his best time this season. But right there with him has been Robert Hoagman of Hanover. Hoagman ran the distance medley relay earlier this afternoon. Part of an excellent effort from Hanover. But don't count out Drew Magaha at either from Franklin in this heat as well. 2:05.41 his best time. And so now you see them using two lanes and spread out. Each of these competitors will have to stay in those two lanes during the start before they hit the break line on the other side of the track, opposite to where they stand right now. The break line right behind them. Underway in this second of three-time finals. And here you could see some points being scored, possibly. There are 9 competitors in the third section. So if a couple of these competitors could outrun whatever performance comes from the final section, it could happen here. So at the break line, you have Blake Storo of Rose-Hulman out front.
Joshua Soden of Anderson in second.
Blake Storo out front, and then you have Joshua Soden in second place from Anderson. Storo is out well. 2 more laps to go. Soden now being challenged by Robert Hoagman of Hanover.
And on the backstretch, Zachary Davenport of Anderson.
Storo falling off the pace now. Meanwhile, out front is Stogman, but now really putting on a charge is Eli Cochran of Franklin, as well as Drew Magaha of Franklin as well, the 2 teammates. Drew Magaha has the lead. Best time this season of 2:05. Coming to the finish, and it is Drew Magaha getting the win for Hanover. Time, we'll get the final time here in just a little bit. Excellently run race by Drew Magaha, just stalking and waiting for his move. And sometimes that's always the plan for a track and field race. Not quickly the fastest throughout the entire race, just the fastest when the time comes to be able to cross the line first. And so now we move on to the final time section. There's the results of the first section of the 800. We'll have the second section here in just a little bit as those results are tabulated. And so now we'll take a look here at the second section. Drew Magaha getting the win, 2:05.94. That is just off of his personal best this season. He's a freshman from Franklin Community High School in Indiana. He was a specialist in the 4x4 and the 4x8 relay in high school. So now we go on to the third and final time section. And once again, we get a familiar name. You see him right there on your screen, Enrique Salazar, who can really turn on the Jets when he has to. 156 is his personal best this season, but watch out for Bailey Morganson of Transylvania. We're underway.
Section of the men's 800 meters underway now.
And way out in front really well is Jace Wilburn of Franklin, but making up the stagger on the inside is Bailey Morganson of Transylvania. He has the early lead. Salazar well back in the pack, as you might expect, waiting to make his move. Morganson really pushing the pace, though. Just to remind you, Enrique Salazar, he has already run the men's mile and the 5,000 meters. So he's put in 4 miles and some change worth of running, and he's going to add another half mile here. Bailey Morganson still out in front. Salazar moving into third place on the inside, and split between them is Jace Wilburn of Franklin. Salazar kind of pinned inside, has to jostle around a little bit, finally gets around, and will Salazar have enough room to get inside? Bailey Morganson still out in front, and Salazar going to come home in fourth likely. Bailey Morganson will have one more into the turn. One more lap to go. And now, moving into the first position is going to be the teammate in Justin Sparkman. And also Nate DeVary in there as well. But out for Rose Holman is going to be Will Feskin. And now it's a close finish. And there's Salazar in the final 25 yards. Enrique Salazar just out. Leans at the line for first place. What an effort by Enrique Salazar. We'll try to get a replay of that finish and just take a look at this kick by Salazar. Right there with Wiskin and just out-leaning Wilburn at the line. What a run, and Bailey Morganson, after leading most of that race, comes home fourth. An excellent run by Will Feskin. Let's send it over to Keith Myers.
Well, how about that?
I mean, you're interviewing the wrong guy. It's all him.
Well, it is, but, he's probably out of breath, and he's signing autographs. You coached him. He's running a lot of miles today.
Yep, and he runs a lot of miles in practice, so he's prepared for that. But, hats off to the rest of the conference. That was a gutsy effort across the board, and we just got lucky, came out on top on it, and Enrique is, super competitive, and it just showed right there.
You know how interesting it is when everybody starts sliding over to the meters and starts yelling, it's goosebumps everywhere.
Yeah, well, we know that every event matters as we're trying to do something special. And so that matters just as much as somebody getting 8th place or, finishing one spot ahead. So even though that was really exciting, every spot along the way for us is exciting, and we're just excited to be a part of it.
Crunch time, Coach. Coach time.
Thank you. Yep.
Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Keith. You take a look at how close that was. Enrique Salazar just beating Wilburn and Theskin out. Some valuable points for Manchester. So now we turn to the women's section of the 800 meters. 3-time finals. 4 competitors in this opening section. And we're underway in this opening section of the women's 800 meters. And while we watch this, let's also get a quick check of the men's team rankings. And they have gotten ever more interesting. And you take a look at it now. Manchester still holding a very slim lead over Rose-Hulman. Rose-Hulman clawing back a little bit, trying to win their 12th men's conference championship in a row. So on the track now, you have Sarah Rohr of Manchester, who has not recorded a time this season in the 800. She's out in front in the early going. Meanwhile, Hope Nixon is right behind her in second. Sarah Rohr still holding it out in front here for Manchester in this first section. The conference record in this event dates back to 2016 when Hannah Wops of Manchester ran 2:18.97. That is a blistering pace. In fact, the top time in the conference this season set by Madison Lindfelt is a full 12 seconds slower than that. She has run at 2:30 this year. Heading into the final lap here, and Sarah Rohr, again, not recording a time at all this season in the 800, looking good. And here comes Sarah Rohr. Nicely done in this first section. 2:44. First time she's run an 800 this season. And here comes second place as Hope Nixon. And she crosses in 3:05. That's a new season best for her. We await the remaining competitors. And across the line in third is going to be Brianna Snyder. So we continue to move along here as we get set for the second section. And here we'll ramp up the times just a little bit. Alexandria Osmus will be one of the leaders in this one, as well as Shiana Bellingham. Shiana Bellingham will be one to watch as she has a season best of 2:35.78. We'll take a quick timeout. Back in a minute here on IndianaSRN. At the awards podium, once again, 3 conference championships today for Enrique Salazar. He has now scored 30 of the 130 points scored in the men's competition today for Manchester. That is certainly something very impressive. And so now we're on to the second section of the women's 800.
Section 2 of the women's 800. Alina Stern of Earlham, Sydney Aldridge of Pennsylvania.
And trying to set the pace early, looks like that is Alexandria Osmus of Defiance. Her best time this season, 2:35.79. And so out well is Osmus, a freshman at Defiance this season. Has a personal best of 2:34.01. And her high school best is 2:32.35 in the outdoor 800 in high school in Michigan. Alexandria Osmus still holding a comfortable lead here. 2 laps down, 2 more to go. Again, you could possibly get some scoring times here. Osmus certainly making a case for it if she keeps up the pace.
Updating the men's team scores after 14 events scored. Manchester 130.5 leading the way. Rose Holders in second with 117. Bluffton in third, 59.
Alexandria Osmus now with 1 more lap to go. Osmus still holding the lead, but now making a little bit of a push is Rebecca Gregg of Anderson. You can see her on the left part of your screen right there. Alexandria Osmus still holding on for first place at the moment. She's tightening up, as you can see, coming to the final 50. Alexandria Osmus is straining, trying to hold on for the win, and she does, in fact. And coming home in second will be Rebecca Gregg of Anderson. Nicely done. Now, let's go ahead and catch up with the winner of our 800 meters on the men's side. We send it to Cam de Blasio.
Kurt, thank you so much. Yeah, this race, I don't even know what to say about what we just saw in this race. It was an incredible effort by all 3 guys. Fellas, congratulations. Enrique, I got to ask, you're back there, you're hanging out, you're hitting your stride. How did you kick it into gear there at the end?
Really, it's all about putting yourself into position and not giving up.
Getting set now on the track, we have our final section of the women's 800. This is seeded by turn throughout the year, and it will be the fastest section.
Both of these guys.
HCAC indoor league record 2:18.97, set by Hannah Watson in 2018.
That's been the message we've heard all day, is how much all you competitors push each other. What does it mean to be able to be on the podium today?
I mean, feels pretty good. Wasn't what I wanted. Went out a little slow.
Lauren Smith of Manchester and Angelina Gregory of Franklin.
To be able to do something like that, you were pushing hard, man. I could see how hard you were going. What's it like to be able to get a medal here at a conference championship?
It feels good because finishing it my senior year. Good to have at least 1 medal on the neck.
What number
before I head out, Especially great teammates, do it for the boys and girls,
Love to hear it. This is a team sport, individual races, but you're all competing to do it together. Congratulations to all 3 of you. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you, Cam. Nice job as always. We get ready for the final section of the women's 800. Now here you see a lot of blistering speeds. Elizabeth Lohman, once again, who is the winner earlier in the women's mile, looking to back it up now with her second conference championship of the night. You'll have Elizabeth Lohman, but Madison Linfeld has the best time overall this season, as well as Haley Mikowski of Franklin, 2:29. And Linfeld also going 2:29 earlier this season. So Linfeld, Mikowski, and Lohman will be the ones to watch as you take a look once again at the winners in the long jump. Happening all the way across on the other side of the facility. Congratulations to all those three winners. Final section of the 800 here on the women's side is underway. So you look out for Mikowski, Lohman, and Linfeld. And it's quick to start things out. And out well is Amberly Sorensen of Hanover. She has a really fast pace to start things off. Sorensen has a personal best this season of 2:32.88. Right behind her is going to be Haley Mikowski. Meanwhile, Lohman back in the field at the moment. Sorensen still holding the lead. Mikowski right there with her. And then you also have Madison Linfeld of Rose-Hulman keeping touch. And now Mikowski challenging on the outside for the lead. Halfway home, Mikowski will assume command of the race. Sorensen, and now you see Linfield moving into second place past Sorensen. That was a quick 400 meters to start off from Sorensen. She is keeping touch at the moment with the two leaders. Madison Linfeld was fifth last year in the HCAC indoors. Also 12th in the outdoor cross-country championships in the fall. One more lap around. Mikowski keeping the pace manageable at the moment. And now Linfeld challenging to the outside. Madison Linfeld, the junior mechanical engineering major from Carmel. 100 meters to go. And Linfeld turning on the kick now. Haley Mikowski trying to answer, but it's not going to happen. Here comes Madison Linfeld, winning in commanding fashion for Rose-Hulman, and it is a photo finish for second, third, and fourth. Nicely done by Madison Linfeld. And once again, second place will go to the scorer's eye. An excellent race run by Madison Linfeld. So we await the official score. And now let's send it to Keith Myers, who is with Madison's mom.
Okay, Mom. So I saw back to the backstretch. You got stand up and you pumping the arms, pushed her over the finish line. Congratulations.
Thank you. She did it all. I'm very proud of her.
What year is she?
She's a junior.
So she got one more year.
She does.
Tell us a little bit about this Rose-Hulman program. It's really competitive when it comes to track and field.
Yeah, they are a really great team, but they are they all just get along great, and it's a community for them.
Is her athletic ability from you or Dad?
From Dad.
That's not true. Dad was covering his eyes.
Probably.
Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keith. And there you see the final results. Madison Linfeld, 2:28, a new personal best for her. Meanwhile, Mikowski and Lohman for Franklin and Manchester coming home in second and third. And that certainly has some impacts on the score as we get a look now at the women's team standings here in just a little bit. It has certainly gotten a lot more interesting. There you have it. 2.5 points separate Manchester and Rose-Hulman. At the top of the leaderboard, and Hanover still keeping some touch with both of those two squads, but it is certainly going to be very close coming down to it. So now we're moving right along past the 6 o'clock hour here at Defiance. The men's 200-meter dash next on your docket. And once again, we will be able to see the likes of Jalen Hobbs, the new conference record holder in the 60-meter dash. He will make his go for the 200-meter championship. But first, we got to go through a couple of timed finals to get there. We will have 6 sections of the 200. And in this one, David Turner brings in the quickest overall time from Earlham. He will be running out of lane number 4. And the official ordering to stand up. He held them for quite a long time there. And so they will try this again. Sometimes you see that happen. The official kind of waiting a little too long, recognizing it and ordering them up. And it's a clean start. 1 lap around. Running well, David Turner of Earlham. He has the lead coming to the final 50, and David Turner gets a nice win there for Earlham. And also his teammate, Moanta, coming home in second place. So the women's long jump results are as follows. 17 feet 6 inch jump wins it for Rofiat Adiemi of Rose-Hulman. Adele Stenko in second for Manchester with a jump of 16.5 1/4. And then in third place, Delaney Moore of Anderson. Delaney Moore having an excellent meet, getting a couple of third place finishes for Anderson today and other events. And that certainly changes the team's score for the women now. Rose-Hulman has 123 points. They have taken the lead over Manchester, who has 119.5 points with 13 events scored.
We are back at the awards podium with our top 3 in the women's 800 meters. Taking third today from Manchester, Elizabeth Lohman, 230 points.
And there you have the awards for the women's 800. Elizabeth Lohman getting more hardware today. She had already won the women's mile. But the day belongs to Madison Linfeld. A new personal time, a personal best time of 2:28.87. Haley Mikowski getting second for Franklin. Nicely done by all 3 competitors. Second section of the men's 200. Getting a little bit quicker now. Kelvin Nikansa of Mount St. Joe, the one to watch in lane 4.
Section 2, men's 200 dash. Waters of Bluffton in 2. Cicely of Manchester in 3. Concha of Mount St. Joe in 4.
Mount St. Joe's Kelvin Nikansa running well, trying to keep the lead here. He appears to be limping, though. He is still running, and he pulled his hamstring. You could see him pull it there, but he may have just come across in spite of that. But a nice close by Philip Salerci. Now let's send it to Cam de Blasio, who is with our winners in the 800.
All right, thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, we got the top 3 from the women's 800 here. Ladies, congratulations. It's been a full day of racing. How do you feel after this one?
Very tired.
Very tired, and how do you feel?
I feel good. It was fun running with these two again, so.
Always competitive. It's great to see the competition out here, how you guys push each other. What's it like getting on the podium for the first time today?
Very exciting, I will say. Very exciting.
Any races left for any of you 3? All 3, you still have races. Okay, well, best of luck in all those, and congratulations on your podium here. All right, thank you so much. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam. Nicely done. Of course, Elizabeth Lohman probably still has a relay left to go. We also have the men's and women's 3,000 meters still to contend. The men's race, the men's 3,000, will be separated into 2 sections, so we will be having a little bit of extra content for you here today. Meanwhile, we get ready for the next section of the men's 200-meter dash. The next section will have the likes of Caleb Caro of Anderson, with a best time so far this season of 23:79. Caro could certainly get in on the scoring if he's able to get a good performance here. And he's out well. Already making up the stagger on his outside competitors. Caro into the final 50. He has the lead, looking very comfortable. And Caro is across the line in 23.5 seconds. Unofficially, we'll get the official time in just a little bit. But nicely done. And we'll get the third section here in just a little bit. But an excellent run by Caleb Caro. And there you have it, Caleb getting a new season best. 23:39 across the line was he. Zachary Roberts across the line in second. And to update you on the previous section, Nikansa was second after Salerci of Philip Salerci of Manchester was just able to out-edge him there at the line, but you could see Kelvin Nikansa did not give up in spite of the fact that he pulled up with a limp and probably a hamstring injury just from what we saw him grab on his leg. On to the fourth section now. The times get quicker still. Ian Lemons, Ike Bowling, Nate Reynolds, all of them contenders, as well as Gabriel Melvin. Bluffton, Hanover, Rose-Hulman, Transylvania, and Manchester all represented in this fourth section. The starter sends him. And running well is Lemons of Rose-Hulman, already making up the stagger through the first 100 meters. Coming around, Ian Lemons, well out in front, but here comes Gist with a late stride, but it's going to be Lemons, followed by Gist in lane 2. A very competitive heat. And nicely run race by Ian Lemons. Best time coming into this race of 23:52. And we'll see what he hit that time by. But we'll get even faster still here with the 5th section. And there you have it, 23:49, another season best from Ian Lemons of Rose-Hulman. Desmond Gist and Ike Bowling coming home second and third. Well-deserved rest there for Lemons. But now on to the next section. Back to the track. We go just a little bit quicker. Jacob Eve, our 400-meter champion, will now try to make it a double in the 200. He has a season best time of 23:28. Also, Tawan Cannon, the runner-up in the men's 60-meter hurdles, will try to make a go here in the 200 meters. Tawan Cannon, more of a hurdle specialist, as I just mentioned, has only run one other 200-meter race all season long, placing 9th in the Euler Opener earlier this year. Meanwhile, Jacob Eve and also Brett Rottinghaus, don't rule him out, from Transylvania, the freshman. Rottinghaus was 16th overall in the outdoor 200 meters a year ago in high school at the Kentucky State Finals. Another clean start. And here we have Tawan Cannon out well, as is Sheldon Lindsay of Earlham on the inside. But don't rule out Ike Bowling of Transylvania. And coming to the line, and it looks like Sheldon Lindsay gets the win in this one. A personal best of 23:46 coming into this one. Lindsay, nice job there, has qualified for the HCAC indoors in the 200 meters the last 2 years. He finished 4th last year, so he may be able to match up against some of the others in this final section who have each run 4 quicker times than he has this season. Nicely done by him. Getting set for the 6th and final section. And there you have it, Sheldon Lindsay, a new season best, 23:21. And Tawan Cannon across the line in second. He also has a new season best of 23:26. Jacob Eve, the 400-meter champion, in third. We'll see how these times match up with the remaining 4. Many of these times you see on your screen now will be scoring times. The 4 fastest men in the conference this season on the track now. Both Jaquaid Janvier and Prescott Brackett, each running 23 seconds even, but they have to chase down Jalen Hobbs, who has run the only sub-23 second 200 this season. And they're off. Hobbs out well, already making up the stagger on Janvier to his outside. Hobbs now chasing down Prescott Brackett. On the inside, though, is coming J.R. Adams of Anderson. But Jalen Hobbs will win commandingly again. He sweeps the sprints for Rose-Hulman. Also, Prescott Brackett across the line in second place. Those are huge points for Rose-Hulman. Manchester did not have any runners in the final section. That will pay huge dividends down the stretch for Rose-Hulman. Jalen Hobbs, what an effort by him today. And there you have it, another personal best. He lowers his conference time of the year, 22:55, and Prescott Brackett joins him in the sub-23 club. An excellent run by Brackett. That is a new season best for him and a new personal best. And so after the men's 200 meters, let's get a look at the team standings. The women have taken over the lead for Rose-Hulman on the women's side of things, and so have the men. 139 points to 130 to Manchester. But there are still a couple more events to go. You have the 3,000 meters and then the 4x400 meter relay. 2 events on each side to go. It is close as we expected in this one. So now on to the women's side of the 200 meter dash. Only 4 sections. The one to watch in this one will be Olivia Kirk of Earlham. We spoke to her mom earlier this afternoon. The only sub-30 200 meter runner in this section. And it's a clean start.
This is section 1 of the women's 200.
And around the horn comes Olivia Kirk. Nicely done. Getting the win in this one for Earlham. We talked to Olivia's mom earlier this afternoon, and from what I hear, it sounds like Keith Myers is going to track her down yet again. As you see Olivia taking a well-deserved breath after getting a nice win in the first section of the women's 200 meters. Let's send it to Keith Myers.
Well, Mom's too busy taking pictures. Dad is now taking his photos. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Pretty awesome, back-to-back.
Well, she's doing all right. A little history. She ran high school freshman year and hasn't ran since. So this is her, as a sophomore, first year running indoor college track. So she's doing pretty well.
That's pretty cool. Congratulations. Job well done. You got to be happy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're grinning, so that's good.
Yes, sir.
Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. At the awards stand, we recognize the 3 competitors, the top 3 in the men's 200 meter dash. Jalen Hobbs, the champion in the 60 meters, does it again in the 200 meters. Nicely done by Jalen Hobbs. And Jalen Hobbs again doing it in 23:55, just 0.3 shy of a new conference record, which was set by Cole Green of Transylvania back in 2017. Section number 2 of the women's 200. You see Abby Rowe in your screen, as well as Janae Johnson of Franklin. But a couple of the two to watch will be Jada Hunter-Hayes of Rose-Hulman and Lindsay Hermes of Earlham, both running sub-29 in this section.
Section 2 of the women's 200.
Out well now is Lindsay Hermes of Earlham. She's already passed her outside competitor. Lindsay Hermes looking to further best her time. Gets across the line in 27 seconds. That's a new personal best for Lindsay Hermes. Nice job there by Hermes in the women's 200. Let's send it to Cam de Blasio with the winners of the 200 on the men's side.
Kurt, thank you so much. Yeah, we got the top two runners, both from Rose-Hulman. Both of these guys are helping their team inch closer, and now now their team has taken over the top spot so far. How does it feel to help your team do that?
It feels pretty good. We all prepared well over this past week. We knew Manchester was going to be pretty competitive, but we're just doing what we know.
Now, you guys both have already been over here once in the 4x2. You guys medaled in that one. How does it feel to be back again?
It feels good. I mean, obviously, we like winning. It's a good time, but we still got a couple more events left, a couple more events to defend right now. I'm out of breath, sorry.
Out of breath, running hard, doing your job. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam. As we take a look at the results of section number 2 of the women's 200 meters, Lindsay Hermes, a new personal best for her, 27.5 seconds. Besting a really nice job there. That's actually a new season best for her. She had a 28.82 coming in. And now we move on to section number 3. And we get closer even still as Delaney Moore will have the top overall seed coming into this section. Delaney Moore has certainly been a busy competitor today with a couple of medals and field events, as well as the hurdles. And she can be one of the top scorers here in this heat, depending on how the final section shakes out. And they're off. Another clean start. Delaney Moore out well for Anderson. But it's going to be a much tougher heat here, as Hannah Keith on her outside is giving her a little bit of pressure, as is Adele Stenko of Manchester. Coming to the line, Delaney Moore outstrides Stenko for first. And now we will wait and see how these times stand up to the outside.
This section is the final and fastest section of the women's 200 meters. Lisa Maria Markow of Defiance runs from lane 3. Tracy Cross of Defiance in 4. Zalia Martin of Hanover runs.
And so nicely done there by Delaney Moore. Again, could be a scoring time. It likely will be a scoring time, but how many points remain yet to be seen, as we'll see how that shakes out. But now we get even faster, and once again we will get a matchup between Tracy Cross and Zalia Martin. Tracy Cross got the win in the women's 60 meters earlier. And there you see the results of the previous section. Delaney Moore, 27:19. That is a new personal best for her, also a personal best for Adele Stanko at 27:33. The personal bests keep falling here. It is certainly time to run a PR in a conference setting. Once again, you're looking live inside of the George here on the Defiance College campus in Ohio. The 2022 HCAC Indoor Conference Championships. I'm Kurt Darling. Thank you so much for joining us for wall-to-wall coverage whenever you've been able to tune in. We've been on the air since 1 o'clock today and have not stopped. We are just past 6:30 local time as we get set for the final section of the women's 200. Lisa Maria Marcoux in your screen right there in lane number 3. Tracy Cross, Zalia Martin, and Tina Rogers of Rose-Hulman. This should be an interesting race. And we're away. Tracy Cross tracking down Zalia Martin. Cross makes up the stagger on Martin to her outside. And Tracy Cross making a statement. The freshman wins in commanding fashion, 26-6, unofficially across the line to win her second conference championship. This freshman from Defiance is making waves across the HCAC. Zalia Martin in second, the junior from Hanover. And we'll wait to get the official time. Tracy Cross's best time of the year, 26:85 earlier this year. Cross, again, a freshman from Toledo, Ohio. She ran a season best time in the 100 meters outdoors a year ago in high school of 12:71. She was also part of a state championship winning 4x100 relay team in Ohio last year. So the women's weight throw going on now. And we still await the official results of the women's 200 meters. So as we take a little bit of a breather here, we get ready for the men's 3,000 meter run. That will be separated into 2 sections. Women's weight throw still going on. Most of the other field events have concluded, so that's the only event left to go here on the women's side. And so here we go with the results of the women's 200 meter dash. And Tracy Cross, 26:37, a blistering pace, a new personal best for her. And she is ever close to the conference record set by Jordan Fender of Transylvania back in 2015. But now as we scroll down to the women's team results, you can see how ever close it is. 25.5 points to Manchester, 124 to Rose-Hulman. A point and a half between the two. It is all between them right now for the conference championship with just 2 events left to score. How do you like that? Let's go ahead and send it to Keith Myers.
Well, I'm with the Defiance SID. You've been here since, I think, Thursday, 12 noon, and you have not been home yet. So tell us a little bit about your last 3 or 4 days.
It's been a crazy past few days. We've been planning as a group, as a school. This has been a big event for us to host the indoor track and field championships, and we've been running and going nonstop, no pun intended. But it's been a great week of preparation. We've had such great people to help us out, coaches and student athletes and students that have been volunteering to help us put this thing on, and we're just thrilled, and we're obviously blessed to be able to host this.
So you tear this down, and then you'll go to bed about 4 a.m., and then you got to get ready for a basketball game.
Yes, that's been the week and the weekend, but we're happy that both our men's and women's are in the HCAC tournament, and the men are third seed and will be hosting tomorrow. So busy weekend, but, you know, it's as long as the student athletes and the teams are succeeding, you can't really be mad. So
got to be excited. IndianaSRN's been with you guys all year long. It's been awesome, and it looks like we're going to be doing some baseball, softball, got the conference championship basketball. We just got a marriage, don't we?
Yes, basically we do. So we're happy to see you guys and be able to get all our athletes on TV and all that kind of cool stuff.
You want to say something to Jerry?
Jerry, you're amazing. I hope you know that. Even though you got my first name wrong the first day.
Yeah, that's okay. Thanks, Bob. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. Jerry Collins, our on-site engineer, doing an excellent job directing the cameras and doing everything we need to do to get everything on your screen to make this a good broadcast for all of you sitting at home. Tracy Cross, Delaney Moore, as well as Adele Stanko, your top 3 finishers in the men's 3,000 in the women's 200 meters. So now we go to the men's 3,000 meters, separated into 2 sections.
Getting set now on the track, we have our first of 2 sections of finals by time, men's 3,000 meters.
And so now we get back to the distance races, which have been ever more crucial for Manchester in the latter portions. In the men's section, in the men's side of things, Rose Holman still has a 9-point advantage over Manchester. And so these races will certainly play a huge role in the scoring down the stretch.
Got the top 3 for women's 200 after this race starts.
And we're underway in this first section.
Some updated women's team scores after 14 events. Manchester leads with a slim margin, 125.5. Rose Holman is in second with 124.
So while we go through this first section of the 3,000 meters, let's go ahead and send it to Cam de Blasio, who is with our winners in the women's 200 meters.
With the top 3 for the women's 200, ladies, congratulations. I've spoken to all 3 of you already today, so you've been doing pretty well so far. But let's start with you. You're the freshman. You win this in your home field. What does it feel like?
It feels great to be able to contribute to my team coming in as a freshman. I'm just glad to be here.
And for you two to be able to make the podium, you're helping your team stay close. It's competitive right now. How are you two feeling?
So far I'm feeling pretty good, and I'm pretty confident that we can keep our standing as of right now.
I'm feeling very optimistic, but very tired.
Very tired. Now, are all 3 of you done? You still have races tonight, though? Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, good luck with that. I'll let you get to it. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam de Blasio. And as we progress through this 3,000 meters, let's go ahead and take a 1-minute timeout, and we'll come back with the finish of this first section of the men's 3,000 meters. You're watching the HCAC Indoor Conference Track and Field Championships on IndianaSRN. Back live working through the men's 3,000-meter run. This is the first of 2 sections that we have here. Before we go any further, we have 2 very close meets between the men and the women. To get a comment on that, here is Cam de Blasio with head coach Larry Cole of Rose-Hulman.
All right, thanks so much, Kurt. Coach Cole, it's a tight race on both sides right now, tighter than it's been in quite a while. How are you feeling heading into these final few races?
How am I feeling? I'm a nervous wreck right now. But, like you said, this is the closest meeting. We talked earlier in the day. We knew it was going to be a real battle. And they separated about 35 points from us midway through the afternoon. But we've just kind of been chipping away. Our sprinters have done exceptionally well, and we've had some good field event marks. But like I said, Manchester is a balanced team this year. They've always had great distance runners. But Coach Cash Dollar and his staff have done a super job of recruiting young people, developing young people in a lot of different events, and that's why this thing has really closed the gap. We've been a very solid program over the years, and our mission, to be quite honest with you, we like to score 10, 12 points in every event at one of these meets, and that's not happening quite as well today as it has in the past. But he's followed that pattern of developing a team concept and just not depending on 4 or 5 events to score all their points. So, like I said, we knew it was going to be a battle. I'll be honest with you, our guys really battled back. Our women, too. I don't know what the women's score. It's close, too, right now going into the 3K. But here again, Manchester, they're going to load up that 3K with their top 3 guys. And we've got a couple guys that have the potential to score. And then we've got a very good 4x4 team. So heading into the final 2 events, I think we're going to be okay. But it's going to be really, really tight.
All right, Coach, thank you for your time and best of luck here down the stretch.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate all your help today.
Absolutely. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you very much, Cam de Blasio. Now for the other side of that coin, Keith Myers is with the head coach of Manchester.
Well, the Rose-Hulman coach is sweating bullets, and you're not doing very well either. This is really coming down to the wire.
Yeah, and we knew it would. Coach Cole and what they've got going on at Rose-Hulman is, they're the tops in terms of indoor HCAC and outdoor HCAC when it comes to the men. We've stared at their backs for years and years and years, and we knew that we would have an opportunity here. And just like Coach Cole, he's making it as hard as possible, and it's going to come down to the last 2 events. And that's what you really want in a track meet. You want to leave it to the guys to have an opportunity to win it for the team at the end after a very hard fought series throughout the day. So that's what we're going to have. It's going to be exciting.
You guys could not be poker players because you guys are just showing your cards. Good luck. Hey, it's been a fun time hanging out with you all day today.
Well, thanks. It's been a nerve-wracking fun time for me too. So thank you.
You could go back and watch this tomorrow.
I might not want to. We'll see what happens.
All right, congratulations. Back up to you, Kurt.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. Both coaches certainly looking to see how things shake out over the last couple of events to go. Again, this is the slower of 2 timed finals here for the men's 3,000-meter run. We are about 6.5 minutes done in this particular race as we move on ahead and keep on moving forward. Alex Matros is out in front right now. Alex Matros, one of a couple of Bluffton runners in this field, Tyson Leschler and Adam Mensner as well. Alex Matros, a sophomore, has an overall personal best of 9:39 in the 3,000 meters. He finished 4th in this event at the Dick Small Invitational back on January 14th. Now let's get another check-in with Keith Myers, who is with the head soccer coach of Defiance College.
So I got a popcorn earlier today. I got Coke. I got my Snickers bar. Just want to thank you for your hospitality. Thank you so much for taking care of me.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Obviously, we're happy to have you guys here. And come on down for more popcorn, Coke, Snickers, anything you want.
Talk a little bit about the whole entire day. Your whole entire crew's been here the whole entire day. Profits go to your benefits, your program, and how's your program been?
Yeah, it's been great. Obviously, we're happy with how things are going, and the guys have been great helping out today. And the profits are going to the field, gear, all kinds of stuff, just to make the experience as best we can for these guys.
The crazy thing is they look like bananas with the yellow shirt.
I know, staff shirts. I think it looks sharp. They can stick out like a sore thumb, so that's good.
Congratulations, Coach. Job well done today.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. Only a few more laps to go here in the first section of the men's 3,000 meters. In fact, we have 1 lap left to go here for Alex Matros of Bluffton. Well out in front here in this first section. If Matros can put together a good time here, he may be able to factor in on the scoring. We'll see how it goes. And he comes to the line. 9:36, a new season best for Matros. And he comes to the line in first. And there you see Matros, spread eagle, putting all he had down on this one. Well, as the finishers come to an end here in this first section, let's take a 1-minute timeout. Back with the second section of the 3,000 meter after this on IndianaSRN. Last of the finishers coming across here for the men's 5,000 meter, or rather the men's 3,000 meters, excuse me. We did the 5,000 earlier tonight. That's the first section, but now we get the second section, which could really factor into the scoring. And of course, as we talked about earlier, it is a close meet for both sides. It is really down to just Manchester and Rose-Hulman in both the men's and the women's meets. At last check, the men's meet is separated by 9.5 points. Rose-Hulman has 9.5 points to the good over Manchester, 139 to 130.5. Meanwhile, on the women's side, Manchester has a slim 1.5 point lead over Rose-Hulman, 125.5 to 124. Hanover is also in third place with 98 points. Depending on how things shake out, that may play a factor into how things shake out. Now let's go back to Keith Myers real quick.
Special delivery. Here's your popcorn, Jerry. Here's your Snickers bar. They hope you get to enjoy yourself. By the way, the guys at the soccer team says you're welcome to come anytime you want to watch them play soccer.
Jerry Collins.
Thank you so much.
Jerry Collins, everybody.
He's been here since Thursday. He's tired.
Running from the inside out,
Of course, Jerry Collins playing a pivotal role in making sure we get on the air here today. Certainly grateful for all of his efforts in making this happen. So now we get down into the nitty-gritty. The second section, including your man Enrique Salazar. You see he's zoomed in right there. He's already won 3 conference championships today in the 5,000, the mile, and the 800. Can he add one more and make himself a quadruple conference champion and scoring crucial points for Manchester when they really need them? The thing is, as we look at the heat sheets, Manchester has 2 runners to the good over John Slice of Rose-Hulman, and that could really play a factor into the scoring. What will also be interesting to see is if Manchester plays the team role like they did in the 5,000. You have Richardson with him as well. Meanwhile, going way out in front and pushing the pace early is Transylvania. And Earlham as well. So the 2 Earlham runners pushing it early here with Connor Del Cameron. Connor Del Cameron and Ian Gorley as well, and Alexander Roberts actually out front as well.
Kurt,
let's send it to Keith Myers.
I tell you, there's guys that are not in the team, but the fans are just so fired up and supportive of all this. People are on their feet down this backstretch.
Getting down to the nitty-gritty, the last 2 events left to score this race, and the men's 4x400 meter relay coming up immediately afterwards, after the 3,000 meters for the women. Alex Roberts is still out in front here for Earlham, followed by Connor Del Cameron. Meanwhile, Thomas Richardson moves into 3rd place, and Enrique Salazar right there in the hunt as well. He is content to just stay where he is at the moment and let the laps wind down. 15 revolutions to equal 3,000 meters around this oval. And now Connor Del Carmen takes over the lead for Earlham, and Thomas Richardson into 2nd place for Manchester. The goal for Manchester in this race is to beat the Rose-Hulman runners. And all 3 Manchester runners are doing just that right now in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Once again, Connor Havens slotting right in there with Richardson and Salazar. Connor Del Carmen setting a good pace here for Earlham.
Earlham's Del Carmen still leading. Manchester running 2-3-4. Rose-Hulman moving their chess pieces on the board.
2 minutes in, and we have ourselves a race. We'll go ahead and send it to a 1-minute timeout. When we come back, we will have the finish of one of the pivotal races in this conference championship. You're watching the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships powered by IndianaSRN. The laps winding down in this championship final of the men's 3,000 meters. The distance races have really played into the hands of Manchester all day long. Enrique Salazar winning all of them. The 5,000, the mile, and the 800. Now He sits in third place trying to stalk out a win in the 3,000. Meanwhile, you see John Slies right there in fourth place for Rose-Hulman. Now that's pivotal because Manchester is trying to regain the lead in the team competition. John Slies trying to do what he can to mitigate that. But with 3 runners atop in 2, 3, and 4 for Manchester, they are poised to retake the lead in the team standings. Right now scoring 8, 6, and 5 points are Manchester as it sits right now behind Connor Del Carmen of Earlham. 7 laps to go. Enrique Salazar, now the top Manchester runner, tucking right behind Del Carmen. Manchester again playing that team tactics like they did in the 5,000 earlier today. Enrique Salazar telling us that was really pivotal in scoring the points they needed, and it certainly helped in a 1-2-3 sweep of the 5,000. Less than a mile to go. Del Carmen still holding on to the lead, looking comfortable at the moment. Del Carmen's best time of this season, 8:56, is only bettered by Salazar's 8:30 earlier this season. The conference record set by Alex Gudeman of Manchester back in 2017, 8 minutes, 49 seconds. Salazar is poised to try and beat that today, but again, he may play the team game as opposed to the record game. Del Carmen, Salazar, Havens, Richardson, and Slies are the top 5 right now in the 3,000. Slies needs to keep connection with the Manchester runners in order to mitigate the points, but the pace really picking up now from Del Carmen. Connor Havens now the top Manchester runner. He slots in right next to Del Carmen on the far turn. Salazar keeping right on Havens' hip. It almost looks like a set of Indian runs here for Manchester, where you exchange the lead. Now Salazar well in command, followed by Havens and Richardson moving into third place. Manchester 1, 2, 3. That is 24 points right there. Meanwhile, John Slies is in 5th place, which is only worth 4 points. You could see a huge swing in the points now. Salazar pushing the pace with Connor Havens. 2 laps to go. Enrique Salazar and Havens are 1-2 at the moment. Coming down to the final lap to go. They've lost touch with Thomas Richardson, but he is still comfortably in third place, well back. Salazar now pushing for the record. Havens is right there with him. Richardson now across in third, Del Carmen in 4th. Richardson still keeping in third place, but Enrique Salazar and Connor Havens are the top 2 now on your screen. Points are going to be valuable here. Enrique Salazar across the line in conference record time, 8:16, shattering the conference record by over 30 seconds. 10 points to Manchester, 8 points to Manchester, and 6 points to Manchester. 24-point swing in the team standings to Manchester. Keith Myers.
The whole entire team just went nuts and tackled Coach. What an impressive event. Wow.
That all but secures the conference championship for the men in Manchester.
Right? Wow.
That all but secures it. Manchester poised to knock off Rose-Hulman for the first time in 11 years. The Fighting Engineers have won the Indoor Conference Championship the last 11 straight times. Manchester poised to knock them off here today. What a turn of events in the distance races for Manchester. Now we all take a minute to collectively gather ourselves after a huge swing. And it appears all of the competitors have finished.
14 ladies.
And now we move on to the women's section of the 3,000 meters. Meanwhile, we will get you the results of the men's 3,000 meters in just a matter of moments. What a turn of events for Manchester. Top three, Salazar, Havens, and Richardson. There you see them on your screen. What a performance today by Enrique Salazar. 4 championships.
I got him.
Keith Myers is with the winning trio.
So what do you guys think?
Oh, that was crazy, but literally would not want to do it or could have done it without these two by my side.
We really executed and performed in that. We just beat Rose Holman.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, it's good to have these guys right here with me and training with me. And I mean, like, all we cared about is 1, 2, 3. Place didn't matter at all.
I have nothing else to follow up on that. Congratulations, guys. Job well done.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. As they talked about, that all but secures it. We still have to get through all of the events, but it is all but certain that Manchester wins the Indoor Conference Championship on the men's side. But now we get a look at the women in the 3,000 meters. Fourteen competitors, 1 timed final. Fastest time so far this season turned in by Elizabeth Lohman. 10 minutes, 45 seconds this season. She has a personal best of 10:26, which she ran back in her days at Trine University. She's only run the 3,000 meters once this season at the Anderson Invite. But she was third at the MIAA Indoors back in 2021, again as a member of Trine. Certainly all of us catching our collective breath. Meanwhile, timing and scoring getting a few things figured out. Just this and the 4x400 meter relay, dubbed the most exciting race in track and field for a reason, because it is always the last event and sometimes plays a pivotal role in the points, as it just very well might on the women's side. The men's side has all but been decided now. It was Rose Holman in the lead going in to the 3,000 meters, but that will change once they get timing and scoring all figured out. Meanwhile, on the women's side, it's a 1.5 point difference. Meanwhile, timing and scoring is still trying to discuss and figure something out here before they release the results of the 3,000 meters. And still awaiting the start here, as you see off to the left side of the right side of your screen. Officials are discussing something going on with the previous event. And now we get ready for the 3,000 meters for the women. And they're off. You see Elizabeth Lohman wearing number 12 on her chest there. She will be the top time. Meanwhile, just got a quick update on the situation that they were discussing for the men's 3,000 meters. Apparently, there may have been a discrepancy on whether or not they actually ran the required number of laps. The official lap keeper said that he had 1 to go. But we'll check and see what the official word on that is. Either way, they may just keep the results as is, but still, nonetheless, it was a conference record.
He said he's streaming.
For Enrique Salazar, but that record may be in question depending on what they decide to do going forward. Meanwhile, in the women's 3,000 meters, up front, it is Noelle Lawler of Anderson, as well as Elizabeth Lohman of Rose-Hulman, and Brianna Metcalf of Hanover. Now, you might remember Brianna Metcalf had an excellent run in the 800 to come home with the victory in that one for Hanover. Well, while we settle into this 3,000-meter race for the women, we'll go ahead and take another quick 1-minute timeout, and we'll be back with the finish here on IndianaSRN coverage of the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships. Progressing through the women's 3,000 meters. And separating themselves now has been Noelle Lawler and Brianna Metcalf. Lawler of Anderson, Metcalf of Hanover. And there you see Elizabeth Lohman just out of your picture leading a trio of Manchester runners. Lohman has caught back up here with Metcalf. Meanwhile, Lawler has moved away again. Noelle Lawler was certainly competitive in the women's 5,000 meters. Couldn't quite get things done there, but she is setting a really good pace here in the early going as we come to 9 laps to go here in the women's 3,000. Points are crucial here for Manchester. And it'll certainly go a long way as they have 3 runners ahead of the next Rose-Hulman runner, who is back in 7th place. Manchester with just a slim 1.5-point lead. Meanwhile, Hanover has 98 points. They are the defending conference champions from a year ago. The conference championship poised to change hands here, as it would seem. Noelle Lawler now separating by about 30 meters over second place Brianna Metcalf and Elizabeth Lohman.
15 points on the line. Manchester is running 3-4-5. Rose looks to be at 8.
Noelle Lawler looking very good. Was first in the 10,000 meters in the HCAC Outdoor Championships in 2021. She did not run the 3,000 at all in the indoor season a year ago, but was 15th in the 3,000 in 2020, running at 11:41.91. Certainly outpacing that pace right now. 7 laps to go, just inside of a mile. Noelle Lawler still comfortably out in front. Really picking up the pace now. She is extending her lead now to a full length of the front straight over second place Brianna Metcalf and Elizabeth Lohman. Lohman had the best time in this event coming in to the championships. And right now Lawler poised to crush that with 6 laps to go if she can hold this lead.
All right, track fans, on the awards podium, we have our final field event results of the day.
Lawler crossing again. 5 laps to go.
In third place today, Dakota Getz of Manchester.
Noelle Lawler, only one of just a handful of women on this track and field team for Anderson.
Maddie Haynes of Manchester, 13.91 meters. And your
So far this season, she was first in the mile at Larry Cole, at the Larry Cole Invitational in Terre Haute. Then you also had, she was also 5th in the 3,000 at the Sean Brady Alumni Invitational back on January 15th. And she's looking to get her first win in the 3,000 this season and in her career. And she is really pouring it on now as she has a full turn length lead over Brianna Metcalf in second place. There you see second place. And there you see Lawler, the difference between the two at the moment. In spite of only having a handful of track athletes here at Anderson University, they are 4th in the team standings with 59 points.
Brianna Metcalf running in second.
Three laps to go. Noelle Lawler crushing everybody at the moment. Certainly a much different race than what we saw in the men.
Here we go.
400 meters left out of the 3,000 they have to run. Elizabeth Lohmer now moving into second place over Metcalf. It is a huge gap between second and third. Elizabeth Lohman turning on the Jets in second place. All the points that they can certainly muster here for the women. It will be a very close meet, depending on how Rose Holman will run in this event going into the 4x4. Into the final lap.
Manchester in second, Hanover in third.
Noelle Lawler with a gap of well over 20 seconds to second place, but now here comes Elizabeth Lohman. She is closing the gap hard coming into the final turn. We may have a close race. Lawler puts into the final kick, but there is Lohman right there behind her. But right at it, it is Noelle Lawler getting the win, and Lohman with a final kick coming in second place. And Noelle Lawler hugging her coaches and her teammates, celebrating her first conference championship. An excellent run here for the senior. Her first indoor conference championship. Outdoors, she was the winner of the 10,000 meters at the HCAC championships last season. And so as the competitors finish, let's go ahead and send it over to Cam de Blasio, who is with the winners of the weights hammer throw.
All right, thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, we got the top three, and all from Manchester, a clean sweep. How does it feel for all three of you teammates to be on the podium today?
Great. Good.
It's just as good as it can be, right?
I wouldn't want to be up here with anyone else.
Talk about your overall team performance. The women have performed exceptionally well today. How have you gotten to this point?
We trust the process of all the coaches. They're doing an amazing job with us, and they take good care of us.
Now, you were telling me off the air that if you all made it on the podium, there was talk of a possible tattoo amongst the three of you. Or is any updates on that front?
We got to design it.
Yes.
There we go. All right. Well, congratulations, ladies. Well done. Kurt, back to you.
Well, there are certainly many ways to celebrate a conference championship in a singular event and a sweep of the podium. I guess getting a tattoo is just as good as any, I guess. Meanwhile, the competitors continue to finish in the women's 3,000 meters. Just a couple more to go, and then we get to the relay. The men's 4x400 meter relay, the next one on the docket. That's set to get going here in just a matter of moments. It's certainly been an excellent meet here today. No shortage of drama, as both teams have been, both Manchester and Rose Holman have been exchanging jabs atop the leaderboard. Manchester all but certain to win the conference championship on the men's side, based off of the results as they stand right now from the men's 3,000 meters. So now we catch our collective breath. Let's go ahead and send it to a 1-minute timeout before we get going with the 4x400 meter relay for the men on the other side. You're watching the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships powered by IndianaSRN. A look live inside of the George here on the Defiance College campus. I'm Kurt Darling. Thank you so much for joining us for wall-to-wall coverage today of the HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. Of course, right now, we're still awaiting a final ruling on how they will be scoring the men's 3,000 meters. Now, it was a 1-2-3 sweep by Manchester as it stands right now, but based off of what we've heard from the officials so far today, there may have been a discrepancy in the number of laps that they ran in the race. So we will see how they decide to move forward in that regard. The results are still not available right now, which is unusual, because usually they are very timely about getting the final results ready to go, and they have not yet been posted as they still discuss a few things. Keith Myers.
I'm trying to count. I got to take off my shoes. I'll be with you in a couple minutes. That's all I can tell you. Cameron's got his shoes off. We're trying to count him back down here, but it's just close.
Whatever floats your boat there, Keith Myers.
I appreciate that.
Meanwhile, I see Cam has his shoes on. They look more like moccasins to me.
Man, they're still in style where I'm from.
Before we go any further, let's once again preview the fact that you have more HCAC conference content to view here on Indiana SRN, as we will be bringing you live coverage of the HCAC basketball championships right here on Indiana SRN family of networks. You can just go to Indiana SRN and figure out all of the information you need to know and catch some good basketball action of the HCAC. There you see the head coach of Manchester talking with our PA announcer here today. And we're still awaiting the official results of the men's 3,000 meters. Meanwhile, we move along with the competition as we get going with the men's 4x400 meter relay. Can you... So we may have a resolution. We'll see. We will get a little bit more information on that, just to confirm, to make sure we get you all the accurate information. But first things first, we get two timed finals of the men's 4x400 meter relay. Hanover will be in lane 2, Mount St. Joseph lane 3, Manchester in 4, Earlham in 5, and Anderson in 6. Now let's go to the podium where we have the winners of the men's 3,000.
These are our top three in the men's 3,000. In third, Thomas Richardson.
And so it has been made official by the timing and scoring stand. All three Manchester athletes will be awarded the points that they scored. This will assuredly lock in a conference championship as a team for Manchester. So here we go with the first of two sections of the men's 4x4. Again, dubbed the most exciting race in track and field for the only reason in the fact that it is the last race run at the end of every meet. It can also be the race that decides everything. And on the women's side of things, that just very well may be the case. We still don't have an updated score after the 3,000 meters. We have yet to get official results on that. Once we do, we will get that information to you presently. The team to watch in this final will be Manchester. Zachary Friel will be the leadoff. Time this season of 3:39. And we're underway. Each leg runs 2 laps around this 200-meter thoroughfare.
In third place from Hanover, Brianna Metcalf, 11:16.85.
Coming to the break line.
Manchester, 11:11.74.
And it is Anderson out front with J.R. Adams. He is currently leading Mount St. Joseph Chase Samples.
Congratulations to the top 3 in the women's 3,000-meter run.
Coming around to the first exchange, the burn of a 4x400-meter relay is very apparent. Zachary Davenport will take control of it now for Anderson out front.
Down the back section we go. Anderson University leading this section.
Mount St. Joseph in second place with Ty Richardson leading it now. Anderson still holding out in front. Again, points still on the line here, and now Ty Richardson of Mount St. Joseph moves his team into the top position. Richardson bringing it back home. He will hand things off to Jacob Miller. Anderson with Davenport going off to Joshua Soden. And Soden going around the outside to regain the lead. And actually, that is Caleb Caro out in front. Oh, and Caro moving back in. One more lap to go. Anderson holding the lead.
Anderson, Mount St. Joe, and Manchester with 100 to go.
Anderson gonna hand it off now to Soden. One more lap to go, or one more leg to go. Jostling for position. Now here comes Manchester's Tristan Brana. He is catching the lead. And now Brana holding on to the inside, and now goes to the inside and retakes the lead. Final lap. Manchester trying to put a staple on this conference championship for the men. This will do it. Coming around, Tristan Brana trying to put a cap on it, and they win in the first of 2-time finals in the men's 4x400 meter relay. We'll now send it to Cam de Blasio.
All right, thanks so much, Kurt. Yeah, we're here with the top 3 runners in the women's 3,000 today. Ladies, congratulations. I've spoken to you too, so well done. Great job. But for you, this is your first time on the podium today. How does it feel to finally get a medal and be on the podium in conference championship?
It Feels really good. I've been working really hard, and the other 2 races, everyone did really well, but I was glad to finally have a turn, too.
Absolutely. Love to see hard work pay off. For the two of you, more points for your teams. Great result to finish the day. How does it feel to end the day on a high note like this?
Just really exciting, just coming out here and having the opportunity to come out and compete because, we go out and work out. We all put in the time and effort, and this is like the rewarding part of it, so it's really exciting.
Yeah, I totally agree. We've had a lot of people show up in some really awesome ways today that we weren't expecting, so it's been a lot of fun.
Congratulations to Manchester. Heck of a day. Congratulations to all 3 of you in the top 3 of the women's 3,000. Thank you so much. Kurt, back to you.
Thank you, Cam. And now we go to the second section of the men's 4x400 meter relay. This will be the big scoring one. Some points will be awarded to the previous section, of course, for Manchester as well, but it'll depend on how this one shakes out. Top overall time for Rose Holman, 3:33.28 earlier this season, but Transylvania is right there with them, 3:33.181. 3:33.81 is Transylvania's best time this season. Ben Rottinghouse, Bailey Morganson, Garrett Elrod, and Ike Bowling, a very good lineup there for Transylvania. Rose Holman, though, will have Isaiah Lilge, Jonathan Rogers, Will Theskin, and Jacob Eve. Of course, Jacob Eve was the winner in the men's 400-meter dash. Will Theskin was right there in the 800 for Rose Holman. And it's a clean start. Final event of the day for the men. Running well is Isaiah Lilge of Rose Holman. Making up the stagger in the first 100 meters. Meanwhile, for Defiance, Tawan Cannon, the leadoff for Defiance. He has it through the first 200 meters. Tawan Cannon really hammering it away here for Defiance. The 60 hurdle runner-up now coming down to give Defiance the lead. And the handoff is to John Reese, who has the lead. Rose Holman in second now, as Jonathan Rogers takes it for the Engineers. And now Rogers looks to track down John Reese, but still right there behind him is Bluffton's Jaden McConnell. He had the top time in his section of the 400. He moves into second place for Bluffton. John Reese still holding it out in front for Defiance. Bragging rights on the line here. McConnell right there with Garrett Elrod with him. Coming to the next exchange. And it is Bluffton and Defiance with Rose Holman and Transylvania in tow. Russell Law gives Bluffton the lead at the moment. Will Theskin in second for Rose Holman. Transylvania falls to third, and Defiance is moving back as well after leading the first 2 legs. Bluffton, Rose Holman, Transylvania, the top 3, getting ready for the final exchange. Russell Law has led this leg from start to finish. Now Theskin trying to challenge on the outside for the Engineers. But an excellent leg here by Russell Law. He will give Bluffton the lead. Now Transylvania and Rose Holman, they are neck and neck into the final exchange. Bluffton drops their baton, but they can keep going. Bluffton is out of it at the moment. Well back, they can keep going. They are not disqualified. Meanwhile, Rose-Hulman still holds the lead, followed by Transylvania. Jacob Eve. Who better to have as your anchor leg than the winner of the men's 400 meters? Final lap. Jacob Eve trying to pull away now from Transylvania's Ike Bowling. Bowling starting to close in a little bit on Eve. Eve, meanwhile, seems to be tightening up. It's going to be close down to the wire. Eve trying to hold on for Rose-Hulman. He does, followed by Transylvania, and Franklin comes in third. An excellent closing leg by Jace Wilburn. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why the 4x400 meter relay is the most exciting race in track and field. Now we catch our collective breath before we get ready for the women's section of the 4x4. Let's send it over to Keith Myers.
Real quick, while we have this time, we want to thank Anderson University, Bluffton University, Defiance College, Earlham College, Franklin College, Hanover College, Manchester University, Mount St. Joseph University, Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, and Transylvania for their hospitality to this all day long. Thanks to all the coaches who gave us all the stats and all the information that we need. What a great event, and thanks to you, Kurt. Good job. If we don't get to say goodbye to you, thank you so much for what you guys done for us and for this conference.
Certainly appreciate the kind words, Keith Myers. Good job to you as well. So now we take a breather here before we get going for the final event of the night. There's the officials meeting for the women's 4x400 meter relay.
Yes, you know that they ran a lap short, so yes. Ignore the record marks. It's not they're not record.
So now we just got official word from the timing and scoring stand that the men's 3,000 meter run has been made official. However, it is being scored as a lap short, meaning that it was a 2,800 meter race, not a 3,000 meter race. Still, the result stands. Enrique Salazar, Connor Havens, and Thomas Richardson are 1, 2, 3, giving Manchester all but certainly the victory here. However, and it does confirm that they do win the conference championship, because Manchester's lead at the end of this, in spite of the fact that the 4x4 has not been scored yet, Manchester 154.5, Rose-Hulman 144. So that means if Manchester were to not run the 4x4 at all and Rose-Hulman were to win the 4x4, Manchester would still win the conference championship by a half a point. Meanwhile, here are the women's team standings. Going into the final race, Manchester is also secured the conference championship on the women's side. Congratulations to both of these teams going into the final race here. Needless to say, it has been a heck of an event as Manchester, with one event left to go, can try and close things out. Rose-Hulman on the men's side had won this meet 11 years in a row. And Manchester will unseat them for the first time in over a decade. First section of the women's 4x4. Transylvania, Anderson, Earlham, and Bluffton. Transylvania out well. Carson Graves, the leadoff for Transylvania. Carson Graves, one of the utility runners here for Transy this season. Meanwhile, right behind her is Lindsay Hermes of Earlham, a 400 specialist for Earlham, and she will have the lead going to the next exchange. With it now is Olivia Kirk for Earlham. Now Abby Rowe on the track for Transylvania. Olivia Kirk looking comfortable at the moment.
Jay does not have one. He just said to take it from the public address announcer.
Olivia Kirk starting to tighten up a little bit coming into the final 50. Olivia Kirk will hand things off to Shiana Bellingham. Bellingham holding the lead now for Earlham. Meanwhile, Transylvania gives it off to Sydney Aldridge from Abbey Rowe. Aldridge turning over well, but right now it is Bellingham out in front with Earlham. Shiana Bellingham still holding it out in front for Earlham. Sydney Aldridge of Transylvania in second. And you also have Delaney Moore on the track right now for Anderson in third place. Coming into the final exchange here for Bellingham. She will hand it off to Elena Stern. Stern waiting. Meanwhile, Anderson moves into second place now, and J.C. Soames takes it home.
This is a final by
Transylvania has fallen off into third place. Elena Stern running splendidly right now for Earlham. She has a PR in the 400 at 66 seconds this year. She was also part of a DMR winning team at the DePaul Tiger Small College Indoor Invitational earlier this year. She knows how to win a relay. Stern, the junior for Earlham, brings it home as Earlham comes to the win in the first section of the women's 4x4. Meanwhile, it's close for second, and at the line, it looks like Bluffton is able to come back home in second place after being in fourth the whole time. Kalia Kerr with an excellent anchor leg for Bluffton. And now the final race of the night coming up next. So we move to the final section of the night, final race of the night for all the marbles.
Getting set now on the track.
Of course, the marbles have already been decided. Manchester right now leading Rose Holman in the women's competition, 170.5 to 125. So regardless of what happens here in this relay, Manchester has secured the conference championship on the women's side.
In lane number 4 will be Manchester. Lane 5, Rose Holman. And lane 6 is Franklin. Women's 4x4.
Yep, right here, right behind you, right behind you. Okay, yep. Yep, roger that.
So here we go. Defiance, Hanover, Manchester, Rose Holman, and Franklin in this second final of the 4x4. Brandy Smith will lead things off for Manchester. Emily Peterson for Rose Holman. Then you have Lex Desenberg of Franklin, Amberly Sorensen of Hanover, and Caitlin Smith for Defiance. And Hanover appears to have changed up the order here a little bit. They're going to have Nina Jazuski lead things off. Jazuski, the winner in the women's pole vault earlier this season, and earlier this meet. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Manchester officially knocks off Rose Holman for the men's conference championship. Congratulations to Manchester after all events scored. Nicely done there. Women's 4x4. And out well is Rose Holman's Emily Peterson. And a nice opening leg for Nina Jazuski of Hanover. She has Hanover in second place. Rose Holman, Hanover, Franklin, and then Manchester. Into the first exchange. An excellent first leg by Peterson. And she will hand it off to Dara Smith. That's actually Liv Aspalm out there now for Rose Holman. And she is now going to be caught up to anyway, by Hanover. Mackenzie Carroll.
Halfway through, the order remains unchanged. Rose Holman, Hanover, Franklin, and Manchester.
Rose Holman holding a slim lead at the moment, but now working into the mix is Defiance. And actually, no, that's Franklin. Moving into the mix now. Haley Makowski on the track now. Rose Holman, Hanover, and Franklin. Into the third exchange. And nicely done so far by the Fighting Engineers. Mallory, or rather it's going to be Dara Smith, bringing it around now for Rose Holman. Dara Smith now being challenged in second place by Hanover. That is Brianna Metcalf. She brings it around, and Hanover will take the lead coming into the next exchange. Can Dara Smith respond, though? Hanover now with Brianna Metcalf set to bring things home. Brianna Metcalf now brings things home, and Amberly Sorensen, nice leg there. But now you have Tina Rogers of Rose-Hulman on the track, the 400-meter specialist for Rose-Hulman. And she breezes past Metcalf for the lead. And now she dials it back a little bit, saving room for the end. Final lap of the meet. Tina Rogers holding Rose-Hulman out in front. A team conference championship out of reach at now, but they can still win the conference championship in the 4x4. Tina Rogers with an excellent final leg for the Fighting Engineers. Brings it home for Rose-Hulman. Brianna Metcalf, a nice closing leg for Hanover, and Manchester catches back up for third place. And Adele Stenko with an excellent closing leg for Manchester. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. An excellent track and field meet, to say the least. And we'll stick right with you here for the awards ceremony for the team championship as well as the 4x4s. And as it stands right now, a sweep of the men's and women's championships for Manchester. And so with Rose-Hulman getting the win, they get 10 points, but it is not enough to overtake Manchester. The final standings, Manchester, the champions of the HCAC on the women's side, knocking off Rose-Hulman. That will be Manchester's first conference championship on the women's side since 2016. It had gone to Hanover, Rose-Hulman, and then Hanover a couple of times. There will be a quick coaches meeting.
We still have awards to hand out for team champions.
And there will be a couple of awards handed out as well.
Can Josh go ahead and take down some of his stuff? No? Okay.
An excellent meet here today for Manchester faithful. Before we get to the awards banquet, let's go ahead and take a quick timeout, reset ourselves, and then we'll bring you some awards on the other end of it. You were watching the HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships, powered by IndianaSRN. There you see Rose-Hulman head coach Larry Cole discussing a few things with his fellow colleagues and congratulating Brian Cash, the head coach of Manchester, on a conference championship. And there you see the awards for the men in the 4x400 meter relay. Rose-Hulman getting the team championship there. But the story once again, Manchester on the men's side coming away with their first conference championship in over a decade in the HCAC. Knocking off Rose-Hulman for the first time in 11 years. Still plenty of hardware to give out. And there you see Keith Myers. And he has the winners of the 4x4 on the men's side.
Talk a little bit about winning this thing.
Hey, first time winning this, first time here, so, it's going to be a consistent thing that's going to happen.
Calm, cool. He's not calm and cool. He's all worked up.
Yeah, it was a great race. Great run for the team, and happy to win it today.
It's nice to win one, huh?
Yeah, it was nice to train together, us four, go out there, run hard, make something good happen.
So what are you doing tonight? You going to go sleep?
You know me, big sleep guy, but who knows where the night will take us.
Congratulations, fellas. Good job. Nice job. Nice show. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
I don't think he's going to sleep at all.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. Not a lot of sleep going to be had by many here. Of course, on the Manchester side, celebrating a conference championship on both the men and women's sides. An excellent showing today by the Spartans. Of course, there's one of the men of the hour, Enrique Salazar, a four-time conference champion today. Unfortunately, his time in the 3,000 meters of 8:19 will not be recognized as an official record because of the fact that they scored the 3,000 meter a lap short, but they still keep the points, and that is the main thing that matters in this team competition. Meanwhile, the women get their event now, as the Rose-Hulman women also gold medalists in the 4x400 meter relay.
That's Amber Sorensen, Nina Zaduski, Mackenzie Carroll, and Brianna Metcalf. And your champions in the women's 4x4 from Rose-Hulman, clocking 4:17.95 for the win. That's Emily Peterson, Liv Aspel, Whitney Shepard, and Tina Rogers. Congratulations to those top three teams in the women's 4x4.
All around great event right there for all three teams. So we're still awaiting the official voting for Coach of the Year. We await that in just a little bit, as well as the official trophy presentation for the team conference championship. Plenty of photo ops to be had as well among the teammates and competitors. Now let's send it down to Keith Myers, who's with the Rose-Hulman women.
She got to give everybody a hug in the stadium, I think.
I think so too.
Yeah. Congratulations on the win. Tell us a little bit about it.
So this is actually my senior year, so it was nice to end with a 4x4 win. Definitely a little cherry on top.
That's good. What do you think?
It was great. I love all these girls so much, so I'm super happy to be part of this. Yeah.
What year are you?
I'm a freshman.
So you got 4 more years of this stuff, 3 more years of this stuff.
Heck yeah, I'm ready to win a couple more.
Nice medal. So you hugged everybody in the stadium. Tell us, What's this mean?
I'm very happy to be competing with these girls. They're all so nice and just great friends of mine. Brandy is a good friend of mine from Manchester. Well, not a friend of mine from Manchester. I really like talking to, and it's always nice to race with them.
You guys seem like you're a family.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we spent 10 or so weeks together just training and having fun, and yeah, so it's good to be a part of.
Congratulations, ladies. Job well done. Back up to you, Kurt.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. And the coaches still meeting with officials and final events organizers here to vote on Coach of the Year. Brian. And final touches going down with awards as well. Of course, Brian Cashdollar, certainly one of probably the leading candidates for Coach of the Year here this evening. Coaching two great teams, both the men and the women, to conference championships here today. Again, the first time Manchester's won the conference championship on the women's side since 2016. Manchester, first time in over 11 years. Rose Holman has been the dominating team all season long.
Let's get Jay here.
Send it back to Keith Myers again, who's with Jay Jones, the HCAC commissioner.
Well, we can wait another few minutes because, we've been here 8 hours already. So, we can wait a few more minutes.
Yeah, so this is normal for me, but probably not something you're used to. And in our league, for our major awards, Coach of the Year, Sprinter of the Year, Throws Athlete of the Year, that's a coach vote. And so what's happening right now and the delay is that our coaches are over tallying up their ballots and putting in for who they believe should win each of those awards. So to come away from the event with the Coach of the Year award, for instance, is a really big deal to these men and women if they walk home with that. And so it's kind of a neat thing we do, but it does delay things here at the end. And yes, like you, Keith, I wouldn't benefit from going home. So
talk a little bit about the day. The day was just fantastic from early this morning. Actually, you go back to the meetings Thursday and then Friday. We set up, and the hospitality that has been here, it's been top notch. And wow, we are really honored to be part of this family.
Well, thank you for that. And I can't say enough great things about the job Defiance did in hosting this event and things that the work they put in to make it a first-class event. I was bragging to them as we ended the best compliment you can ever have at a track meet is that your last event starts at the time it was supposed to, and that's exactly what happened, which means things ran really fluidly and really smooth through the day. So that's awesome, and I am always proud of the sportsmanship, and we saw that in a couple of instances. We had a couple of things that happen, as you have in a long day of track meets, and especially usually at the end, everybody's a little more tired. But yet some real good sporting moments. And then on top of that, just a great meet. And, man, you have no idea, Keith, how great it is to be back in here. I'm not wearing a mask right now, and you aren't either, and that's because they've gone optional, which means great things from a health standpoint. But then this place was packed with fans today. It was loud. It was fun. Last year we had men one day, women another. We didn't have to do that. And so part of me is just grateful for the day that was without a single event being run. And so you add to it a great track and field meet, and I'm really, really happy.
This place was capacity with fans, over 300. It was nuts, and going back and forth, talk to some moms and dads, and they were going, man, this is awesome.
Yeah, it was just a lot of fun and really loud. I joked and said, well, maybe they're going to call the fire department, but this building is huge. It's massive. The problem is, of course, at a track meet, all the fans get bundled in the side, so it was pretty packed over there on the sidelines. But really fun day, really proud of what Defiance was able to do today.
We had a fun time. Can't wait to do it again next year.
Thank you very much. I can't wait for it either.
Back up to you.
Thank you very much, Keith Myers. And special thanks as well to Jay Jones, the commissioner of the HCAC, for welcoming us in today, allowing us to do what we do, and watching them do what they do. And that's put on a great track and field meet. Let's go take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we will have more of the awards and final thoughts. You're watching the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships powered by IndianaSRN. A live look at all the athletes tearing down, getting things set to go as we figure out final awards here among the coaches still. Of course, among the awards that they will be deciding, Freshman of the Year, Most Valuable Field Athlete, Most Valuable Track Athlete, and also Coach of the Year. One of the many things that are a very big deal to these track and field athletes to be awarded afterwards. Once again, I'm Kurt Darling. Thank you so much for joining us today for wall-to-wall coverage of the HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. And still waiting for the coaches to finish up voting. But right now it's still all but certain now that Manchester wins both the men's and women's conference championships. So as the coaches start to sort of disperse here, we will get set really soon here with the awards ceremony, the post-meet ceremonies, and everything else that needs to be done in the post track and field meet event. Another wide look at the awards area, getting everything's ready to go. So the HCAC officials still tabulating all the results. Meanwhile, we get another plug of what else you can catch coming up on IndianaSRN. The basketball championships for the Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference coming up Friday and Saturday next week. You can catch all of that right here on IndianaSRN and the IndianaSRN family of networks. Be sure to check us out at IndianaSRN.org. Follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN and on YouTube as well at IndianaSRN. Well, today's broadcast of the HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships has been copyrighted by the HCAC and the private use of our audience. The reuse of videos, pictures, and everything else, and audio as well, without the express written consent of the HCAC is strictly prohibited. Once again, another great job to our whole crew here today. Keith Myers and Cam de Blasio, our roving reporters, for Justin Griffiths and Josh Ellman, our two cameramen, running back and forth all day long. Justin Griffiths up in the scissor lift all day long. Certainly glad to have him up there getting some excellent pictures of today's HCAC Conference Championships. And now you see the athletes starting to gather around the awards podium. In anticipation of the awards ceremony coming up in just a matter of moments.
Cam, can you help Josh bring that camera around here and we'll get a shot this way? Can you help Keith bring that camera and all the wires around here so we can get a shot of those?
See the big wide gathering of every track and field competitor who has competed today, as well as their supporters and everyone else who supports these student athletes. Just goes to show you the community that these athletes feel when they step onto a track and field surface and compete against each other. Apologies for the delay. We're still waiting on all the post-meet awards to be tabulated by all the officials in the stewards' room.
Crowd? Just people?
Just give me some really tight shots with groups of 3 and 4. All right. Oh. Now we lost
SDI.
I lost SDI.
You got it.
I'm back. All right, it's back.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. You have our own Keith Myers trying to start the wave. And he has successfully done that. You have Keith Myers doing pretty much everything nowadays, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you can't blame them, though, Keith. They're a little tired after running all day.
All right, I'll try to hold it like this.
And so the officials have now exited the stewards' room as we get all the awards figured out. Lots of hardware yet to be given out. There you see the Manchester women eagerly awaiting what is most likely a championship. And now we send it to the PA for the awards.
My name is Jay Jones. I'm the commissioner of the Heartland Conference. First of all, give each other a round of applause. This was a fantastic week. I don't know about you student athletes, but for me, just to have parents back in here and loud and crazy, and most of us feel comfortable not wearing masks, it just felt great. So hope you enjoyed that as well. I wanted to, before we do the awards, it's really, really important. Today's meet went fantastic, and that doesn't happen without a lot of people doing a lot of work. And so I stole the microphone just to say thanks to everyone at Defiance College. Derek Woodley, the athletic director, Kathleen Westfall, Nate Christensen, their head coach, and all of the students in the yellow shirts and all the people behind the scenes here at Defiance. You did a fantastic job. We thank you. Let's give them a huge round of applause. And I guess since I have a microphone, that's a dangerous thing. I'll also give a plug. Our friends at IndianaSRN have been doing a lot of broadcasting with the conference. I think we had a lot of fun with that today, you would agree. And they did an awesome job and do a really high quality broadcast. If you don't have parents or friends at home that watched, I will say they're all available on demand. It's HCAC.tv. So if you were interviewed today and want to see how you did, work on that, polish that up, that's great. But thanks again to IndianaSRN for broadcasting and promoting this league. Congratulations to all of you, and let's have some hardware and go home.
All right, we'll kick off our awards here first by recognizing the newcomers of the year. First for the women from Anderson University, Delaney Moore.
Justin, stay wide. Josh, you catch him.
And on the men's side, the newcomer of the year from Rose Holman, Jalen Hobbs. Next up, we're going to honor our Women's Thrower of the Year from Manchester University. That is Erica Moore. And the Men's Thrower of the Year from Franklin College, Zach Wiley. Up next, our Female Jumper of the Year from the Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, Rofriat Adeyemi. And our Male Jumper of the Year from Bluffton, Desmond Gist. The Women's Sprinter of the Year from Defiance College, Tracy Cross. And the Male Sprinter of the Year from Rose-Hulman, Jalen Hobbs. The Women's Distance Runner of the Year from Manchester University, Elizabeth Lohman. And the Men's Distance Runner of the Year, also from Manchester University, Enrique Salazar. The Women's Coach of the Year, Brian Cashdollar of Manchester. Cash is bringing his staff up here to help him carry home his Men's Coach of the Year honor as well. He was a double winner today. Congratulations to the Manchester staff.
And there you have it. Coach Brian Cashdollar and his staff taking home Coach of the Year honors for both the men and the women. Now on to the hardware that everyone's been waiting for here, the men's and women's track and field championships for the HCAC.
All right, we're now going to run down our final official team scores. In 10th, Transylvania with 2.5. 9th was Mount St. Joe's with 9. 8th was Bluffton with 16. Earlham was in 7th with 32 points. Defiance finished in 6th with 42. Franklin was 5th with 46. Anderson 4th with 72. Hanover 3rd with 121. Runners up today, Rose Holman with 135. And your team champions, let's welcome the Spartans of Manchester, 176.5 points.
Manchester Spartans champions for the first time since 2016. Well deserved. Knocking off Hanover, who are the defending champions coming in to this season's conference meet. And in impressive fashion as well. It was tight all the way through until the last few events. And then Manchester with good performances in the 200 as well as the 3,000 down the stretch. And the throws were able to get some big results to deliver a conference championship.
Make sure the program's over. Just make sure the program's over. Is that usually what's over?
All right, our official final men's team scores in 10th, Mount St. Joe with 11.5. Earlham is 9th with 23. Defiance in 8th with 27. Anderson is 7th with 32. Hanover in 6th with 47. Franklin in 5th with 62. Bluffton in 4th with 64. Transylvania in 3rd with 66. Your runners-up today, Rose Holman with 154 points. And your champions today from Manchester, 158.5 points. Congratulations to the Spartans.
And the men joined the women as well as conference champions of the HCAC. Big congratulations to Coach Brian Cashdollar, putting together an excellent program this season. Of course, they get gobs of t-shirts to represent it as well. Helped by the fine staff here at Defiance College, putting on an excellent meet here today. And as Commissioner Jay Jones mentioned, it ran right on time. In fact, they were able to end it 3 minutes
award
early.
Ceremony. Congratulations to all the teams who participated today. Drive home safely.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Manchester, you have some t-shirts up
The
here.
HCAC Conference Championship for the indoor season has come to a conclusion for some of these athletes. The indoor season is not over. We move on to the national finals, depending on how well they did with their times this meet and this season. Well, for all of us here at IndianaSRN, thank you so much for joining us here today for wall-to-wall coverage of the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships. For myself, Kurt Darling, for Keith Myers, for Jerry Collins, our on-site engineer, for Cam de Blasio as well for doing an excellent job on the sideline reporting, for Justin Griffiths on the camera, and Josh Ellman as well on the camera. I'm Kurt Darling once again saying so long till next time. You've been watching the HCAC Indoor Conference Championships powered by IndianaSRN. So long, everybody.